We have breaking news. The number 2 guy at the FBI, the deputy director, Dan Bongino, just announced he will step down in January. Why? Obviously, there's probably a lot going down behind the scenes, but Trump was asked about this and said Dan wants to get back to his show. He had a top 10 podcast prior to being the deputy director. Well, what could be happening behind the scenes? Well, if you remember back in July, Dan was reportedly considering leaving then over the administration's handling of the Epstein files. He wanted more of them released and thought Pam Bondi wasn't doing enough. Remember, he reportedly gave them me or her ultimatum and he took a day off, but then it seems they all made up, at least temporarily. But he did send out a pretty cryptic tweet back then saying what he's learned at the FBI has shocked him to the core and we cannot run a republic like this and that he'll never be the same after learning what he's learned. Is he just trying to ensure good podcast ratings when he leaves? I'm not inside of his head. But why is he leaving now? Reports are he took a leading role on the investigation for the 2021 pipe bomb case that they just arrested a suspect in. That was a big fixation of his prior to taking the job. He had suspected the FBI may have been involved in it, but now that that's over, his 8 months in the job are coming to an end. Who will take his job? Well, Trump already appointed a co-deputy director in September, former Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey, and reports have been he's already been assuming more and more of the role, so he'll likely just assume the full position now. Wow. Trump is doing more than any progressive to solve wealth inequality. I cannot wait to hear this one. It's called Trump accounts, which were a part of the big beautiful bill, which will give any newborn born after January 1st $1,000 into a tax advantage investment account, plus their parents or their parents' employers or donors can give up to $5,000 a year into this account, and compound interest will do its thing. And once they're 18, these kids will have anywhere from $3,500 to $200,000 to start their lives with. Okay, but the big beautiful bill overall is projected to benefit the top 10% by $2.3 trillion in tax cuts, while the cutting of SNAP, Medicaid, and other programs will cost the poor $1.1 trillion. So that's a $3.4 trillion widening of wealth inequality. And these numbers do account for Trump accounts, so you know those numbers are misleading. There's Laffer curve and getting the deficit under control considerations, and the income tax cuts for the rich were merely an extension of current levels and avoidance of a tax increase. And because the top 10% pay 72% of income taxes, the numbers get skewed. But can we focus on the Trump accounts? I do not think they're misleading at all, but sure, yeah, Trump accounts. This is like a long-term thing that provides no relief to Americans right now, and only if you have a baby will the government give money to prop up the stock market even more, which is 90% owned by the top 10%. Well, yeah, we're trying to fix that problem by getting people involved in the markets early on and becoming financially literate. But one of the biggest things this does is provide a mechanism for rich people to give back. You often hear rich people say they want to give their money away, but it's hard to find corruption-free, reliable organizations to give billions of dollars to. But the Trump accounts solve that problem. And we've seen numerous rich people, led by Michael Dell, who gave $6.25 billion to fund $250 in accounts for 25 million kids under time. Yeah, I mean, it's great when people give back, no denying that, but I think the focus would be better strategically targeting necessities like healthcare, education. Plus, these accounts are skewed towards families that have money. Sure, everyone gets $1,000, but rich kids will get the $5,000 every year, while poor kids will not. Well, Michael's donation, for instance, only goes to kids whose parents make under $150,000. So the hope is charitable donations will make up for that discrepancy and give every kid a head start. Donors can choose which zip codes or income status their money goes to. Yeah, I just think there's more pertinent and pressing necessary programs our government should focus on other than something with Trump's name on it. Yeah, that's the left-right divide. Our programs build independence and promote financial literacy. And ours save people's lives? Sure. Well,
all right, and let's get right into it, guys, because we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's announcement. Then we're going to get into a complete media analysis. And then we got a lot more to cover as well. So this is going to be a long one, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. And let's get right into it.
And I'm fixing it.
All right, let's go.
In America, 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, which caused prices to be higher than ever before, making life unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans. This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America. They just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation all over the globe. But now you have a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people.
He's making a point, yeah, with these sanctuary cities, the fact that they were practicing this whole cashless bail system that they were doing that was letting criminals out. So, yeah, Trump actually does have a point. And then when it came to the economy, the fact that inflation got out of control, things became more unaffordable for your average American, not for your top 1%. But your average American, and then even some businesses actually were hurting, like the farmers, due to the increase in their, well, honestly, in their overhead when it came to their feed.
People of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined. Starting on day one, I took immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world.
Yeah, and that was like one of the worst looks that the Democratic Party gave themselves, talking about a border bill, a border bill, a border bill, but Trump shuts it down within his first 3 months in office. Like pretty much, honestly, within his first month in office, he shuts the border down with no new border bill, with no really new spending. He just implemented the policies that we already had, which kind of showed and exposed that, well, Biden was ignoring the border, or the Biden administration was just ignoring the border and allowing it to be open.
And we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country.
Oh, and just to add on top of that, and then when they want to propose to fix it and give a border bill, it's really a foreign aid bill.
In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities. Just take a look at Washington, D.C. It's at levels of safety that we've never seen before. And they decimated the bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%. We have broken the grip of sinister woke radicals in our schools, and control over those schools is back now in the hands of our great and loving states where education belongs. After rebuilding the United States military in my first term, and with the addition we are adding right now, we have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close. I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin.
Now, in all honesty, Trump was able to get a lot of these ceasefire deals signed, but a lot of them are holding on by a thread due to the fact that there are third parties trying to F up these deals. Like in the Congo and Rwanda, they got the M23 rebels, and of course in Israel, I mean, come on, bro, it's Israel. I mean, they're striking everybody, including Gaza, including Lebanon, and then of course they're running operations in Syria. I mean, who knows? Who knows where else would they strike? Oh yeah, I forgot. They also hit Yemen as well. Yeah, got to remember that.
The last administration and their allies in
Which is
Congress looted
understandable.
our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast. Let's look at the facts. Under the Biden administration, car prices rose 22% and in many
Facts.
states 30% or more. Gasoline rose 30 to 50%. Hotel rates rose 37%.
And remember, I ran these same numbers when I keep showing you that chart on how inflation or how Biden's crazy spending caused inflation, will cause prices to rise across the board 20%, which also matches the increase in our money supply, which was 20%. So yeah, all of it translated over to the price increase that we were all dealing with under the Biden administration. But hey, they said it wasn't transitory, so
Airfares rose 31% now under our leadership. They are all coming down and coming down fast. Democrat politicians also sent the cost of groceries soaring, but we are solving that too. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was down 33% compared to the Biden last year. The price of eggs is down 82% since March, and everything else is falling rapidly. And it's not done yet, but boy, are we making progress. Nobody can believe what's going on. Here are just some of the efforts that we have underway. You will see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. After years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300.
And I'll be real with you. It's not because they were paying us less. It's just because inflation was getting out of control and nobody was getting paid more. And this is the private sector across the board. Nobody was getting paid any more, but prices were skyrocketing out of control. Therefore, we were losing buying power under Biden. Yeah, about 3,000. And like I said, we've only got about 1,200 of it back, and we're still digging ourselves out of a hole that the Biden administration left us in, which the Dems are complaining about, a problem that, well, they caused.
Construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal. It's $3,300. And for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that. The wages, just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that If they build in America, there are no tariffs. And that's why they're coming home to the USA in record numbers.
Which is true. When he put the tariffs on chips and semiconductors, Taiwan manufacturing, Apple, all of these guys decided to start bringing their manufacturing back to the U.S. When he put a 100% tariff on, well, pharmaceuticals, what did AstraZeneca do? What did Pfizer do? They brung their manufacturing back to the U.S. You can look up. AstraZeneca is building their plant now as we speak in Maryland. So you can't even say it's not working. And then, of course, there was the 25% on cars that are made outside the U.S. Yes, it's got a lot of car companies to bring their manufacturing into the U.S. or expand their manufacturing or expand their factories.
They're building factories and plants at levels we haven't seen. AI, automobiles. We're doing what nobody thought was even possible, not even remotely possible. There has never, frankly, been anything like it. 1 year ago, our country was dead. We were absolutely dead. Our country was ready to fail, totally failed. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that's said by every single leader that I've spoken to over the last 5 months. Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were really accomplished through our great big.
And the funny thing is that nobody could ever answer when it comes to tariffs. All right, cool. So if we can't tax these rich ass companies that are actually going out overseas to get a cheaper, pretty much overhead costs. All right, if we can't do that and you feel like that's going to pass down to the consumer, then tell me how corporate tax wouldn't be passed down. Okay, then, because that's what you guys are proposing. Remember what the Dems proposed, or once again, are you guys complaining with no real other argument or with no other proposal? All the criticism in the world, but with never a solution. That is the hilarious part about you guys. So, like I said, so if tariffs get passed down straight to the consumer, which they don't, then think about it like this: what keeps a corporate tax from being passed down to you? All right, then what keeps an increase in what keeps an increase in taxing on the rich? Like, why can't they pass that down to you? So on your logic, any tax we put on the rich can get passed down to us. So AKA, we should just cut taxes altogether. We don't ever got to worry about a price increase ever again, right? Right? Of course not.
Beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress. We wrapped 12 different bills up into one beautiful bill. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Under these cuts, many families will be saving between $11,000 and $20,000 a year. And next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read that loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, or just send a gift.
Of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed one big beautiful bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000, think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas. So Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago. We made a lot more money than anybody thought because of tariffs, and the bill helped us along. Nobody deserves it more than our military. And I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment in our military. And last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes. In addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interest to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs. I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400 500 and even 600%.
All right, I know Lil Trump love to add high percentages, but let's be realistic about this. He's mainly cutting it by like 50 or 60% because one, we're getting most favored nation pricing, and then two, he's getting these pharmaceutical companies to bring manufacturing back to America, which is also going to lower the cost since it's going to be made locally. And then once again, they're going to be charging most favored nation pricing. And if you do not know, well, guess what? I'm going to tell you today that, well, the status quo was that the pharmaceutical companies will make their medicine, they'll make 75% of it off the American people, basically charging us more, well, more than they would charge their European counterparts. And this is where things kind of got effed up for us. And this is where and this is why everybody else around the world looks at us crazy, like, why are y'all paying so much on medicine? Well, because we cover the R&D and we pay more. No more though. So shout out to most favored nation pricing, because that's going to dramatically lower prescription costs. Now, if he can handle the leasing on some of these pharmaceuticals or these pills, then trust me, that'd be all the better. Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming for starting us off. Shout out to Gaming. Let me pull you up real quick. He says, "Set, can you take a significant time to read some of the stuff in the big beautiful bill? Also explain why this upcoming tax season is gonna go crazy." Yeah, sure, no problem. No problem. I got you.
In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting downward. And I use
mainly because I'm gonna be real, which is mainly because of the standard deductions that are like going up, especially if you're on Social Security.
The threat of tariffs to get foreign countries who would never have done it to pay the cost of this giant dollar reduction. They stopped ripping us off, and it began as of 4 days ago. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. Drugs have only gone up, but now they'll be going down by numbers never conceived possible. It's called most favored nation. And no president has ever had the courage or ability to get this done until now. The first of these unprecedented price reductions will be available starting in January through a new website, trumprx.gov. And these big price cuts will greatly reduce the cost of health care. I'm also taking on the gigantic health insurance companies that have gotten rich on billions of dollars of money that should go directly to the people. The money should go to the people. That's you. So they can buy their own health insurance, which will give far better benefits at much lower cost. It will be far better health insurance.
And let's be honest, the status quo that the Dems want to go with is give the Obamacare healthcare subsidies to the insurance companies that only enrich themselves and only raise the insurance premiums. So, I mean, the insurance companies are taken care of, but not the American people or the patients.
The current Unaffordable Care Act was created to make insurance companies rich. It was bad health care at much too high a cost. And you see that now in the steep increase in premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases, and it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault.
Now, what Trump means that in the Inflation Reduction Act, where these ACA subsidies or the enhanced ACA subsidies were written in, yeah, the Democrats set that to expire, well, on December 31st, 2025. They set this to expire so this can become a big problem. Here's the thing, even if we do pass the ACA subsidies, the enhanced ACA subsidies, which expire on December 31st, sadly, healthcare premiums will still go up by 18 to 30%. Now, without them, hey, the Dems are right. It will double and triple. But even with it, it still goes up to 18, 30%, thus becoming 18 to 30% more unaffordable for the American citizen.
It's the Unaffordable Care Act, and everybody knew it. Again, I want the money to go directly to the people so you can buy your own health care. You'll get much better health care at a much lower price. The only losers will be insurance companies that have gotten rich, and the Democrat Party, which is totally controlled by those same insurance companies. They will not be happy, but that's okay with me because you, the people, are finally going to be getting great health care at a lower cost. Another major focus is the cost of energy. For years, the radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into their own massive slush funds as their energy restrictions drastically drove up prices, and they drove them up at record levels. electricity costs surged 30 to 100% under Biden, and the typical family lost $5,000 to $10,000 in higher energy costs. Think of that, $5,000 to $10,000.
I mean, trust me, the American people is gonna notice the difference when you go from like 250 all the way up to like $5-6 a gallon. Trust me, the American people notice that. And yes, it was in that height of what was it, like the summer of 2022, it got real bad. And of course, in the summer of 2024, it was peaking around that $5 as well. But here it says $4.
On day one, I declared a national energy emergency. Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in much of the country. In some states, it, by the way, just hit $1.99 a gallon. And within the next 12 months, we will have opened 1,600 new electrical generating plants, a record, and it's a record that won't be beaten by practically, I would say, by anybody, or certainly not very soon. Prices on electricity and everything else will fall dramatically. The Democrat inflation disaster, again, the worst in the history of our country, also robbed millions of Americans of home ownership and indeed the American dream. The yearly cost of a typical new mortgage increased by $15,000 under Democrat rule. In 11 months, we've already gotten that annual cost down by $3,000, and it's coming down a lot lower. Wait till you see. The numbers are going to be shocking. And I'll soon announce our next chairman of the Federal Reserve, someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot, and mortgage payments will be coming down even further. Early the new year, and you will see this, in the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing
Actually,
costs.
I'll give both sides that credit. It does seem like both the Republican and the Dems are trying to tackle this housing crisis. Because I'll be rich, I've been reading up, and yes, even Democrats are trying to get more houses built, more single family houses, more apartment complex built, just so they can bring down housing costs, or just so they can bring down rent. And I mean, yes, it's happening even in my city, in my blue district as well. I mean, I even see my district lady, or yeah, Congress lady as well, even put out a post saying that, yeah, we're trying to get more houses built so we can bring down rent. So yeah, I ain't gonna lie, both sides are actually tackling this pretty well. They could be doing better by bringing down the material costs of building a house, but so far adding supplies, it's all right.
Was the colossal border invasion. We have never been invaded. This is the worst thing that, frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing that the Biden administration did to our country is the invasion at the border. The last administration and their allies in Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing while your rent and housing costs skyrocketed. Over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants. At the same time, illegal aliens stole American jobs and flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American taxpayer.
Which is true. I mean, they get free health care through, of course, MTILA, of course, through these what was it? These federally qualified health centers, which is these free clinics. And then what's the last one? Oh, of course, through what was it? The Child Health Care Insurance app program, which is CHIP. They also get health care through that as well. Well, their children do.
They also increased the cost of law enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans. In the year before my election, all net creation of jobs was going to foreign migrants. Since I took office, 100% of all net job creation has gone to American-born citizens, 100%. In the end, government either serves the productive, patriotic, hardworking American citizen, or it serves those who break the laws, cheat the system, and seek power and profit at the expense of.
And yeah, let's be real. All through the Biden administration, they was letting these companies, which we say that, oh, the Dems don't work for the rich, but oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Both sides do. But yeah, they were kind of letting these tech companies bring in a whole lot of H-1B visas, and they would bring them in to say for a level 1 position, but have them doing level 2, level 3 tasks, aka finessing the system. So That's pretty much how the H-1B scam was happening under Biden. And then, of course, leaving the border open completely, which was recorded a happening of 10 million encounters. Doesn't mean 10 million were let in, but I mean, there were 10 million encounters at the border. But what we do know, what was documented, is about 4 to 7 million illegals got into the United States. And that's what we know. Like, that's why we say there's probably about 10 million, maybe, because we just don't know how much we got in, well, without us even seeing them.
Our nation. Look at Minnesota, where Somalians have taken over the economics of the state and have stolen billions and billions of dollars from Minnesota and indeed from the United States of America. And we're going to put an end to it. For so long as before my election, the vast majority of good and decent Americans were forced to watch as corrupt politicians plundered the halls of power, exploited our taxpayers, and pillaged every system that makes civilized society function. But not anymore, and you see that every day, not anymore. We're putting America first, and we are making America great again. Very simple. We are making America great again. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected. And our country is back, stronger than ever before. We're poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. Soon we will host the World Cup and the Olympics, both of which I got. But most importantly, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. There could be no more fitting tribute to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago.
Oh, wow.
When the world looked.
Yeah, I got to grill people like this who don't know what they're talking about. Let me tell you about the extortion of these H-1B visas. Not only does it undermine the American scholar, but these employers can actually abuse these guys by making them work longer hours, making them work different tasks that's outside of their description. Like I said, they bring them in as entry level, but they'll be doing level 2, level 3 tasks in a way for that company to save money. So tell me how you don't know this, because this has been widely reported, and this has been the main argument about H-1B visas, how they're supposed to be let in for special skills for level 2, level 3, but they're bringing it in for level 1. Like, yeah, that's a problem. And it's funny how you don't see that. But I mean, a lot of Dems don't really see how an the H-1B visa problem is honestly being perpetuated, one, in the tech industry, two, in the medical industry. And guess what? We're telling our kids to go to college, and then right to their face, we're going to tell them, well, these immigrants work harder than you, so we're just going to bring them in. Then what's the point of even sending our kids to college? And bro, have you ever even had a job in tech? Have you been into a data center? Have you been to a desktop help center where they mainly have Indians instead of American citizens? Even water it down all the way down to the call center. Like, come on, bro. Like, do you really see what's going on here? So when I say under Biden, that's what he said was a lot of, like, what was I say? Foreign employment. Yes, it was mainly through the H-1B visa program that the tech guys were taking advantage of. But obviously, you don't know anything.
At us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and
we can talk about the H-1B visas that they bring into battery factories, to try to help out to make batteries. You remember, like, they were doing in the Hyundai factory. Like I said, bro, you're kind of dumb. I can tell you're kind of dumb. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, you're kind of dumb. I'm sorry. I can't even address guys like you.
Every one of you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all.
But all right, though, shout out to my man Trump. So we're going to go ahead and get into his gaggle right here.
Beautiful event for three great people. And they're now looking down, and their parents and wives, and all of the people that were there were, devastated, but great people. Great people. So thank you very much for being there.
You have one for major treatment staff there.
You're doing a great job. It's the goal of the the blockade with Venezuela to regime change. It's a blockade. Not going to let anybody going through that should be going through. You remember they took all of our energy rights. They took all of our oil from not that long ago, and we want it back. But they took it. They illegally took it. Why he's planning to leave the FBI? Oh, Dan did a great job. I think he wants to go back to his show.
Yes. But yeah, Dan Bongino is being pretty much, he is saying that he's going to resign. He posted a lot of I would say wild things before he left, like, you know, the things that he's seen during his time at the FBI shook him to the core. He's not sure he'll be the same, and who knows if that's just a headliner for, you know, his first podcast back, but we'll see.
Yeah. You mentioned getting land back in Venezuela. What land? Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had. They took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back.
Oh, bro, thank you, gaming. Bro, guys like him, casually ignoring the complaints of the truckers that, yes, get their jobs taken by what? Foreign workers, and sometimes even illegal, which is crazy. I mean, shout out to Gavin Newsom just handing out driving license like it ain't shit. But yeah, trust me, like a lot of Dems, they'll put a blanket over a problem just to try to win an argument. We'll tell them that, you know, millions of immigrants got in through under Biden. No, the border wasn't closed. Oh, so you're just going to ignore the fact that we got about 300,000 pretty much killers in here, or terrorists, 300,000 of them. Then you're going to, well, yeah, about 300,000 killers and all that good stuff. 300,000 missing children as well. You know, we got missing children that Biden let in through the border, right? That's most likely being trafficked, most likely on a farm picking up stuff for free. So what can I say? I mean, bro made a slavery comment. I'm like, bro, you were supported Biden, who were letting kids get trafficked over the border, getting put into sex slavery and labor slavery. I'm sorry, but anybody that want to talk about slavery that was a Biden supporter, I'm sorry, but you were supporting it for 4 years straight and said nothing. Oh, and let's not talk about the H-1B visas and how these guys get abused by employers because of their residency tied to their employment and that type of power that the employer holds over them. So really, you're also for corporate slavery as well. So all forms of slavery you're for.
They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back. What's the message this evening? Well, I think the message this evening is we inherited a mess, and we've done a great job, and we continue to. And our country is going to be stronger than ever before. Very soon. Thank you very much, everybody.
It's almost sad, man. I kind of wish they knew that. It's like, you know, you guys just sat there and like let a whole lot of criminals get in, hundreds of thousands of criminals, hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors. You let them get passed off to some sponsor that you guys cannot track. I want to let you guys know this all happened under the Biden administration, by the way. And you guys claim and then y'all claim to care about kids with the whole Epstein files and all that good stuff. I mean, y'all was letting kids get trafficked for 4 years straight through the border. Bro, y'all were letting, immigrants get abused by employers through illegal and legal immigration. Bro, y'all are the biggest slave masters in history at this point. Good job, by the way. I'm almost impressed. I mean, bro, the slave masters would be proud of y'all. I ain't gonna lie. They would be so proud of you guys. I mean, shoot, give it up to yourselves, Dems. Clap it up, bro. Clap it up for all the slavery that you've allowed, but you bitch at the founding fathers for it. Clap it up, because y'all did a really good job with that. I am thoroughly impressed. But all right, though, let's get over to the right side of media, guys. As I'm done grilling the Dems about their abysmal failure when it came to the border and their allowing of the trafficking of children that they just love to ignore. But it is what it is. I ain't gonna say all of y'all. Some of y'all don't even know, and that's fine. That's fine. Most of y'all don't even know, but please do some research.
Fox News alert. It's been almost 5 days since a gunman shot up one of the most prestigious universities in the world.
Oh, yeah, and shout out Tove and construction workers. But those are all basically illegal immigrants. Those, like I said, those companies abuse these illegal immigrants as well. And I'm be real, even on the farms. You ever heard the story where these guys will pull up asking for pay, and then these employers be like, bro, don't talk to me. I'll call ICE on you. It's like, then what are they supposed to do? But the Dems don't care because they love it. They love the suffering of these people.
And got away with it. No one knows where the shooter is, who he is, or what he looks like. After days of no answers and no leads, Brown students are angry.
The general mood I've been feeling is like getting the air knocked out of you. It's pretty sad on campus. We have been concerned and confused and hoping that there's more.
And Dems, remember who had the argument of who's going to pick your fruit? Who's going to clean your toilet? Who's going to be your personal slave? It's like, bro, y'all, like I said, bro, best slave masters in history, bro. Yeah, y'all just so covert with it.
Progress in the case. There's definitely uneasiness.
All right, let's get into Jesse Waters.
Gunman not being in custody.
There's uneasiness because we're not getting any answers from the people in charge. Their press conferences are an embarrassment. The police chief doesn't even know who was in the room during the shooting.
Can you now say how many kids were in that classroom, and did the gunman come in from the back so these people never knew it was coming, or did he come in front with full view of everybody?
And that's all part of the interviews, and actually we're cooperating with Brown to get the roster. That was a study hall, so we don't have the number. We're still getting information as far as who was there.
It's been 5 days, and you don't have a list of witnesses? You don't even know how many witnesses there are?
Nope. Leslie S. Brown's shooting is getting weirder and weirder. I mean, they caught one guy, they let him go because it wasn't him. They released this grainy clip of this guy just walking away saying that's him, and now we pretty much are struggling to find witnesses. It's like, bro, what?
And the witnesses that you have talked to, they told you the gunman shouted something, but you don't know what that is. One eyewitness said there was around 20 ducking behind the table. You can't track down 20 of your own students? Well, the New York Times says there's 60 eyewitnesses. How do they know that? And the chief doesn't. The local media has had it.
Had it been a final exam, we'd have a roster. We'd handed it over. We know exactly who was in the room because everybody shows up for a final. But for a study session, it's elective.
I mean, let's be real. How close were these eyewitnesses? They're talking about what, 60, 30, even 10. I mean, how close were they to the suspect to actually see their face and all that good stuff? And if we have some close eyewitnesses, then I mean, how have we not caught this guy by then or by now?
Ronaldo, it's elective. It's elective to turn out for a study session. So we don't know exactly what fraction of the overall roster turned out for a voluntary review session.
Okay. Remember the black student witness who told ABC that the shooter had a long gun that was really big? Now they're saying the gun might have been small.
You don't think there's multiple weapons?
No, just that individual.
I just want to jump in here too.
They don't know nothing.
You know, you mentioned a long gun. I don't.
And then you see this guy's nervous scratch behind the ear.
You know,
look at this. The nervous scratch behind the ear of this guy lets you know that he's like, yeah, I don't know a damn thing. Oh man, like, do we have witnesses? Like, I don't know. It's like, bro, where's the confidence? Nobody's exuding confidence in this press conference. Like they even know what they're talking about.
You mentioned a long gun. I don't. We are not in a position to say, unless the chief, you want to square it, whether this was a long gun or not.
And get this. Now we're learning Brown University had more than 800 surveillance cameras. They had 1,200, and not a single camera got a shot of the shooter entering or exiting the building. Is it dumb luck that he found the one blind spot on campus?
Like, man, yeah, how cold? I mean, I'm sorry, but like, that's pretty impressive if he was able to lay it out like that, find you one spot on campus to start shooting, and you have, bro, 1,200 cameras and it missed the shooter. Like, how? At least with the Charlie Kirk murder, we just have missing camera footage. Not like we don't got it. Y'all saying that, I ain't gonna lie, we didn't catch the guy whatsoever. How?
Or is he a student who knows the lay of the land? Or did he just case the place for hours and no one noticed?
Man, that's also
true. Believed, based on what we know.
Yeah, that's also true. Could have been a long-time student. Probably, I mean, worst case scenario, a staff member who really knows the lay of the land, or a student that's been there for like, I don't know, 2-3 years.
That the gunman, primary person of interest, the suspect, came out of that entrance or exit and started walking this way. and passing this dumpster. If you just look around this parking lot to show everybody, there are no cameras that we can see out here, right outside of the Barris and Hawley building. You can see there are no cameras that we see visible to the eye. So that is something that has been a big sticking point in this investigation.
Why wouldn't you put cameras on the perimeter of campus so you can see who's coming on the campus and who's coming
Yeah, especially when you have people that's living on there as well. I mean, you could have hooked some cameras up to the houses. I don't know, encourage the students to buy cameras or something like that.
off? That security.
I mean, damn, not even a Ring camera? Because there were houses back there. Not even a Ring camera caught this guy? Crazy.
101. Here we have surveillance video that caught the shooter right after the attack, walking by a cop car a block away from the building at 4:06 Saturday afternoon. This could be a huge break. That means we have dash cam footage of the shooter leaving the scene of the crime, right? No, the police chief hasn't checked.
In the video released yesterday, it appears that the person of interest is going by a police cruiser that has its lights on. Does that mean that the dash cam in that cruiser was on and activated, and have police been able to recover anything useful from that video?
So that was a brown police cruiser, and I'm not sure if they have body cameras in their cruisers.
You're not sure if Brown's police cruisers have dash cams? You haven't asked them that yet? And you're standing right next to the Brown University campus police chief. Does he know? More on that guy later. And this just into Fox. We're told Brown's police cruisers do not have dash cams. So a multi-billion-dollar university with an engineering department researching AI can't put a camera on the squad car. Some of the poorest counties in America have dash cams on patrol cars, but not one in the richest school in the country almost. Apparently, this shooter just disappeared.
Another video that they obtained later subsequently places him right here behind this pole. And this is where he crosses the street. Once he crosses this street here, hits that corner and goes up that way, the police are essentially at the mercy of residential cameras in order to obtain video. This is a wealthy neighborhood. A lot of the houses have walls. They're well set back. They don't have...
Bro, so apparently he just hit a blind spot. Caught on camera, hit a blind spot, turned into Goku, gone. Now I'm really wondering where this guy is. So is he pretty much just disappeared off camera, off campus, and damn near got into a blind spot, and now we just don't know where this guy is? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, yes. Apparently he hit us with the Goku. Gone.
Cameras, and if they do, they're internal.
No one knows where the guy went. Cops are asking for Tesla owners to turn over their videos. Hopefully they haven't all been firebombed. Later on in today's press conference, the chief just casually...
Oh yeah, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and make the video. Double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support by today. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
He drops this bombshell. Listen.
We have seized and found physical evidence.
And does that include a gun magazine?
We have found physical evidence.
Can you say where?
I'm not going to confirm.
What's the evidence? Does the chief even know? My goodness. Providence police just happened to also be looking for a second person they say was in the proximity of the shooter.
Bro.
Is it a man? Is it a woman? Nobody knows.
Are we sure it's a man? I know it was brought up in the question before that it could be a man, but are we 100% sure it's a man, or could it be a woman as well?
It's a person that we would like to at least speak with.
Oh, okay. Maybe the person's trans. Wouldn't surprise me. Now, this could be just a false lead. There's a chance this person has nothing to do with this, or he could be a getaway driver, or could have been a spotter. Could have transferred the weapon. We don't know. We still don't know where the gun is or how the shooter escaped. Car, bike, bus, electric scooter. Even CNN's like, what the hell, Smiley?
How on earth does it happen?
Oh, you got a beard?
Somebody can walk into a prestigious university like Brown or any school that has thousands of students and faculty and support staff, shoot at least 11 people, and then apparently walk out and disappear.
Like I said, literally walk out and just disappear. Just like, bro, what? That's what you're telling us. It's like, all right, so he came out there, did a mass shooting, and now he's just gone. Oh yeah, now you just want to sit there and point out the fact that they did have blind spots on campus, which is wild, by the way, because that could lead to high robbery. But it is what it is. Like I said, apparently this guy is the Goku of mass shootings because he did it and he just disappeared, and we have no idea where he's at. Apparently, they say they have evidence, they say they know something, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe it might be somebody of, I don't know, like, I don't know. Maybe they got a name to them. Maybe it's somebody famous. Maybe it's somebody with a net worth behind them that they can't yet expose yet, or they want to make sure they're really sure. Who knows? Who knows? But for them to be giving very little information is concerning.
I don't think it matters that it's a prestigious university. We've all seen horrific acts of gun violence in public schools.
You know Brown's in trouble when Trump and Jake are on the same side. Here's the president. Why did Brown University have so few security cameras?
I mean, it is a nice area. So, I mean, think about it. Their place is so nice that they don't even lock their door, bro. I mean, shout out to Canada.
There can be no excuse
Well, certain neighborhoods in Canada.
for that. In the modern age, it just doesn't get worse. It's gotten so bad that people think Brown is in on a cover-up.
Is the Brown University withholding anything, for the record?
For the record, we are cooperating 100% with law enforcement. We are turning over everything we have to assist in this investigation.
Reporters think Brown's covering up a school shooting.
For
The
what?
university told us they have footage from inside the building, but they won't release it. They say it doesn't show the shooter. So there's camera footage.
Actually, all right, hold on. People got shot, but who died? That's what all right, maybe we need to look up into who died and maybe if they was of vital importance. Like maybe they was, I don't know, coming out with some type of new secret technology, or maybe they was a little bit too much. Because let's have fun. Let's add a little bit of conspiracy to it. And you could say it was like a targeted assassination. Since, yeah, shout out to my man Gaming. It was a targeted assassination. They won't say though. I mean, look, bro, when you're able just to disappear into the sunset like that, and we have no idea what's going on, and apparently we're discovering blind spots in surveillance. It's just like, and how did he know this? I'm just saying. And like I said, of course, a lot of these could be answered with, well, he could have been a staff, a student, a longtime resident. All that's up there. But the fact that he's able to just disappear and we don't have any info on this guy, don't have no more details than these grainy footages, then I don't really know what to say. And then let's be real, who was shot at or who was killed? Maybe we should look into them. Let's see if they had any importance to them. Well, besides their life, of course. I mean, let's see what they were doing with their career or schooling.
Footage that the university is refusing to release. At one point, a reporter asked, why don't you just release it so that the public can help you solve this? That's when the attorney general snapped. Watch.
Would you like all of it? Well, because here's why. Because it doesn't tell us anything about who committed this crime yet. If we get a better image of who committed this crime, you'll have it. There is no effort to preclude the public, online investigators in the press, from getting to the result faster than we can. If you can identify this person faster than we can, have at it.
Has there ever been a mass shooting in modern America where there's not a single image of the crime scene? We don't even know what the auditorium looks like, not even a rendering. We haven't seen shell casings, bullet holes. They don't even know if the shooter came in the front or the back. And now they're telling Fox, police don't even know how long the shooter was in the room. They don't even tell us how long it took for police to respond to the scene. Apparently, there's anywhere between 20 to 60 eyewitnesses, and no one took any video. Did anybody try to tackle the gunman? The new excuse for why they didn't have a camera by the building was because the building was old. You know where they do have a camera? Outside the university president's house. That building is over 100 years old. And they have state-of-the-art security cameras. But this building facing the streets of Providence doesn't have a camera. And the door didn't need a swipe card.
Oh, guys, you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. Or just send a gift if you just want to show some support. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
And campus security didn't have a guard there.
Was there a security guard ever posted at the engineering building entrance? If so, were they there that day, and what did they do? And if not, why not?
So maybe I'll ask our chief of police to speak to that.
On that day, we did not have and do not have a security asset posted inside the building.
Is that atypical of Saturday or in that particular building? How do you determine where security is posted?
No
Is
campus
that
police?
the purview of Brown Police?
That is typical for that academic space.
So that right there is the mysterious campus safety chief, Rodney Chapman. Funny, we haven't really heard from him. Where's he been? Well, we just discovered the Brown University police chief isn't really a big fan of policing. He once said this: communities don't want policing done to them. How this guy came to Brown is a crazy story. He was the head of campus security at the University of Utah. And right after he was hired there, he was immediately suspended because he didn't have the proper credentials. Utah then told him, we're going to fire you or you're going to have to resign. What's it going to be? So Rodney resigned and Brown said, we'll take you.
What?
And right before this shooting, Brown's police union issued a vote of no confidence in Chief Rodney. The chief's own men accused Rodney of endangering officers and creating a toxic workplace culture. Rodney should know the campus better than anyone.
God damn it. DEI. I know. And bro, look, man, the man's black. I'm going to be real with you, though. That's DEI. That's exactly what the F word talk about when we say, yo, look, he wasn't qualified. Another place say, look, bro, you're not qualified. We got to suspend you, let you go. But for some reasons, Brown's ass want to practice DEI, hire him, and at the suffering of the Brown police officers. Like, are you serious? This is what we mean by DEI. This man is not qualified. And I'm not saying this because he's black. I'm saying this because, well, that's what everybody else is saying. Actually, his former employer said so.
But all week, he's been hiding under his desk. He's obviously completely unqualified. Brown's the most liberal Ivy League school, and they take DEI more seriously than safety. The school's been under intense pressure.
I mean, bro, he said, yes, policing doesn't stop crime. Police is reactionary. Like, you know, you actually do got a somewhat of a point right there. But if we don't react to crime, then it's going to perpetuate. I mean, if we don't react to a robbery, the robberies are just going to keep on happening because nobody's reacting to a robbery. So, yes, we actually do need to police crimes, even if it's reactionary, not proactive. And let's be real, you wouldn't really like proactive. You guys are actually crying about proactive policing right now. You know that, right? The National Guard, which stands guard out there to kind of deter criminals away from doing crime. You guys are against proactive policing, and then you want to bitch about reactive policing? I mean, come on now, pick a side. You can't bitch about both.
Pressure from the Palestinian students. The president, who was a no-show at today's presser, has been heckled for years by Muslim underclassmen. She always bends the knee, but they heckle her anyway. Over the summer, radical left human rights groups demanded Brown disable their security cameras so Palestinian activists could raise hell under the radar. Did they cave? We asked. No response. It's not just Brown. The whole city is a DEI mess. You know who else was at the press conference? The Providence City Council Chief of Staff is a genderless bisexual who was arrested for protesting at Trump Tower this year. Meanwhile, the police chief could be compromised. Turns out the chief's nephew was sentenced to 22 years in federal prison for running one of the largest fentanyl rings in Rhode Island. And Mayor Smiley promoted him to chief knowing his family was trafficking.
Oh, wow.
Why would Smiley do that? Well, because Smiley and the chief speak the same language. The chief's main goal is...
I mean, bro, it's like, how do you arrest somebody who hasn't done a crime? It's like, bro, I'm not talking about arresting somebody. I'm talking about if you put police... Let's say this. If we think about it, what you're saying is, oh, well, how are you proactive towards crime by just... No, you don't just arrest people. You put police outside of banks, outside of stores, anywhere that can be robbed, anywhere that anybody can go rob, just automatically put police outside of there. No, don't wait for robbery. Just have the police already there, already in front of every store, in front of every Walmart, in front of every store bank, doesn't matter. If you could steal from it, pull a policeman outside of it. That would be proactive, because you're not arresting nobody. You're just deterring because the police is already there. Most likely, you're not going to try to commit a crime when the police is already there. Usually people commit crime when the police is not there, and they hope that they're not there and hope that they got time to get away before the police get there. Like, come on now, let's use some common sense. Don't be crazy about this.
To diversify the department. It's too white. He says when an officer shows up to a call on a Colombian block party, say, Colombians are loud. They know how to party. And a Colombian officer would be more understanding, while a white officer would just start slapping cuffs on everyone at the fiesta. This is the guy leading the investigation into one of the biggest unsolved mass shootings in American history. 11 people shot, 2 dead. One was like the most prominent Republican on campus. And we don't have any answers or videos or pictures. We don't know what he shouted, if he had an accomplice, the size of his gun, the number of witnesses, where he is, how he got out. And the people trying to ask questions are getting told, shut up, by the Rhode Island senator.
Literally.
For people who have no idea what they're talking about to offer their stupid and ill-informed views about what happened all over the internet. So I would please, just from a law enforcement perspective, ask anyone who sees.
I mean, release all the footage, then you ain't got nothing to worry about. I mean, look, you guys say you got witnesses, and now y'all saying, well, we got 60 witnesses, but now all of a sudden you can't find them. Or we got 60 witnesses, but actually, no, we actually got 10 or less. It's like, what's going on? Like, if y'all got witnesses, then we should have had this guy by now, or at least a description. At least a well-drawn description of this man, like back in the day, where the description artist drew out this man. And it'd actually be a spot-on description of somebody. It's actually pretty impressive. Shout out to my man Chad, though. He said, what makes the chief a DEI hire? 20 years of police experience, chief of police for the University of Dayton, and for University of, oh, he's really trash. Oh, he was, oh, hell no. For Dayton? Do you know how? Oh, okay, never mind, bro. For Dayton? Oh, hell no, he really is trash. And the University of Utah, bro, isn't that where Charlie Kirk kind of got shot? Are you sure, bro? I mean, bro, I know personally University of Dayton got bad policing, terrible policing. I know personally because I'm in Ohio and I went to school at Wright State. So trust me, I have experience with the University of Dayton. And the University of Utah, that couldn't provide enough security detail to avoid Charlie Kirk getting shot. And now there's all these holes in the case that we just don't know about, footage that we still don't have. Like, bro, you sure you would? I mean, I'm sorry, bro, but it's just funny that you brought up those two. It's just funny that you brought up those two. If you're trying to say he's not a DI hire, well, I mean, dog, what else would you say when his other job said, yo, you're not qualified? And then the job that he's at now, he's performing horribly at. I mean, look at the situation right now. Maybe if his Brown looked at his current employer and said, yo, why'd you fire this guy? Oh, because he didn't have all the qualifications. They might have avoided this. So yeah, that's kind of a DEI hire. I mean, man, sorry, but mainly because he's black. And they just wanted a black, police chief at the College of Brown. It just sounds so good. What can I say? It just looks good. It looks good on paper, does it not? Black police chiefs at Brown University. Sounds good.
This
didn't work out so well, but sounds good.
To just shut up.
They're asking for the public's help, but they're telling us to shut up. They arrested the wrong guy, got no video, and didn't even know if the brown cop cars had dash cams. They're in no position to lecture anybody.
Look, I wouldn't say he was DEI if he didn't have a history of incompetence. Like, your guy's acting like I'm going off of his color. I'm literally going off of his competence. And then you're saying that he's been jumping to all these different universities. Well, doesn't that kind of show you something? That maybe he hasn't been doing good at those universities? Because trust me, Dayton is, bruh, that was trash back in the day. University of Utah, I mean, well, look at it current day. And then, of course, I mean, look at him today. And I'll be real with you. Did you look up the jobs and see why he got fired? Because maybe it was the University of Dayton or Utah that was the one that said, yo, we're firing you because you're not qualified. Like, I'm not saying this because he's black. I hope you know this. I'm saying this because he's had a history of incompetence. And this, be real, it's not me saying this. It's not Jesse Waters saying this, it's his old employers. So you can't even target this at us. Like, if you want to get mad at his former employers.
Completely unacceptable, the whole thing.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern.
But, and I know I probably lost a lot of people by bringing up the Charlie Kirk murder with Utah, but I'm kind of just saying, like, think about it like this. If that was the security practice of Utah then, it's already poor, then I'm pretty sure he wasn't operating at a bit. Well, I'm pretty sure he wasn't operating at the best there either. And like I said, you're getting mad at me, but we're talking about past employers. So I'm not sure why y'all so emotional about this guy. Just because I said he's DEI because of his past employment says that he's incompetent. I mean, the Brown police were complaining about his incompetence. So why are y'all getting mad at me again? Why are y'all getting mad at me when his own people is saying that he's incompetent and you're trying to run defense for a guy that you never worked for? Okay, then. All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Congresswoman, thank you for
That
being
makes
here. Obviously,
perfect
it's been a
sense.
big day
All
here
right.
in Washington and over at the White House. The people I've been talking to, it's a lot of the fallout from the Vanity Fair interview, the comments from Susie Wiles on the record that they've been defending against.
Now, hold on, bro. Are you dumb? I never said that he worked at the University of Utah. I just said the fact that he brought up the University of Utah after the abysmal performance or the abysmal security performance that they provided Charlie Kirk is just funny. That's all I'm saying. It's just, that was it. I didn't say that he worked at University of Utah. I would hope you're smart enough to decipher that.
Obviously,
probably
the
not.
president famously does not drink and never has. But when Susie Wiles compares him and says that he is the personality,
But all right, though, let's get into it because Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course, has some stuff to say. And like I said, it's like the newest enemy of Trump due to their falling out over text messages and, well, pretty much text messages and ignored text messages. And then, of course, Trump coming out and calling her a traitor. And let's be real, before Trump came out and called her Marjorie Traitor Greene, she was actually going all on CNN and MSNBC and all left-wing media pretty much, well, speaking out against the president's policies. But here's the thing, though. She's doing what the left did. Speaking out, but not really having no real, like, I'm gonna be real with you, no real solutions. The only solution she ever really came out with was the H-1B visa bill that I agreed with her on. But she hasn't even written that up yet. Actually, she's about to step down from Congresswoman. But it is what it is. I mean, and shout out to my man Jet, because yeah, they don't know that for some reason. Past performance matters. No promotion for being shit. It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, it's kind of funny how they were getting mad. You called him DEI because he's black. No, I didn't. I called him DEI because of his past performance and due to the fact that Brown hired him. I'm like, yeah, that's DEI because they most likely hired your ass because you was black, knowing damn well you had a terrible performance in your past employment. So it is what it is. I mean, you can't get mad at me for that. Get mad at the employers. Get mad at the Brown police that said he's not a good police chief. Instead, y'all want to go ahead and get mad at me. Like, come on now. Come on. Context clues are lost these days. I know, right? Bro literally said, you said that he worked at University. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I just said it was funny that he brought that up.
Congresswoman, thank you for being here. Obviously, it's been a big day here in Washington and over at the White House. The people I've been talking to, it's a lot of the fallout from the Vanity Fair interview, the comments from Susie Wiles on the record that they've been defending against. Obviously, the president famously does not drink and never has. But when Susie Wiles compares him and says that he is the personality of an alcoholic, and the way she described that, she meant that he basically has a view that there's nothing he can't do, nothing, zero, nothing. Do you agree with that assessment?
I disagree with that. And we saw the major fallout happen yesterday with his statements on the tragic murder of Rob Reiner and his wife. MAGA faithful.
Now, if you listen to the full context, because here's the thing, Vanity Fair, they did do Susie Wiles dirty. They definitely take mostly everything she said out of context. Mostly everything she said. Not everything. Some of the stuff she said is still actually pretty damn wild and concerning. But when it came to the alcoholic personality, she was kind of speaking on a study she heard from, what was it? Some type of like alcohol, like what was it? Those AA guys or people who help these alcoholics and all that good stuff. And even therapists that she was mentioning saying that, oh, these people who are alcoholics, they happen to be like energetic people, they happen to be happy, or those alcoholic personalities that feel like, oh, I can do anything because they just have like a natural, what was it, liquid courage. I don't know. You ever met those guys? Just natural liquid courage. You damn near think that they just woke up and just took 2 shots off the rip. But no, they're just overly positive. Just think that they can tackle the world and they can do anything and all that good stuff. And I mean, it's a good thing to have in a president. But to call it an alcoholic personality, I don't know about that. A liquid courage personality would have probably been better.
I reacted big time, and they called it out. It's all over social media. People, his supporters, including myself, we didn't appreciate hearing the president, who himself was shot, and after Charlie Kirk's horrific murder, we didn't appreciate, even if you don't agree with Rob Reiner politically, there's.
I mean, I'm sorry, but there's I'm gonna address the slow guy in the chat one more time. Chad did not prove or showed he was qualified. Chad showed he had prior experience. He had experience in University of Dayton and the University of Utah. Doesn't mean he was absolutely qualified. Because remember, he was suspended for not having enough qualifications. If you were actually listening. So I'm sorry, but you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're saying. You're just trying to get me in a gotcha moment. But trust me, that's not going to work with me because I know what I'm saying.
There was no reason for his statement to be the statement that he made.
Yeah, when he says, I mean, it was just in the immediate aftermath of us finding out.
But to speak on Rob Reiner and Trump's comment towards Rob Reiner, that was completely unacceptable. He had no business doing that. I don't know what TDS has to do with his son stabbing him multiple times. Like, it was out of line, and I don't support it whatsoever.
About Rob Reiner, and obviously now his son has been taken into custody. You've said that his murder was not about politics or political enemies. The president called him bad for our country and said he was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned.
I thought that statement was absolutely completely below the office of the president of the United States, classless, and it was just wrong.
It was.
It's a tragic murder. It's a family ripped apart. And from my understanding, what I've seen on the news, it was drug abuse and mental illness. And many families across America deal with family members that are drug addicts or have mental health issues. And I think the president should have responded with compassion and talked about those issues. He didn't have to make it about politics. And I think that was.
I mean, honestly, he could have spun this into a reason of, oh, this is why we're bombing boats off the coast of Venezuela to avoid more problems like this. R.I.P. Rob Reiner will live. Like, bro, he could even hit him with the look. I may have disagreed with the man, but R.I.P. to him. We may have disagreed, but this is one of the main reasons why we need to tackle this fentanyl crisis or this drug crisis in America. He could have spun it like that. He didn't have to make it about himself. That's what killed me. I was like, all right, bro, that's strike one. Like, come on now. But shout out to Toe. She says, I'm gonna do this now. PSA: any racist insults towards a host will get you kicked. First and only warning. And shout out Toe. Appreciate that.
It's really below what we expect our president to talk like.
It's clearly also really tragic just for the Reiner family.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you have no problem calling out what the president said, but why do you think other Republicans have struggled to do so?
I can't comprehend it, but Caitlin, I'd like to point something out. Just last week, and I think the dam is breaking. Many Republicans may not have called him out, but last week, 13 Republicans voted with Democrats.
Yeah, bro, I'm sorry. One, I'm kicking you. One, because you're disrespectful to the mod. Two, because you're disrespectful to the host. And three, honestly, because you're just retarded. I'm be honest. You're actually retarded. Well, like I said, you said that Charlie Kirk's death is somehow a failure. I didn't say Charlie Kirk's death was somehow a failure to achieve. That's what I'm saying. You guys sound dumb. It's like some of y'all are just reaching. Like, bro, you're goodbye. It's like, and then the thing is, I was letting you cook for a minute. I was letting you walk for a minute now. So you can't even say I'm just shutting you up because we disagree. There's other people who disagree who's being way more respectful than you, and I'll take them over you.
To overturn one of President Trump's executive orders, which enabled him to fire federal workers. We also saw Indiana Republicans vote against redistricting. He didn't call any of them traitors and call for primaries against them. But I would like to say that that is
Mhm.
a sign where you're seeing Republicans, they're entering the campaign phase for 2026, which is a large signal that lame duck season has begun and that Republicans will go in all in for themselves in order to save their own reelections.
You think the dam is breaking in terms of the president's iron?
See, and this is the problem with Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's like she completely switched sides, and I wish it was on this whole crusade of, oh, I just want to do what's right. I do. But no, what I've been looking up is that's mainly because she's not getting a chance to get out of being a congresswoman. She wants to be senator, she wants to try to be governor, but the Republicans ain't really giving her that shot. Trump's ignoring her calls because she's coming less and less important as somebody in the Republican Party. And I guess this is her kind of lashing out. And here's the thing, I actually agree with some of the stuff she criticizes Trump on. Like, I do. I'm being fair with her. But the way she went around to liberal media instead of just hitting Trump up directly, then after she went around and eviscerated the Trump administration all over mainstream media and on Theo Vaughn, then she wanted to try to text Trump like, oh, now can we talk after I just got done shit talking you all over media? It's like, bro, that's not the way you do it, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, that's a very immature way of trying to get your point across. And then when he called you a traitor, because I'm be real with you, you was going behind the president's back doing all these interviews instead of just coming straight to him. Or I don't know, at least you could have went on Fox News and did it. But like I said, I respect when she's spoke out about, oh, he needs to park his ass at the White House and focus on domestic policies. I respected that. But when you want to talk about like affordability as if the Democrats didn't cause that, and you want to sit there and you want to try to say, oh, well, the president is working fast enough. And then you want to bring up immigration with ICE and says, well, I don't know if this ICE operation is working out because I have illegals on my construction site and I'm being told that it hurts us. And I'm just like, wow. Okay. So you're picking and choosing, honestly. You're picking and choosing what you want to align with.
Grip of support when it comes to your party.
Absolutely. Those 13 Republicans that voted to take down his executive order last week, literally that same evening, put on their tuxedos and their evening ball gowns and went to the White House Christmas party. That's pretty bold.
What do you think? Do you think that message is being received at the White House?
I'm sure it's being received, and there's a lot of pushback happening. You're seeing it all within the conference. And just to be clear, Caitlin, I have a 98% voting record with President Trump. The only places that I've stood against him on are, of course, with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and the discharge petition against destroying state rights when it comes to making regulation and laws on AI.
See, but here's the thing, though. And this is what kind of makes her shit all for, this kind of makes her like stomping around all for naught, because we got the Epstein Transparency Act. Actually, it's today. I think today's the deadline. All the files are supposed to be released by today. So we're going to see what comes of that. But you trying to sit there and complain about the Epstein files and complain about the victims as if Donald Trump would stop you, which he wasn't. He wasn't even trying to stop the oversight committee. Like, maybe I think Mike Johnson was trying to lay off and go on vacation, and that wasn't even true. He was just following the schedule. So nobody's honestly been really trying to stop the Epstein files from coming out. And that's been shown by the voting from the Epstein Transparency Act. And here's the thing. I think the main argument of the Republican side, even though I disagree with this argument, but they constantly bring it up, is they want to protect the victims, protect people's identity, because it might get brought up on something that, well, they can't really vindicate themselves on because they haven't been charged on it. So I get that argument, but sorry, we actually need to know what's been going on and how much blackmail has been running through our government, because it's looking like it's pretty deep, especially how hard these Epstein files has been guarded and how much it's been looked over. Because I know the Dems want to talk about it now, but I mean, for 4 years straight, Biden was acting like it was just it wasn't important. Like, and it's kind of crazy how people say, well, he didn't run on it. I mean, it's kind of crazy how you got to run on wanting to catch pedophiles. I mean, maybe that's why, I don't know, maybe that's why he let a whole bunch of kids cross into the border and get kidnapped by pedophiles, basically. Maybe because he didn't run on it. Maybe that's why it's okay for the Dems to come up with that argument. But it is what it is. I do just think it's funny how, you got to run on catching a pedophile. But I'll be quite honest with you, when it comes to the Epstein files, the way Trump handled it, well, not Trump, but the way Bondi and Cash Patel handled it, abysmal. They did terrible. And that's honestly why Trump was even giving out that rhetoric of, well, think about it. His FBI and his attorney general is saying, hey, no, there's nothing in here, nothing you need to worry about. It's a hoax. Who do you think he's going to listen to? He's going to listen to those two that's telling him it's a hoax and just move on. And that's the fault of Cash Patel and Pam Bondi. That's why those two need to get fired. But shout out Tove. Margie Taylor Greene flipped the moment she realized it would hurt her company. Horrible. Literally, it's like, bro, literally when I start hearing about, oh, well, you know, I own a construction company and other construction workers are complaining about the immigration laws, I'm just like, are you serious? You're the main one speaking out. And then here's the thing, she kind of moved the goalposts from illegal ones that are working on construction to the H-1B visas, because they know, Lord knows the construction don't use H-1B, but they sure do like to abuse the illegals. So it was pretty wild to hear her say that, just like switch up completely. And ever since she said that, I was like, yeah, I don't think I can trust you. You're kind of speaking out of self-interest at a certain point.
And then a few other issues like bringing in 600,000 Chinese foreign students, replacing American students. And I'm largely
I'm
opposed
against
to
that.
H-1B visas and visas replacing American workers. So I've only broken from the president in a few places, but he came down on me the hardest. But yet he's got real problems with Republicans within the House and the Senate that will be breaking with him on more things to come.
Yeah, you wouldn't know that.
I mean, what is it? They broke on him with a Indiana redistricting. They broke, like, a lot of people don't agree with him on the 600,000 Chinese students or Chinese spies coming over here. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we disagree with Trump on. But Margie Taylor Greene, I mean, you're kind of hyping it up a bit. But that's only because she's a bit disgruntled because Trump ignored the threats that were made to her. Like you said, because she said, what was it? Oh, because you called me a traitor, I have all these threats coming into me. Like, do you think you can stop the rhetoric? And then pretty much Trump just said, hey, good luck with that, sis. And yeah, now she's out here hurt. Rightfully so, though. Rightfully so. She pretty much, I mean, Trump did just give her a cold shoulder.
You have voted with him as often as
To
you
death
have.
threats,
If you listen to
death
his
threats.
recent comments about you, and he was really critical of you when I asked him about you saying that he needs to focus more on domestic issues than foreign issues. That was something that Susie Wiles seemed to agree with in this remarkable on the record interview. She said that there need to be more talks about the domestic economy and less about Saudi Arabia is probably called for. Do you think that's a message that is breaking through with everyone but the president?
Absolutely. While CNN has been talking about affordability, all of a sudden, after Republicans got crushed in that election not too long ago, Fox News is all of a sudden willing to talk about affordability.
No, wow. See, that's what I'm saying. She's turning on the whole right. I like it. All right. Well, at least she's all right. She's standing on 10 with that one. But here's the crazy thing about affordability, Margie Taylor Greene. It's just that, I mean, here's the thing. And this is what I don't get about the Dems, because their base is running off a fuck Trump agenda. And that's the scary thing about the Democratic Party, because they don't even realize how they're voting for the people that put them in this unaffordability crisis. Think about it. When they won in Virginia and New Jersey, it wasn't because, I'm gonna be real with you, it wasn't even a close race. That the one they've been blue states, they've been blue areas. But also, it's just confusing to me how, all right, they brought up the whole affordability thing. Now, when I asked these Dems, all right, well, what did they tell you about affordability? Like, how did they tell you they were going to fix affordability? Oh, they didn't. They just told me that Trump is terrible on affordability, so I should vote for them. I'm like, okay, so you just pretty much just went with a criticizer who had no solutions. And yeah, I mean, that's the problem with the Democratic Party. Y'all vote for criticism, but you don't vote for solutions. And y'all need to get over that, because y'all going to kill your own cities, you're going to kill your own state, your own economy, and you're going to get worse in this affordability crisis if you honestly don't start holding your politicians accountable when it comes to this stuff, instead of just going on the F Trump agenda. Like, how long is that going to work on you guys before you realize that they're not helping you out with anything, that you don't hold them accountable to what you voted them for in? Because when y'all voted Abigail Spanberger in, I'm be like, bro, you think she's going to make things affordable for you? You're talking about the same party that caused you an affordability crisis. You're going to vote for on the guidelines of affordability. All right, maybe on immigration, if you're one of them open border globalist people, I can understand that. But affordability, all right. I mean, God bless, man. God bless.
Because it is a crisis, and health insurance is the coming crisis that we're trying to work on in the House right now, but they waited too late. Speaker Johnson kept the government shut down for 8 weeks, not the government, I'm sorry, the House of Representatives.
Wow, Speaker Johnson, 8 weeks. All right, about to say, like, come on now. How did Johnson have anything to do with that when the Democrats were the one voting no and the Republicans were voting yes? See, is at this point, like, Marjorie, you're not making any sense now. Now you're just doing everything you can to just shit on or to go against Trump, and you're just looking like another liberal, another TDS liberal. And I mean, there's liberals who have reasonable criticism of Trump, but then it gets to a point where it gets unreasonable and you start blaming them for stuff that, like, honestly don't really make too much sense. The affordability crisis. Well, when did prices go up 20%? Under Biden. So why are you trying to blame the affordability crisis on Trump when he's actually got back buying power? So, but you don't want to bring up that because you're disgruntled with the man. All right.
And kept the government shut down for 8 weeks, not the government, I'm sorry, the House of Representatives kept us out of session for 8 weeks during the government shutdown, but yet we could have been in Washington working day in and day out, preparing for this upcoming crisis. In my rural district, I have 75,000 people that are on ACA tax credits. And here's the truth for the Republican Party. The large portion of those 75,000 people are Republican voters. And so this is a real issue, but instead of
yeah, but Marjorie, like, what are you working for the insurance companies now? Because you know those ACA tax credits go to the insurance companies, and even with the ACA subsidies being extended, the price is still going to go up 18-30%. Did you tell your constituents that? Did you tell them that, you know, with the status quo, I know it may not triple or double, but you're still going to see an 18 to 30% increase in your insurance premium? If that's cool with you, I don't know why people are not being open with this, because here's the crazy part, and I hope the Dems don't do this, because even if we pass the ACA subsidies and it still goes up 18 to 30%, I hope they don't blame it on Trump, because I could see them doing that and I could see that play. But is she being real when she's saying, oh, well, you need to extend the ACA subsidies because most of them are Republicans? And we get that. We're not sitting here just saying that most people on Obamacare or on government health care is Democrats. Nobody's saying that. We're just saying that, we feel like it's being used for I'll be real, it's being given to the wrong people. It's being given to the insurance companies that steady raising their prices, but their stock portfolios going up or their stock prices going up. And the American people, I'm be real with you, is less affordable for healthcare for them. Like, Margie Taylor Greene, are you really saying that you're against that? And are you just doing this just because it's F Trump? This is where the TDS comes in. And this is where, like, obviously she has a hatred for Trump now. And I get it. You complained to him about your death threats and he gave you the cold shoulder. And that, I agree. That's effed up. I don't agree with that. But to come out here, just sit there and just try to take all the leftist talking points. Come on, sis. That ain't it. Like, you're better than that. But shout out to people think Trump ran on Epstein files. He did not. He said maybe depending on national security, which he did. He said he would release JFK, MLK, and his own assassination attempt. Mainstream media pushed the idea, he ran on it. No, that is true though, because even when they bring up the interview, when they said, what about the Epstein files? He said, I don't know about that one. He's like, I don't know. It depends. But he did say he'll release the JFK, which he did. He did say he'll release the MLK, which he did. And his assassination attempt, which we're still actually waiting on, because we don't know goddamn thing about Thomas Crooks. Not a damn thing, except that he was just some like radical psycho on the internet who liked Trump, then hated everybody. I mean, he went from loving MAGA and just hating liberals, but it was extreme hate for liberals, damn near wishing death on them, to basically wishing death on both sides. And everybody's retarded and everybody's stupid and everybody don't know what they're talking about. I mean, he went the cynical black pill route.
Working hard to come up with a solution. They have waited to the last minute, and we're literally weeks away from those expiring.
Do you think Republicans are going to rue the day that those Obamacare subsidies expire?
It appears.
I mean, let's be honest. Who set the expiration for the healthcare subsidies to expire? Y'all want to answer that? No. Let's answer that. Who set that expiration date? Who set the Obamacare, the enhanced Obamacare healthcare subsidies to expire on December 31st, 2025? Who did it? Biden, under the Inflation Reduction Act. They did it. They created this. They set this time. They could have set it longer. They could have made it permanent until they thought of something better. But no. They're the ones who set this, and now they're trying to push the blame on the Republicans. It's kind of like I said, they blame the Republicans for everything that they caused. It's like, it's kind of wild. He's like, they caused an affordability crisis. Things become more unaffordable under Biden. Oh no, it's Trump's fault, bro. It's like crazy. They cause high crime in their cities. Then they want to get mad when Trump want to bring in the National Guard to some of these cities. It's like they literally cry about everything that they cause that Trump tries to fix. It's absolutely insane. Oh yes, and of course with this, when it comes to we're in a medical crisis or the healthcare subsidies. Yeah, you guys were the one who set them to expire. Remember, why did you guys set them to expire in the first place if they're oh so important? Like under the Biden administration, like remember, this is who set the expiration date. Do you have an answer for that? Of course you don't. Of course, you probably didn't even know that.
That way, there's a lot of arguments going on in the conference, and that's been happening all day today on the House floor.
Yeah, it seemed quite tense today between House Speaker Mike Johnson and some of the moderates who want to vote on those Obamacare subsidies. On affordability, the president is going to address the nation tomorrow night. He says to talk about, basically what a great year they've had since he returned to office. Do you want him to hear him say there's no inflation like he did last week, which is not true?
It's not true. Inflation, of course, reached its highest point during the Biden administration, and Americans know that. Inflation has steadied around 2.5%. So he can't say there's no inflation. However,
Yeah, but he can definitely say that, bro. Come on now, y'all taking him at his word like that. Now y'all just being literal and being sad. Look, when he says there's no inflation, he pretty much saying that he lowered inflation. He pretty much stopped the rapid increase of prices under Biden due to the high inflation. That's what he's mainly talking about. To get it from 9% all the way out there to 3 to 2.5, 3%. Core inflation is about at 3% right now. Yeah, that's an accomplishment, and it's definitely lower from when we were under Biden. So I mean, y'all the wrong people to sit here and cry about inflation and sit here and pretend like Trump hasn't improved inflation from Biden. Like, let's be real. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene got to admit, but you got to play semantics and be like, well, he's wrong because, inflation isn't completely gone. We actually kind of do need a little bit of inflation. We can't have no inflation. We're going to have deflation. And that's not something we want to deal with either.
However, what I would like to see from the president is empathy for Americans. Donald Trump is a billionaire and he's the president of the United States. When he looks into a camera and says affordability is a hoax and just totally tries to make nothing out of inflation, he's talking to Americans that are suffering and have been suffering for many years now and are having a hard time making ends meet. And so that's not the right message to tell Americans.
So what does he need to say tomorrow night, in your view?
In my view, I think he needs to actually dive all in on America First policies. He needs to keep Air Force One parked in the hangar and stay away from foreign countries. He needs to stop the revolving door of foreign leaders into his White House. He needs to stop embracing Al-Qaeda, ISIS terrorists that were once wanted by the United States, who have now become the Syrian president, and stop calling people like me traitors.
I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm sorry, but trying to build a good relationship with people in the Middle East isn't a bad thing. It's how you stop forever wars. We're trying to work on an economic investment. Marjorie, unless you got trillions of dollars to put into energy production and AI, I mean, you might want to shut the F up. I mean, unless you got Saudi money, you might want to shut up. Oh, yes. And then now about Syria, I actually agree with her on. We probably do need to get out of Syria. I mean, look, we already put in this Al-Qaeda guy. Let him do what he wants with Syria and just hope for the best. But I agree with her on that. But having Trump work with these foreign dignitaries, these foreign leaders who are actually invested into America, I mean, what are you complaining about? No, really, what are you complaining about? Because, we kind of got to do this, right? We already have a lot of foreign investment in our country already. Don't you think it'd be wise to talk to the leaders of these countries about that? About how we can even that out or how we can stop it or maybe let it work more for the American people as he's been doing with various world leaders. Like, come on, Marjorie, let's be real here. Now you're being a bit petty.
Who have now become the Syrian president and stop calling people like me traitors. He needs to focus on the campaign policies that he promised the American people, not his big donors, not big pharma, not big tech, and not foreign leaders.
So putting 100% on big pharma, what did that help them? No, it brought pharmaceutical manufacturing over here. He brought more car manufacturing over here. Shoot, I mean, let's be real. He's kind of actually going against his donors when he hits them with these tariffs. They don't like the tariffs. They're because these importers, aka these multi-million-dollar companies, are the one that's eating these tariffs. And as much as the Dems want to sit there and say, "Oh, it's passed on to the consumer," well, if you look at the consumer price index, that's not true, and they know that. I mean, if you look at it, it went up by what 0.3, 0.4% month over month. You can blame that on inflation, but not tariffs, especially if the baseline tariff is what 10%. So wouldn't that mean if we're even eating just a little bit of it, we should see the consumer price index go up at least 2%, at least 1 or 2 months? At least if we're just eating just a little bit of it.
He needs to focus on the people that stood in line in the freezing rain, the snow, the scorching sun, and all types of weather, and stood on their feet waiting to go into rallies to see him and to hear what he had to say. Those are the people that matter, not the lobbyists, not the big donors, and not the people he wants to have at White House big parties.
You mentioned the few places where you've broken with him, including on the Epstein files and having those released. The DOJ deadline is Friday. And Susie Wiles was actually pretty critical of the Justice Department's handling of this so far. She said there is no client list, and it sure as hell wasn't on Pam Bondi's desk. Why do you think the Attorney General said that it was then?
I'm not sure. I don't have specifics on that, but I've listened to the women themselves. And the women themselves, a smaller portion of them, which is, there's a lot of them. They think there's around 1,000 victims, but a smaller portion of these women say that there is a list of men, rich, powerful.
Oh, and shout out Asher Rose. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, happy Thursday to everyone. I love the channel at S.E.T. You do an amazing job. Hey, I appreciate that, sis. I really do. Shout out Asher.
Men that they were passed around to. Now that's a list that they have kept to themselves.
Oh, and I seen you in the Candace comments. Which was hilarious because I was looking through the Candace comments just to see what everybody was thinking. And I didn't know everybody was thinking that about her. What was it? About her little video after the Erica Kirk meeting. I guess it was a huge letdown and everybody was disappointed. But, you know, we'll get into that later on in the stream.
Frankly, because they're terrified. These women don't have money to pay attorneys if they get sued. Every expense comes out of their own pockets. And after death threats that I've received, supporting and keeping my name on the discharge petition, for the first time, I can understand exactly what they've been intimidated by for so many years. So as far as what Susie Wiles and Pam Bondi were talking, I can't speak to specifics on that, but I can speak to what the women have told me.
Do you believe that the president is not in the Epstein files, or that he's in them, but he's not in there for doing anything awful, as Susie Wiles put it? Do you think that that's true?
The women have said that Donald Trump did nothing wrong, and their attorney told us in a closed-door meeting, and also told us elsewhere, that Donald Trump was the only one that helped them when they went to trial. So I'm believing the words that they spoke.
And let me tell you what, look, here's the thing. That's the consistent story that the attorney, the person who was prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein at the time, what was it, like during his little massage parlor thing? Yeah, Trump was snitching on Trump. Yes, he's in the Epstein files as a snitch, as an informant, as a person who was giving details on Jeffrey Epstein. The victims say that Trump never did anything. Virginia Dufresne, which is the lady that came out with the book that died, God rest her soul, in a mysterious crash. But yes, even she said that Trump had no weird interactions with any of the girls or her at all. So when you guys sit here and try to say that, oh, this is why Trump's hiding the Epstein list. No, Trump hit the Epstein list because his FBI and his attorney general said that there's nothing there, that there's a Democratic hoax and you should ignore it. And Trump went with what they said. That's why Trump ignored the Epstein file. Not because he's in it. It's because he was told from his cabinet, from his trusted advisors, which would be in the situation right now, which would be Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, that, hey, yeah, there's nothing in there. He didn't traffic into anybody. And anybody tells you different, it's a hoax. They're lying, Trump. Because what did they come out and tell us on TV? That same exact bullshit. And we all know it was bullshit, but hey, what was Trump going to do? Go against his advisors that he so-called trusts so much? And yes, he went with them foolishly. But even now, he should realize that, okay, maybe they weren't telling me all the truth, since there's an oversight committee, there's more files coming out, more information coming out that's actually pointing to the fact that, yes, this guy may have been an intelligence officer, an intelligent operative that was running a blackmail operation. More evidence pointing towards that. So we'll see what comes out next, because the Epstein files are to be released today, actually. Today. So there shouldn't be no longer waiting. The what was it? Because they had 30 days, right? I think the 30 days end today. Like, somebody remind me if I'm wrong, because I might. Well, somebody remind me and let me know today, because I believe it's today. It was supposed to be the 18th of December. We're supposed to get this full drop on the list. No, hopefully nothing's heavily redacted, and we're supposed to end this once and for all. God willing. God willing, of course. Never know with these guys.
CNN anchor Jake Tapper is now admitting that he's going extra hard on Trump's health after clearly dropping the ball on Joe Biden.
We cover it all the time on my show, all the time. And I think that is to a large degree because we saw what happened with Biden. And while we covered it, we didn't cover it. Maybe we didn't ask as many questions as we should have at the time. And I think it is a legitimate question for any president of any age, but particularly anybody who is like in the range of being an octogenarian, right? We cover it all the time.
So basically, I failed with Joe Biden, so I'm going to concoct something about Trump.
No, it is a bit disingenuous, like how the Dems completely ignore Donald Trump. I mean, completely ignore Biden's like complete mental decline, but then they want to bring up Donald Trump. Like, actually, you know, it was so funny because I caught this after the debate when Biden had that not mental breakdown, but like he had that terrible performance. Like, bro couldn't even finish his sentence. Like, after that, that's when I actually started seeing, oh, well, what about Trump? Trump's age? What about Trump's age? And I was just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You guys are really talking about age when we just watch Biden have a complete, like, mental cognitive meltdown on stage. Are y'all sure y'all want to talk about calling out people's, you know, not mental health, but calling out people's, I guess, their age, calling them out on their age? Are you sure you guys want to do that? Because you guys weren't too quick to call out Biden. You waited till after his presidency to admit it. So who are we to trust you guys when you couldn't catch Biden? And it was too obvious. Everybody was calling it out but the Dems. So I'm sorry, but when it calls out to calling any types of Alzheimer's or anything like that, yeah, we can't really trust your eye on that one since you ignored Biden oh so well. But all of a sudden, hey, you got clear view with Trump, though. I mean, that's hilarious.
Greg?
You know, persuasion isn't what you tell yourself. It's what you tell other people. And he is talking to himself there, and you can kind of see that as he looks off. All of this originates, and I would say all in terms of the media, from ego. The Trump derangement bias was due to a disbelief that millions of people think you're wrong. And the Biden cover-up was due to the sunk cost that they had invested in their own assumptions, and it was too much to let go. And now they're clinging to this shipwreck of an industry still in denial of their own culpability. There has to be, if they ever want to regain credibility, there has to be a full admission of what actually went on, along with some kind of like restitution. But I think it's done. I think it's over.
Yeah, Dana.
Well, I think I don't mind tough journalism if it's applied both ways. And I think that one of the things that's interesting here is that there's the difference between what we saw with our own eyes and ears and what you see in terms of Trump. For example, when you see Trump give his primetime speech tonight at 9 o'clock, I don't think anybody's going to sit there and go, whoa, wow, yikes. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming here. Shout out Big Candace. Now park my car, peasant. Now that was funny. They were trying to write about Candace as if she was just this mean girl boss that was just, you know, oh, she was a top at Daily Wire. She let it go to her head. She was mean to everybody. She threw the keys at somebody and said, park my car, you peasant. How much views have you got in your last video? Oh, barely 1 million? Ha! Don't talk to me. It's like, shout out Big Candace.
Is he okay? That's how we felt all the time with Biden.
Yeah, I mean, of all the narratives to sow, why would you pick this one? The 9 p.m. address, the 3-hour cabinet meetings?
Yeah, he's kind of using it as an excuse to push more fake news. Remember, there was a cover-up. There's this big public confession. And so now he's pivoted to just more fake news. This is not a real story that Trump is struggling physically or mentally. That's not true. He's just using his failures in the past as an excuse to push more garbage. But you guys are burying the lead. Jake Tapper, and I know this because I watch his show. I have to because the TV's on during my dinner. He stopped wearing his glasses. He has stopped. I mean, that's like me not popping my collar. This was an iconic look for Tapper, and he's gotten rid of it. Now, I don't know what's going on with his life, but this is he got LASIK?
Maybe.
All right, this is speculation, Dana. We're going to stick to the facts here. Also, I'm going to take a page out of Dana's playbook. I'm going to say something nice about him. I like the color he painted his study.
Oh.
That is a nice,
forest green,
classy green.
Right. Yeah. Such a scandal without the glasses. Jessica, never lose your glasses.
Oh, I couldn't. Nailed to my face. You don't hear Alex Thompson talking about this. Like Alex Thompson, who was out there hoofing it the whole time and said at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, you know,
All right, guys, we got Trump right now signing an executive order right now. So let me see here. Let me go ahead and pull it up for you guys. So yes, Trump is signing an executive order, about to tune into it live right now at the White House. So let's go ahead and see if I can go ahead and bring that up. Where we at with it? Okay, hold on here.
Sure, that this was a huge story that you have to be paying attention to. And, you know, I get it. He's getting asked about, well, why is there an unequal standard or whatever? But the cure for all of it is to do good reporting that doesn't feel like you're compensating for something else by doing it this way.
And security regulations. We're going to analyze that data. We're going to make it publicly available to everybody to be able to analyze with us. If it shows promise, we will expand access to these products to even more conditions amongst Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries. I want to thank not just the secretary, but Marty McCary. We want a lot of companies who are doing this research that approach the FDA for formal approval. That is the right way to move forward. And Jay Bhattacharya, who's hiding in the back, he rarely hides, but Jay runs NIH, and he's agreed to support initiatives to study the data that we're collecting. Howard Kester, God bless you for being a pain in our sides. Mr. President, he's promised to stop calling you. But on this issue, he'll call you on other issues. And I thank you again from the bottom of my heart for taking a difficult stance.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. President, members of the cabinet, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and for your leadership in rescheduling cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3.
Uh-oh.
This decision.
Okay, so this is what this is about. Okay, so yeah, I was hearing this down the pipeline for a while. We're gonna reschedule cannabis to Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. There's for loosening the restrictions on cannabis. Well, you know, for the people who sell it, this is mainly for the corporate sellers of cannabis, so they can start getting banking and all that good stuff, because it's hard to get banking when you're selling a Schedule 1 drug. But when it's Schedule 3, now, you know, these banks will be able to work with them, and they can enter, or they can operate with financial services. I mean, or gain access to financial services. So let's see how this works out.
Will accelerate scientific research and expand what can responsibly be studied. I'm a cancer psychiatrist and medical cannabis researcher at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Over the past decade, federal investment in research has helped transform cancer care. People are living longer than ever before. But cancer care is not only about treating the tumor, it's also about addressing the anxiety, the fear, the stress that can come with a diagnosis, symptoms that can interfere with treatment and make recovery much more difficult. Many medications we use for acute anxiety carry significant risks, particularly in the older adults. That's why we're studying specific natural compounds found in cannabis, including the non-addictive cannabidiol, to understand whether they can safely and effectively help manage anxiety during cancer treatment. Rescheduling allows us to ask these questions rigorously about dosing, about safety, and who may benefit most. This research reflects the best of federal investment, helping people not only live longer, but live better. Thank you, Mr. President, for supporting careful science-based research that puts patients first.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. That's beautiful. Thank you. I'll add my vote of thanks, Mr. President. I never really thought this day would come. I met a patient about 20 years ago, a retired professor named Elizabeth, who came to my clinic. She was dying of pancreatic cancer, and she asked me then whether cannabis might help her. And I said no, because that's what I learned in medical school. She reached into her briefcase, took out a 3-inch tall stack of articles, put them down on my desk, and said, "Really, doctor? You should read these. You might learn something." And I did read those articles, every single one, and found a bunch more. And I did learn something. I learned that there actually is some medical benefit to cannabis that I had not anticipated, never heard about in medical school. Second, I learned that there was a lot we don't.
I mean, shoot, you really want to know the history behind the prohibition of cannabis? It was what was it? It was made illegal to pretty much prop up the wood industry. And I know, and you guys are going like said, like really lumber? Yeah, lumber because of the hemp. Yeah, the hemp is actually cheaper to use than actual lumber. And I mean, we're talking about when it came to making paper, clothes, it was just a cheaper option altogether than lumber. It grows faster than lumber. And I mean, let's be quite honest with you, it could absolutely replace lumber in aspects of clothes making and paper making. And it also drives down the prices. So the lumber company didn't want that, and they lobbied to have cannabis banned with these bullshit studies saying that it killed brain cells by hooking monkeys up to face masks that pretty much cover the nose too and suffocating monkeys. You know, when you suffocate people, I mean, you know, they stay suffocated for a while, you start losing brain cells. Or, you know, when the brain cuts off from when the air cuts off of your brain cells start dying. And that's how they came up with the science or the study of, oh, marijuana kill brain cells. Yeah, the flawed study from there that was sponsored by the lumber companies. So shout out those guys. And I'm pretty sure there was other guys involved, but mainly them.
No. And third, I learned it's really, really, really difficult to do high quality randomized controlled trials of a substance that's federally illegal. This rescheduling has the potential to change all of that and to rewrite the way that we do research related to cannabis in the United States in three ways. First of all, it'll democratize the research process so that all academic institutions can participate in research, not just elite academic medical centers. Number two, it'll give patients and researchers access to highly refined, reliable sources of cannabis rather than relying on one or two sources around the country. And last but not least, it'll let us do the sorts of large-scale randomized controlled trials that we do in oncology and cardiology, not dozens of patients, but hundreds or thousands of patients. That's how we learn. That's how we produce valuable knowledge that's useful in guiding treatment decisions. Mr. President, without you, this never would have been possible. And my patients and I and all of our families are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, very much. Thank you very much. Mr. President, I am Dan Wiley, National Commander of the American Legion, representing 1.5 million veterans. We are the largest veterans organization. We have 2.5 million members of our American Legion family. And I want to start by thanking you for your leadership.
I mean, oh, wow. Now, I'm going to be real with you. Marijuana, it does help out veterans. And also it's been helping out veterans too. Now, what I would say more than marijuana when it comes to PSD, shrooms. I know, what was it? Psilocybin. Yeah, psilocybin. The psilocybin and shrooms have been known to help out better than marijuana when it came to, I would say, yeah, stuff like PTSD, depression, all that crazy stuff. And that doesn't mean go out there and buy you an eighth of shrooms, because Lord knows what could happen. But I'm just telling you that there has been studies done that's proved that shrooms is actually better for your, you know, PTSD, anxiety, and all that than marijuana. Now, if you use a combination both together, I mean, hey, you might be onto something. But yeah, when it comes to veterans, it's been proven that hey, weed has been a big help, and psilocybin, aka shrooms. This is not a promotion to go out there and take shrooms or smoke weed. I do not promote that. Yeah, I don't promote that, even though sometimes you may catch me smoking.
On this issue is extremely important to the American Legion, and I want to thank you on behalf of the veterans who are going to benefit from potentially the research regarding this issue. Also want to thank you for your VA Secretary Collins, and his work on difficult veterans issues with us this past year. The VA has worked with us on our Be the One mission, which is a mission to fight the epidemic of veteran suicide.
And I do want to speak to Asher's comment. Look, marijuana is not for everybody. Actually, I would say this. Marijuana is maybe like, probably like for 10 to 20% of people. And I mean, the reason why I say this is because not everybody can sit there and smoke weed and be productive, as much people want to say that. Like, not everybody can sit there, smoke weed, and not have an anxiety attack. Sometimes marijuana, THC does give people anxiety attacks. I mean, some people like smoke weed and they'll hallucinate and it'll have a crazy effect to it, an effect that you will never have in your life. So trust me, weed is not for everybody. And this is why I say that. I don't like how some people be like, oh, well, I smoke weed and I'm productive. Bro, you're like the 1% of weed smokers. Most weed smokers, when they smoke weed, it's over. They sit it down. They ain't doing nothing else. All right? All right. Just because you can sit there and be productive off weed, just because you don't get anxiety attacks off weed, doesn't mean that you should promote it. Like, let's be real.
veterans are disproportionately affected by conditions such as PTSD.
Hey, and shout out to my man Josh. Thank you for all your hard work, Set. Learned so much. Hey, I appreciate that. I try, my man. I try.
PI.
Shout out my man Josh. Oh, shout out to all the supporters, man. Appreciate you guys.
Depression and chronic pain. And with this reclassification, it will allow research to be conducted with regard to cannabis. There is anecdotal evidence that cannabis benefits these conditions. And now we'll have an opportunity to see if research does prove that it is effective. And if it is so, then it'll open up a whole new method of treatment for our veterans with regard to this particular issue. And so, again, I just want to thank you for your leadership and thank you on behalf of the American Legion for this executive order.
Thank you. Such great people
Thank you very much.
that
Mr.
have
President.
suffered and will suffer a lot less now.
You're right.
Based on what I hear.
Good
Anybody
afternoon.
else, please?
I'm Nora Volkov. I'm Director of the National Institute on Drug Abuse. And for us, the rescheduling opens the door to actually be able to accelerate the rate at which we can do research and discovery. And research is crucial in order for us to, for example, understand what may be and for whom the dangers of cannabis. Yes, cannabis can be addictive. And certainly people, adolescents and children may be the most vulnerable. But we cannot close our eyes to research and the opportunity that we are hearing from patients that for some of them, cannabis can solve their problem. And so what we need to do is do research, number one, to understand what are those conditions. Number two, in order to be able to optimally learn how to use it. And to understand, number three, who is at danger. And it is knowledge that will allow us to optimally take the benefits that may be behind cannabis, as research shows, but on the other hand, also enable us better to do prevention interventions to protect those that are most vulnerable. So thanks very much.
Great job. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Bobby, do you have something to say?
I'll just echo, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your leadership and vision and finally getting to closure on this issue. This is a question, a scientific question.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
That has divided our country for many, many years. And there are valid claims on both sides. On one side, patients and physicians attest that cannabinoids and THC can have miraculous effects on chronic pain, on epilepsy, on PTSD, on chemotherapy-induced nausea. My friend Howard Kessler, without whom we wouldn't be here today, drove this change in the schedule, and he did it because of his own experience in mitigating the impacts of chemotherapy. Is nothing to gain from this. He just saw something that worked for him, that worked for thousands of other Americans, and he wants to make it available to them. On the other side, there are valid claims about the negative impacts, about addiction, about psychosis, about adverse public health impacts, and impacts particularly on young people. So we haven't been, the evidence on all of these is anecdotal and it's hypothetical because we have not been able to do scientific studies. There is no standardized dosing. And if you don't have standardized dosing, any study that you do is comparing apples to pears. And we don't know the difference between botanicals and synthetics, and all of these questions we're now going to be able to answer.
Thank God.
5 administrations have promised to act on this issue. The Biden administration promised.
No, there do need to be some type of regulation with weed because what's going on with like these growers now, they're putting all these chemicals and all this crazy stuff is absolutely insane. Like, bro, all right, look, I have a friend, right? And they smoke, and they used to smoke weed. And they used to get some really good stuff, high quality, top notch. Boy, you hit that shit one time and you are flying. But there was something up with this weed, bro. They've modified this weed to make it like that, whatever chemicals they put in that. He was smoking a large amount of this weed, probably about 4 ounces or so. And all of a sudden, he's not able to smoke without becoming nauseous or throw up or like get sick, outright sick. And whatever was in this weed, whatever chemical that was in this weed caused some type of imbalance that now he can no longer smoke marijuana no more without getting sick or without having a stomach ache. It's actually a condition that's been going on with these honestly new smokers, not like me who've been smoking since 50, since we had 50 or Reggie or whatever, or regular, however you want to call it. But no, we're talking about a younger cat who came in smoking with all this so-called high THC wrapper weed, whatever you want to call it, sprayed with all type of chemicals. And there are more cases of kids coming out going like, yo, I can't even smoke, not kids, but younger adults and mid 20s adults coming out going like, yo, I can't even smoke weed no more without it making me sick, without me throwing up. Like, what's going on? And they're telling you now you got this syndrome, you got this symptom, I think they're calling it a syndrome now, but yeah, you have this syndrome now that where every time you smoke weed, you're gonna have an allergic reaction to it, and it's coming from this new weed and wherever the hell they're spraying in it.
To do this, and the proposal began during the Biden administration. It got mired down in the chaos and inertia and disorganization of that. And I want to thank President Trump, who made the promise during the 2024 election that he was going to come in and solve this issue, that he was going to take decisive action, and he has kept that promise today. And so thank you, for President Trump, for your vision. And because of that, we will have answers very soon. This will finally allow us to study this issue and to answer these questions for the American people.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Howard Kessler, a friend of mine, one of the most successful people in the country, came to see me on more than one occasion, actually. And he had some real difficulty about 3.5, 4 years ago. And he went through hell. And during his going through hell, he probably sampled everything you can sample when you're going through that, Howard. And he came to me, he said, there's been nothing like this. And we're going to have to take a good, strong look at it. And that's what he asked me to do. And others have likewise said that, many others. I mean, again, it's, I've never been inundated by so many people as I have about this particular reclassification. And I don't know that you have anything to say, Howard. If you'd like, you could say whatever.
Right. Mhm. No, I mean, that is true, though. I mean, it's even with the ACA subsidies extension, be honest with you, they're still going to go up to 18 to 30%. So if I'm going to tell you this right now, even if it gets extended, your premium will still go up. So please don't sit there and try to say, oh, Donald Trump must have signed it wrong, or it must have been something different. No. It's the same piece of legislation. It's just the problem is that it was always going to increase prices. Or I'm sorry, but it's always going to increase premiums. That's just what it's been doing for years. Oh, shoot. My bad. I didn't even peep.
Because they're getting vast amounts.
My bad. Wow. I don't know why it changed like that. But all right, guys. Sorry, we're back on it. I can see why what's going on now. All right.
Some money. I want that money to go to the people directly and let the people buy their own health care. And they'll get much better health care than they get with the Unaffordable Care Act, as it's known by a lot of people. It is virtually unaffordable for people. It's a bad thing. We can have a great thing. Let the money go directly to the people and let them buy their own health care.
But this is an urgent problem, Mr. President. Is there anything you can do now, Mr. President?
This is going to be right now, as far as I'm concerned. Go ahead.
We just got data today. We have federal exchanges where people come shopping for the ACA. And the president hasn't heard this yet, but we've talked to the team. The percentage change from last year was down 2.7 to 2.8%. Not the massive numbers that have been predicted. And there's many possible reasons for this. But right now, Americans are signing up for these programs, despite all the things that have been going on. 2.8% is a tiny fraction of what many had claimed would happen. And I think it speaks to the fact the American people appreciate these ACA plans are already subsidized over 80%. So it's a good deal, even if you don't get the extra 15, 20%.
It's a great solution to much better health care at a much lower cost. Yeah, please.
But do you want Congress to extend these ACA subsidies?
Well, I'd like not to be able to do it. I'd like to get right into this and not ask Oz this question in particular, but I'd like to see us get right into this. I don't know why we have to extend. This could be done rapidly if the Democrats would come along. We have a problem. The insurance companies own the Democrat Party. They own it. And the Democrats having a hard time. They give a lot of money to the Democrats, very little money to Republicans, by the way, a lot of money to Democrats. And they're going to have to decide, do they want to do the right thing or do they want to be beholden to the, insurance companies to make it a fortune? I want the money to go to the people. Go ahead, Oz. How would you say that?
I agree with the president. We have some ideas out there. Congress is working through some concepts. I just want to emphasize that the ACAs are not imploding based on the data we just received from the federal marketplace.
This can go very quickly, actually. Yes, please.
Mr. President, can I ask you clarify something for me on the Federal Reserve? How many people are you interviewing for the Fed chairman, and what did you think of Chris Waller?
I think he's great. I mean, he's been a man who's been there a long time, somebody that I was very involved with in the sense of his career, and he's a fantastic man. I met him yesterday, again.
So how many people are you looking at?
We're talking to 3 or 4. I think every one of them would be a good choice, honestly. We'll be making a decision pretty quick.
Is Michelle Bowman on that list too, or you can interview her?
She's fantastic. She's a fantastic person.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some GOP lawmakers have written to you in recent days saying they're concerned this executive order could normalize drug use for youth. How would you respond to them?
You think about this particular today? Well, I think I'd let one of the doctors respond to it because they can do it a lot better than me. But I can only tell you that when you see polls of 82% of the people want this, when I have friends that are really, really sick and they've gone through, I guess you could say, unfortunately, I don't want to become too involved in it because I don't want it happening. But these are people that really know what's going on. Very smart people. This is one of the most successful people in the country and a very brilliant guy. And when they go through this horrible ordeal of cancer or other things, and they realize that this is something that makes them feel better without all of the side effects of some of the drugs where you're just totally knocked out and out of it. But I'd like to have one of the doctors maybe respond because you people do it better than anybody.
I'm happy to respond.
Yes.
I mean, and my answer is we have had cannabis scheduled for how long? And it hasn't protected neither the adolescents nor the adults. We have 20 million people in the United States with a cannabis use disorder. This is not legalizing it. It's making easier to do research so that we can use it when it is indicated and optimally.
So it's also a big part of this is research. In other words, you'll now have a much larger sample and you'll be able to see if it's as good as many people say it is. I mean, people say it is beyond good. And you'll be able to find that out now.
On housing, you talked in your address last night about housing.
Yeah.
Are you still considering a national emergency over housing?
I'm looking at it.
What would
yeah,
that look
I'm
like?
looking
What would
at
that
it.
look like?
You know, there's two thoughts on housing. You have a lot of people.
Now, I was playing a Steven Crowder video that was pretty much going over how we can like low-key help out housing. I mean, one, we can make cement making cheaper. I mean, we can access our own lumber and you know, add to the lumber supply, thus making wood cheaper. I mean, there's a lot of ways we can tackle the unaffordability in housing. And I mean, the main thing we need to tackle is, well, house building costs, the cost to build a house, because the cost to build a house has skyrocketed over the years, and it's only become really affordable or profitable to make big houses, not these single family houses that we need more of. Nope, only these big houses that these guys can actually turn a profit on.
Have housing that because we have such a strong time and such a strong market there, houses are very valuable. It's a big part of their net worth, their house. I don't want to knock those numbers down because I want them to continue to have a big value for the house. At the same time, I want to make it possible for young people out there and other people to buy housing. In a way, they're at conflict. In other words, you create a lot of housing all of a sudden, and it drives the housing prices down. So I want to take care of the people that have houses that have a value to, you know, to the house that they never thought possible, that have sort of made them wealthy and happy, and you know, especially in their later years. Got to be careful with that. I want to keep them up. At the same time, I want to make it possible for people to go buy houses. Daniel, please.
Mr. President, you announced the Warriors dividend last night in your primetime speech. Very patriotic, very generous. What was the rationale and the thought process? How did you come up with the idea? What made you want to give back to
Well, the
others?
1776 was easy to come up with because we were actually at 1775. You know, the number was 1775, and I said, wow. I think we could afford one more dollar. But they came up to me, it was, you know, $1,775. So I said, well, let's add $1 to it. I think we could find that. And very simple. We've had a military that, in my opinion, by other presidents was not treated well. They're incredible. They're our finest people. They're protecting us. And because of tariffs, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars more than we ever have before, with no inflation, by the way, with no inflation. You saw the inflation numbers. They just came out today. What great timing. Practically no inflation. And yet we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And this is small potatoes by comparison, but it's a way of taking care of our warriors, our soldiers. And I appreciate that question, Daniel. It was an easy one.
She just posted on X, your press secretary, that the board members of the Kennedy Center voted unanimously to rename it the Trump Kennedy Center. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I was honored by it. The board is a very distinguished board, most distinguished people in the country. And I was surprised by it. I was honored by it. You know, we're saving the building. We saved the building. The building was in such bad shape, both physically, financially, and every other way. And now it's very solid, very strong. We have something going on television, I guess on the 23rd December. I think it's going to get very big ratings. And the Kennedy Center is really back strongly. It's in very bad shape, very, very bad shape physically. And we're also to get Congress to put up a lot of money and other people to put up a lot of money. We had a lot of donors come in for record-setting numbers. So we saved the Kennedy Center. And I was really, this was brought up by one of the very distinguished board members. And they voted on it. And there's a lot of board members. And they voted unanimously. So I was very honored by it. Thank you.
Mr. President, will you be seeking any authorization from Congress for any land attacks on cartels in Venezuela?
For anyone?
For any land attacks on drug cartels in Venezuela?
I wouldn't mind telling them, but you know, it's not a big deal. I don't have to tell them. It's been proven. But I wouldn't mind at all. I just hope they wouldn't leak it. You know, people leak it. They are politicians and they leak like a sieve. But I'd have no problem doing that.
On that, Mr. President.
Yes, please.
Mr. President, there's a meeting this weekend on Ukraine in Florida. What are you hoping will come out of that meeting?
Well, they're getting close to something, but I hope Ukraine moves quickly.
Man, I feel so bad for Trump, though, when it comes to the Ukraine and Russia situation, because he was walked into probably the worst propagandized war almost ever. Almost ever. I'm being quite real with you. Actually, I take that back. He just ran into a pretty bad propagandized war. And here's how it was propagandized. Since this war started, we have been painting the image as if Ukraine has been winning this war, which has been false. And I've been saying that this has been false since the beginning of the war. Since whole thing went down, I've been saying that no, Ukraine is actually losing this war, and you're being lied to be convinced to keep on sending money to Ukraine. Like, we've been losing in Ukraine since not we, but Ukraine has been losing since the beginning of this war. Now, the propaganda that Ukraine has been winning has been ran through for 2 years. Now Trump comes in, and now he has to deal with the reality that, the public has been lied to about the Ukrainian war. Now anything that I do will make it seem like, oh, I'm shilling for Putin, when the reality is that, and not a lot of people are honestly drawing this up or have the common sense to draw this up. But hold on, if Trump is handling this and there are peace deals that's overly weighted towards Russia, doesn't that mean that Russia's been winning this whole time? And why have I been being told that Ukraine has been winning and the Ukraine is pushing them off, when in all actuality, that's a lie? And it's been proven, well, one, through the peace deal, two, through Trump just saying on his political interview that Russia's winning. Okay, they're winning. And that's one thing that I'm telling you, like, the Dems nor the Republicans wanted Trump to say that, yeah, I'll be real with you, we've been lying to you guys for about 2 years that Ukraine has been winning, but they're not. They're actually been losing this whole time. They've lost land. They've lost more land. They've lost more soldiers. And they're losing more by the day. So this is the reality of what's going on in Ukraine. And the reality of it, too, is that the American people has been lied to for 2 straight years about what's going on in Ukraine. What are
Ukraine moves quickly because Russia's there. And, every time they take too much time, then Russia changes their mind. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. Think of that. What do you think of that, doctors? 27,000, it's like a half a football stadium, were killed in 1 month. And it's that way. It's anywhere between 20 and 30,000. Mostly soldiers, also some people from Kiev and other places. But largely, it's the soldiers. They're losing their lives. Nobody's ever said anything like it's the worst since World War II. And, you've heard me say I settled 8 wars, some going on for 35 years, one going on for 37, one going on for 32. And 8 wars, and I thought this would be an easier one. This is because of the animosity, the hatred, it's a little bit more difficult than we thought, but there's a chance we can get this done maybe soon.
Sir.
Remember that 25 to 30,000 people being killed a month, young people being killed a month. Steve, please.
When do you expect to make your announcement about the new Fed chair, sir? Before the end of the year, what do you think?
Over the next couple of weeks. I don't know before the end of the year, but pretty soon.
And then Rocky Mount, North Carolina tomorrow night. Tell us what your message is going to be there, sir.
Say what?
When you go to Rocky Mount, North Carolina tomorrow night, what's your message going to be?
Well, it's not going to be that much different from what I did last night. We've had tremendous success. We're bringing prices down. We inherited a mess. And part of what we inherited was the worst inflation in 48 years. I say history, but we had the worst inflation. It drove prices up. And now we're bringing those prices down. But I'll be talking about that. I'll be talking about the fact that we secured the border, where literally nobody can come into our country.
You know what? I actually like this because now we're actually forcing Trump. Now, like I said, the Dems might have actually handed us what we've been asking for. Thank you, Dems. Thank you. We appreciate this because y'all did the same thing with the Epstein files. How y'all was pushing the Republicans and putting pressure, releasing a whole bunch of out of context texts and photos, and that pushed the Republicans and Trump to actually get more information out on the Epstein list or the Epstein files. Like, we appreciate that. And y'all doing the same thing with affordability, even though you guys are the people who caused this affordability crisis. Due to the fact that you're pushing Trump on it and trying to blame him, now he's supposed to, or what we're hoping, what I'm predicting is that within these next 4 months, he's going to start unleashing nothing but domestic policy, nothing but tackling affordability policies and plans. Like, We appreciate it. So we'll see what happens. Let's see if the Democrats actually broke through to the Trump administration. Now they actually got to double down on affordability, or else they'll lose the midterms because of this affordability message or the affordability crisis spin.
Illegally anymore. They came in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers and, a lot of bad people from all over the world. Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. We had Tren de Aragua, which supposedly, the doctors don't know this, it's the meanest gang of them all. Okay, doctor? You don't have to know about it. You got other problems. But they let a lot of bad people in here. And so I think I'll be talking about that. I think I'll be talking about the tremendous success we have by sending the National Guard into various cities. D.C. is the ultimate example. People walk to work and they thank me all the time. People in the White House, they just walk to the White House from 10 blocks away. Before I came into office, they couldn't do that. They were getting badly hurt in many cases and beyond hurt, killed. So we were losing people. We were losing, on average, a person a week. Can you believe it? More. And now we haven't lost anybody in a long time. I consider the two people that got so badly hurt, the National Guard, that's a difference. That was terrorism. That was terrorism. And probably terrorism, maybe terrorism, because they were unhappy with the tremendous success we've had, because they don't want to see this country be successful. But Washington, D.C. now is a safe, beautiful city where the restaurants are booming, the town is booming. People walk to the restaurants with their wife or their children and have a good time. We were losing all the restaurants. We were losing our life in this. We were just the whole heritage.
Oh, and shout out to Asher Rose for sending a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, sis.
Washington, D.C. was down the drain, and we brought it back. And now everybody's thrilled to be here. It's the hottest. It's a part of the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've become, in 10 months, the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I say it all the time, we were a dead country 1.5 years ago.
Did you expect to meet Prime Minister Netanyahu while you're down in Palm
Yeah, he would like to see me. We haven't set it up formally, but he'd like to see me. We've had great success. Peace in the Middle East, aside from everything else. We now have peace in the Middle East. Yeah, he'll probably come to see me in Florida.
Okay.
I'd love to have him. El-Sisi, he's a friend of mine. Yeah, I'd love to have him. Thank you very much, everybody.
All righty, and that's the end of that. All right, so now that we got that one out the way, let's go ahead and go back to, well, the right side of media with Susie Wild's wild Vanity Fair interview. And, she tried to pretty much say, oh, I was taken out of context. And, I wasn't sitting there bashing everybody. But let's be real. I'm going to be honest with you. Even Steven Crowder ran over the text messages and all that. Not text messages, but the interview or the interview transcript. And to be quite honest, she only had excuses for maybe like two things: the alcoholic personality comment and what was it? And the religious zealot. I think she called one of Trump's office managers a religious zealot. Like, those are the only two things she had excuses for. The comment about JD Vance and the comment about Elon Musk, not too much. But I don't trust Susie Wiles anyway. Honestly, I wish Trump would get rid of her.
Team Trump rallying around White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles after her unfiltered interview with Vanity Fair. It caused a little bit of a stir in Washington, and she calls in the interview Vice President J.D. Vance, a conspiracy theorist for a decade, accuses Elon Musk of being an avowed ketamine user, says Attorney General Pam Bondi whiffed on the Jeffrey Epstein case, and even describes President Trump as having the personality of an alcoholic. But the president himself was not offended, telling the New York Post, say, no, she meant that I don't drink alcohol. So everybody knows that. But I've often said that if I did, I'd have a very good chance of being an alcoholic. I have said that many times about myself. It is a very possessive personality. Meanwhile, the media absolutely feasting on this little slice of a West.
Possessive personalities. Trump having a possessive personality. Yeah, that's an understatement. That is definitely an understatement. Everything got to have his name on it.
Palace intrigue.
Sounds like the adult in the room.
She is the adult.
Well, then why does the toddler in chief have the nuclear code?
Vanity Fair, I mean, they did those people wrong, man. Maybe they're doing the Lord's work.
I like to remind all of you that you're not crazy. What's happening is crazy. In the pages of Vanity Fair, they confirmed it. Who's they? Them's is.
Crime.
The crazies.
Boy, doesn't that just encapsulate the entire mentality of all the groupies and the hangers-on, all the facilitators and enablers around him in MAGA?
Susie Wiles herself is pushing back, writing that the article is a disingenuously.
Now, I remember I was reacting to this, I believe, like maybe yesterday or 2 days ago, but what I said was, I ain't gonna lie, it sounds like Vanity Fair caught her slipping, caught her with a couple shots in there, and she just started talking loose. Like, I don't know what it was. I mean, they hit her with the tequila or the Hennessy a couple times, and she started talking crazy, started speaking the truth. Like, what can I say? When I read the Vanity Fair transcript or the interview, I was just like, I'm gonna be real with you, it kind of sounds like they caught you at the bar, sweetheart.
Framed hit piece. I had my own little lesson in Vanity Fair PR. In 2006, I was convinced by a writer of Vanity Fair that Karl Rove had never been given a fair shake. And then
Yeah, I love it too, though. Shout out to like, I love how they're trying to project Biden's cognitive issues on Trump now, literally. And like I said, I'm sorry, but Dems, you are not allowed to call anybody out when it comes to cognitive issues. You sat there and ignored Biden for 4 years straight. You were blind to that, to that obvious example of cognitive issues. I'm sorry, but you cannot call out nobody if you couldn't call out Biden, okay? Okay.
he was going to take a fresh look. And so I went to Dan Bartlett, the head of communications, and said, is it cool if I work on this? Because I really think I could really do a good job. And he was like, yeah, knock yourself out. Well, we pulled out all the stops, everything possible for this reporter. And it was the meanest piece I've ever read in my life with the worst photograph. And I was under my desk in a fetal position, just like.
You were standing.
Learn your lesson. Exactly. If you are a Republican politician, you are not going to get the glossy treatment that some people might think they deserve, but you're never going to get it. You would have to do it yourself. Vanity Fair, the clue is in the name, Kaylee.
Yeah, and that was 2006, you said. Mm-hmm. I don't know how long it's going to take for Republicans to learn the lesson. You cannot trust the media. You're not going to get the glossy cover. This reminded me so much of during my tenure when President Trump got on the phone and talked to Bob Woodward. Yeah. And I came into the job and my predecessor I don't know if she had any part in it. I don't know how it panned out. Maybe it was something Trump did behind the scenes, but regardless, he had talked an extended long format to Bob Woodward and thinking he could shape the story, but you can't shape the story. Bob Woodward is going to do a left-leaning piece that maybe he wouldn't do on Joe Biden. Vanity Fair is going to do a left-leaning piece. You get 2 pages in and they're already talking about critics making Hitler comparisons with Trump. But that leads me to say this. Susie Wiles is a very smart operator. And you learn a lot about someone and how they're doing in their job when they get knifed in the press. And this is essentially what's happened. You know, it's a wounded dog, essentially, right? And hyenas prowl when there's a wounded dog, but there were no hyenas here. Mm-mm. Everyone stood up and defended Susie Wiles, from J.D. Vance to Marco Rubio to Don Jr., someone who's not even in the administration, who's very much seen as like, you know, the king of MAGA world. There were no knifing in the press, like leaks out to people. When someone's wounded, that is when people go and attack on background to reporters. No one did that. It was silence. There's no hit pieces against Susie Wiles. She's very talented, which brings me to the point of why she spoke with Vanity Fair. I don't know the answer to that. I do know in the piece it says everyone knows when Susie Wiles weighs in, she is speaking for Donald Trump. So was there some strategy here to send a message to folks? I don't know. Maybe it started with a strategy that snowballed into something different. But Susie Wiles is very smart, very capable, and the reaction to this piece tells you all of that.
If I were spinning this, Greg, I might have said, we said we would be the most transparent administration in history.
I do love how everybody agreed with what Susie Wiles said. I think that was a tremendous thing from the other side. But it's so funny to watch the media gobble up this narrative when the last time I checked the industry, it isn't really a shining example of stability or mental health. Do you know how many people in the media have had mental breakdowns? Did you just even see who Vanity Fair hired? This nutcase Olivia Nutsey. She's a predatory slunk monkey who's done more damage to people's careers, including her own. And then you have Colbert. This guy should be talking about crazy. The man did a dance with a syringe that may have cost people lives. So the question is, should you care about this? And the answer is no. Have you forgotten who these people are? They miss, the media that is, the biggest stories of the century. which cost us blood and treasure, which was COVID, the shutdowns, obviously the Biden cover-up, illegals, climate, and they still think they matter. They don't. I don't need Vanity Fair to tell me what I already know, which is the Trump White House is a pirate ship full of badasses and brilliance. By comparison, the Vanity Fair writer is like a freelance human resources consultant who showed up to like do a few seminars, and they're like as shocked, blah blah blah. I liked like when Wiles's comment on the alcoholic mind, and Trump said, "Oh yeah, she's right." Yeah, because I mean, to her dad, Pat Summerall, you know, she understands that alcoholics are like these intense personalities, and when and sober drunks are often the best people to have around you because the traits are so driven, but you don't have the usage. And the great thing is, Trump knows that. He knows I can't drink because I have alcoholic tendencies. You couldn't ask for a better mindset.
Yeah, he put a pin in everything.
Yeah,
it's like we're not going to be obsessed with this, but they were also self-aware enough to know that when it came to the photograph. Can't remember which one of them said, we're all going to get fired.
Yeah, those weren't great photos. I've had a Vanity Fair writer following me around since October.
No.
Should I be worried?
Yes.
Really? No.
I'm just kidding.
Wait, is it Olivia Nuzzi?
I would never. Here's the thing, Dana. Women are intoxicated by Vanity Fair. So when Susie found out Vanity Fair wanted to roll in, it's like heroin. She had to do it. There was no saying no. And look what happens. It blew up. Now, this guy who wrote it, Whipple, worked for Trump before. He wrote a snazzy book the first time, was on the outs. Now he kind of came back in and they pitched himself as trustworthy. He writes about chiefs of staff. Now, did she say anything that bad? I didn't really hear it. I didn't hear it was that bad. It was gossipy. And that's what sells. It's gossipy. It's not on message. It's the truth. She's like, yeah, Elon might be on something. I wouldn't have pardoned everyone on January 6th. I liked it when she said, you know, Trump doesn't wake up every morning thinking about retribution, but when he sees an opportunity, he'll take it.
That's refreshing.
So it's all good. Listen,
it's authentic.
They were on defense for like a half a news cycle on it. We expected more from her. It's a mistake, and everybody rallied to her because they love her, because she's doing a fantastic job, and she'll probably be there for another 3 years.
You just made me think, wouldn't it be refreshing to hear what Kamala Harris really thinks?
Yes.
Like, I mean, her staff has told us what they really think on the record, but what does she really think? Anyway, last word to you, Jessica, on anything.
Well, I think the marketing of this is a hit job might work if it had been one interview, but she sat down with him 11 times.
Yep.
And there were recordings. So when people came out and said she didn't say that, he's like, let me just press play on this. And I do think that Susie Wiles, at least 99% of the time, by reputation, what I've seen so far, is in control of what she's doing and that she is telegraphing something. Yes, we read in the New York Times as well that Elon Musk uses ketamine. J.D. Vance, conspiracy theorist, fine. But like what she said about Pam Bondi and whiffing on the Epstein files, that's a very big deal for the administration. There's a big chunk of the base that feels seriously let down by the fact that they were promised Epstein files. They had, you know, influencers with binders, and then nothing, I guess, until Friday.
No, yeah, she is right about like with Pam Bondi. Now, what she said about J.D. Vance, I mean, it was a bit out of line. What she said about Elon Musk, I mean, well, damn, you ain't have to take it that far. But yeah, what she said about Pam Bondi was pretty accurate. Like, yeah, bro, she effed everything up when it came to the Epstein list. This is why we're dealing with this huge mess now because of Pam Bondi, which is crazy how she didn't get fired for that. But hey, she's a Trump loyalist, so Trump is keeping her around just because of that.
Friday when they're allegedly going to come out. I think she's also seeing the fact, looping back to what we were discussing in the first block, that the administration is not as successful as they would like themselves to be. I mean, we didn't note it yet, but Mike Johnson completely lost control of his caucus this morning. He had a 4-person rebellion. Maybe it'll be even more once this ACA subsidy vote happens, the 3-year extension. Leader Jeffries completely played him, right? He didn't go for any of the discharge petitions, the Fitzpatrick bill. He said, I'm going to wait it out for my 3-year extension. And then he got Fitzpatrick, Lawler, et cetera, to fold and to come over to his side. And now there's going to be a vote. I don't know what Senator Thune.
I'm not sure.
Sorry, Tove. I mean, sorry, but She said, Susie Wiles said Vanity Fair heavily edited and took her out of context. Well, to be quite honest with you, yeah, some of that she did. Some of that they did, but when it came to her comments on Elon and JD Vance, they did not take her out of context. When it comes to the alcoholic personality comment, they took her heavily out of context on that one.
Anybody knows anything about you just
But
talked about. I mean, I do, but I mean, it's like pretty.
Well, here, I'll just make it clear. Leader Johnson is not in control of his caucus.
Okay.
Susie Wiles is telegraphing something about how well the administration is doing by going on the record
Schumer's in
11
real
times.
control of his.
You know, this is the thing. You guys won an election. You have to govern now. The governing is not working. That's what happened this morning with the House on the health care bill. There's still no solution. Go listen to Chip Roy.
You never said that about Joe Biden.
Solve your problems.
I will say
I
this.
care.
I loved what Susie Wiles said about her initial take on tariffs.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click.
Hilarious. Now, Susie Wiles did say she didn't agree with how tariffs were rolled out in the first place, but then later on, she kind of got used to the idea. But all right, now let's go on to the left side of media.
So President Trump is signaling a possible shift in federal policy on marijuana. The president now saying that he is very strongly considering an executive order that would put marijuana in a lower drug classification, effectively easing federal restrictions on it. CNN's chief data analyst Harry Enton is here with some context and some interesting perspective on this. Should it happen? Harry, if this happens, how would Americans feel about it being rescheduled?
Yeah, this would be some of the best politics that Donald Trump has done in a long period of time if, in fact, the U.S. decides to reschedule marijuana. Why do I say this? Take a look here. Say marijuana should be legal. Look at the time span and look at how much higher and higher and higher favoring Americans have in terms of legalizing marijuana. Look at this. In 1969, it was just 12%. In 85, 23%. 20 years ago, it was 36%. Look at this, nearly doubled from where we were just 20 years ago in terms of the percentage of Americans who say that marijuana should in fact be legalized in the country.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be real. That's coming from people who smoke and who don't smoke, people who uses and don't use. So yeah, mainly everybody's saying that, all right, bro, at this point, just go ahead and legalize it. I mean, what's the point of playing games with it at this point when we got states who have it outright legalized and some states who, you know, you can still catch a charge for it. So you might as well just make it across the board at this point. And it's like, I'm not saying we should do the same thing with abortion, but when it comes to this, when there's like a national consensus, like basically saying that, yeah, might as well let it happen, then yeah. But trust me, there's not that big of an approval rating for abortion like there is for recreational use of marijuana.
64%, 2 in 3 Americans. You rarely get 2 in 3 Americans to agree on anything, but they do in fact agree that marijuana should be legal.
This is how people feel about it and the popularity of this move. But over the years, if you put aside the popularity, how has usage changed and shifted?
Yeah, it's the same trend line. It turns out that Americans have increasingly been saying tootsie, tootsie, goodbye. Have ever used marijuana? Look at this. In 1969, 4%. 1985, 33%. 1999, 34%. Then you look in 2024, nearly half of Americans now have at least used marijuana one time, and the percentage who say they're using it right now is also near record highs. And Kate, I will note when I said that tootsie, tootsie, goodbye, I don't think you quite got the reference. It's a reference to Primary Colors, a film.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
if
welcome.
This is a political move, is it clear that the president would see a benefit potentially with any one particular group?
Yeah, this is where I think it really comes in. Take a look at those under the age of 35, because they have been a real swing group, right? They swung wildly from the 2020 to 2024 election, going increasingly into the president's column. And then we've seen them actually shift back away from the president. This could be an issue that could help, among other issues, help bring them back into the president's camp. Why do I say that? Because those under the age of 35, look at that, 72% want it legal. And then you see about half have ever used marijuana. So for me, this could be a wedge issue that the president could use, in fact, against his Democratic opposition and say, hey, you know what? Democrats have talked the talk, but I'm actually going to walk the walk when it comes to legalizing marijuana.
Okay, so what are the prediction markets saying about the chances then here?
Yeah, okay.
It would be wild for a Republican to do this. I would be oh so surprised. Like, thing is, we expected this out of Obama. And Obama didn't even give us it. So for Trump to give us it, I mean, a Republican, out of all people to do this, a Republican. Man, bro, you couldn't have told me this 10 years ago.
what's the chance that this actually happens? I think there's a pretty gosh darn good chance it's going to happen, at least according to the prediction markets. So the chance that the U.S. reschedules marijuana before the end of Trump's term, look at this, 88%. I think that makes a lot of sense when the president of the United States says that he's strongly, or was it very strongly?
Very strong.
Very strongly, very strong words from the president, very strongly considering rescheduling marijuana. At this point, it looks like about 9 in 10 of those who are putting their money where their mouth is say it will happen before the end of Trump's term.
Too late. He already rescheduled it to what was it? Schedule 3. But full on legalization of it, hey, we'll see what happens with that one. So it's already, trust me, the laws around marijuana is already about to get extremely watered down.
But of course, Kate Baldwin, we'll just have to wait.
Well, yes, very strongly considering is still a step short of actually changing federal policy. So we will see.
We will see.
Thank you so much, Harry. A lot of news we're following this morning. We'll be right back.
Fantastic. All right, now let's go ahead and make our way over to, still on the left side of media. All right, then. Let's see what they got to say. Right back on the Vanity Fair.
This is, unfortunately, another example of disingenuous reporting, where you have a reporter who took the chief of staff's words wildly out of context, did not include the context those conversations were had within. And then further, I think the most egregious part of this article was the bias of omission that was clearly present. And we see a lot of this when dealing with the media every day.
Well, again, Chris Whipple is with us tonight, and we'll certainly ask him to address those.
Yo, they
first, though, some of
wild.
what Susie Wiles said.
Nah, Vanity Fair, you guys are wild. Like, bro, look how evil they made Stephen Miller look. Bro, look at this. Look at this. Bro, look like he a crime boss. Like he run the mob. Like, this man will get you executed at a moment's notice. Right? This man look like a complete villain. All right. Well, what about this? Oh yeah, y'all are savages. Nah, she look like she's about to she's covering up a herpes outbreak. Oh my god. All right, what about, all right, JD Vance is not too bad. All right, what about Rubio? I mean, all right, not too bad. But what? Nah, they made this man look rough as hell. They made JD Vance look like he just stepped out the wilderness. All right, what about Susie? Nah, they grimy as fuck. No. Hey, yo. Hey, not to call Vanity Fair. I'll be like, hey, bro, we gonna have to square up somewhere. Ain't no way y'all doing me like this. Made this lady look insane. Oh my goodness. All right, I can see why. Wait, who is this? Who is this even? But yeah, this is how Vanity Fair is doing them. Oh, that's rich. That's rich. Oh, let me see. Mark, make this man look ill. Oh Lord. Hey, yo. Oh my God. Vanity Fair. Y'all are savages. Straight up savages. Is that Caroline Levitt or something? Who is that supposed to be? Caroline Levitt? I did it, bruh. They did her ass dirty. What? I didn't even know who that was. Caroline Levitt. Hey, yo. Y'all are wild, bro. Ain't no way. Square up. Vanity Square. I'd have been asking to square up, bro. Ain't no way y'all did me like this. Oh, okay. I could see where the outrage is at. They was talking about the pictures, and I'm like, well, how bad were these pictures? They were terrible. All right, let's get back to it.
Quoting from the piece, Wiles said Trump has, quote, an alcoholic's personality. He operates within a view that there's nothing he can't do. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. According to Whipple, she went on to say that as the child of an alcoholic, in her case, the late sportscaster Pat Summerall, she's a, quote, expert in big personalities. And as we mentioned, the president defended her today, telling the New York Post, quote, she's fantastic, and saying, quote, I don't drink alcohol, so everybody knows that. But I've often said that if I did, I'd have a very good chance of being an alcoholic. I've said that many times about myself. I do. It's a very possessive personality. He also said he had not read the article, but said he heard the facts were wrong and the interview, quote, purposely misguided. Wiles also spoke at length about Elon Musk and his time at the White House as a kind of budget cutter at large. Quoting again from Chris Whipple, quote, Wiles described Musk as something akin to a jacked up Nosferatu. Quote, The challenge with Elon is keeping up with him, she told me. He's an avowed ketamine user, and he sleeps in a sleeping bag in the EOB, the executive office building, in the daytime. And he's an odd duck, as I think geniuses are. Wiles later spoke about this with the New York Times, saying she did not have any actual knowledge of Musk's ketamine use beyond his own statements. She also took issue with Musk's gutting of USAID, saying, quote, no rational person could think the USAID process was a good one. Nobody. As for Vice President Vance, she said his...
Whoa, I thought it was a good one. We was cutting out all that fraudulent spending and all that foreign aid that was fueling terrorist groups. Let me be real with you. Like them NGOs that were basically fund giving what Humvees to the Ukrainian soldiers? Like, bro, what are you talking about? Yes, cutting USAID, cutting some of the spending USAID was definitely necessary. But then Susie Wiles, like I said, she worked for the corporations and not the American people. Like, she's like, when Susie Wiles, to be quite honest with you, she puts in Trump's ears what the corporations, what the corporate elites want Trump to know. Not what the people want Trump to know, or not what his staff wants him to know, but the corporate elites. So that's what sucks about Susie Wiles. And shout out to my dog, Parabolic Curvature. How you doing, big dog? He says, whoops, there it is. Everything he says makes me think he looks like that. Everything he says makes me think he looks like that. Miller is probably a cartoonish villain in his free time, tying women to tracks and stuff. Because, bro, I mean, you know, when bro coming out looking like this, I can't even be mad at you saying that. I can't even get mad at you. Bro looks like a complete villain. Like, you can see it in his eyes. Just look at them eyes. Those look like the eyes of a sane man. I'm just playing. Oh, man. All right. I see what they were doing there. Wow. Incredibly duplicitous, but all right.
Conversion from never Trumper to his current beliefs had been, quote, sort of political. And in reference to the Epstein files uproar, noted that Vance has, quote, been a conspiracy theorist for a decade. The vice president weighed in on that today.
And I haven't looked at the article. I, of course, have heard about it. But conspiracy theorist, sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true.
You had to defend
And by the
yourself
way,
on that.
Susie and I have joked in private and in public about that for a long time.
Have y'all?
Well, speaking of the Epstein files, here's what Whipple writes about Attorney General Pam Bondi. This part begins quoting Wiles speaking about Bondi. Quote, I think she completely whiffed on appreciating that was the very targeted group that cared about this, Wiles said of Bondi. First, she gave them binders full of nothingness, talking about influencers online. And then she said that the witness list or the client list was on her desk. There is no client list, and it sure as hell wasn't on her.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to subscribe to the channel. You can go ahead and hit that icon up there at the top that got my cartoonish face on there, and then go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support, by the way. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys.
Desk. The Attorney General reacted online. She neither confirmed nor denied that Wiles said that about her, calling Wiles her friend and saying, quote, any attempt to divide this administration will fail. Wiles also told Chris Whipple that the president was wrong when he claimed that former President Clinton visited Epstein's private island, saying, quote, there's no evidence, unquote, that those visits happened. As for the current president, Whipple writes, quote, Wiles told me she'd read what she calls the Epstein file, and she said Trump is in the file, and we know he's in the file, and he's not in the file doing anything awful. Wiles continues, saying they were, sort of young, single, whatever. I know it's a passé word, but sort of young, single playboys together. Wiles also gives her take on the president's...
AKA, I mean, like, look, when it comes out, all we're going to see that Trump's a snitch, and he has a history of being a billionaire playboy, which we all kind of knew about. I mean, let's be honest. If you didn't know Donald Trump was a billionaire playboy back in his youth, I mean, come on now, you might want to catch up.
Motivation for targeting Venezuelan small boats, 3 more in the last 24 hours. She says, quote, he wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle. And people way smarter than me on that say that he will. Wiles also tells...
I don't know about that, man. The Venezuelan army look like they're ready to defend their land. And I mean, shout out to them for that. But here's the thing. We're kind of hoping that the army would turn against Maduro or say they're not going to fight for Maduro. Maduro just runs off. We install our leader. And then we happily ever after run Venezuela. That's what we were hoping for. But it's not looking like it's going to go that way. And this is why everybody's saying that, oh, this is why there was a news going around say, oh, Trump's about to announce war with Venezuela. And he hasn't. Thank God he hasn't. But I can see why people are saying that because, like, let's be real, like naval blockade, blowing up any boat that come up off of there. We cut off the airspace. I mean, everything points towards war right now, but we'll see how things go because Maduro just leaves without us having to put boots on the ground or start doing land strikes, which we would need congressional approval for. So yeah, we're trying to push Maduro out before we got to start talking to Congress. And the way Congress is looking, shout out to my dog Thomas Massey, he's going like, yeah, we ain't about to let Trump do that. We're about to come up with a bill for war powers that limit the war powers of the president. So shout out Thomas Massey for that one.
Whipple, she thought she had what she called a loose agreement with the president to end his campaign of retribution against his enemies after 90 days, which did not stick. And she addressed her boss's recent habit of snapping at female reporters like this.
Oh yeah, shout out Parabolic. Been meaning to ask that icon. Isn't it AI? Isn't it AI? Is it? Yeah, it is AI. It is AI. Yes, I just took a picture of myself. I asked ChatGPT to make an anime version of me, and it did it right there and then. Boom. I mean, sure, I do it with some of the thumbnails too, especially when I like feature you guys in there, or I'm doing like my monologues. Like you can go to my playlist, set monologues, and you'll see a whole bunch of, well, anime versions of myself. I know, cool. And I know, right? I actually am an anime fan, but you know, that you'll probably only hear me address that oh so few times on stream.
Susie Wiles' explanation, quote,
Surprise,
he's a counterpuncher, and increasingly in our society, the punchers are women. Joining me now is Chris Whipple in his first broadcast interview since his two-part Vanity Fair piece landed. He's also the author of the New York Times bestseller, The Gatekeepers, How the White House Chiefs of Staff Define Every Presidency. Chris, thanks for being with us.
Yeah, great to be here.
A lot to talk about. First of all the things Susie Wiles told you, what surprised you the most?
You know, Anderson, this was one of those cases as a reporter in your career when lightning strikes. And it was astonishing to me the extent to which she was unguarded and freewheeling on the record all the time. I've covered, as you know, I wrote a book about the Biden White House where everybody was on deep background requiring quote approval. Quite the opposite in this case. Susie Wiles in 11 interviews over 11 months.
That's how many there were, 11 interviews over 11 months.
11 in-depth interviews in which she was on the record. Everything in the article was on the record.
Were you recording every interview?
I recorded every interview.
Even ones that were on the phone. There was one where she was doing laundry, apparently.
Yeah, everything is on tape.
Did she know this was for Vanity Fair? Did she think this was for a long-term book that you were doing?
She knew I was working on a book at the outset. When I told her that Vanity Fair had agreed to do a piece, to publish a piece, she was all in and enthusiastic about it.
Why? Because she is so
like I said, I don't know. Like it sounds like y'all caught her slipping. Like she was drinking some wine and she just started letting loose. It's like, bro, if I was Trump, I'd look at it. Susie Wiles like, yo, what the fuck was that? Like, you're talking to Vanity Fair of all people. Like, did you not see this coming? Are you serious? Like, come on. You already did your whole hour-long interview with the New York Post. Like, isn't that enough for you? Now you want to go talk to Vanity Fair. It looks like you were talking off the wine. Like, come on now.
Legendarily averse to being out front.
That's why I say that this was lightning striking. It's amazing to me. First of all, I think that she is the most fascinating person in American politics, not only because she ran a brilliant campaign and brought Trump back from the dead to win the 2024 election. She's the first female White House chief of staff. But in addition, she's kind of the Greta Garbo of White House chiefs. I mean, she's never on camera, rarely on camera, hardly ever gives interviews.
You know, that's why you don't even know who she is. Like when I brought everybody who Susie Wiles is, I was like, bro, you don't know how powerful this lady is? Like, bro, chief of staff of the White House. Like, bro, she's and Trump's right-hand woman, person in this man's ear most of the time. This lady. That's why you need to actually look up who this lady is and figure out how she has all this corporate ties, which is heavily concerning. So trust me. Look out for Susie Wiles, because I wish she was somebody that Trump did not bring on. I truly do. But we got to deal with it. Can I say one of my criticisms? But shout out Parabolic Curvature. If you want real art, I know some people. All right, shoot, get me in touch. I'll be happy to check them out. I don't know. I haven't really tested AI that far. I've only asked him to do simple stuff. Well, I've asked them to do pretty complex stuff in terms of like research and all that good stuff. But in terms of art, I haven't really asked too much of them in that one.
And yet she did. I think it's because all I can tell you is what she told me. She felt the Trump 1.0 had been unfairly covered. The Trump was vilified
during the first administration.
During the first administration, she wanted a fair hearing, and I think she thought she would get one.
And one of the things the White House is saying, things were taken out of context, wildly out of context was the quote of Levitt. Are things that taken out of context? Because some of the quotes they're tight. I mean, they're just, it's like a
everything was scrupulously in context. And I got to tell you, the giveaway when you're a journalist and you hear the target, the subject talking about things like context and omissions, you know you're on the right track because there isn't a single fact or a single assertion that they've challenged in the piece.
Yeah, that's why I didn't kind of let Susie Riles just run away with her tweet. I was like, I don't know, man. A lot of that, like a lot of your answers, those aren't answers you give, like, I don't know, lacking context. Like, you know, the alcoholic personality, all right, they spun the hell out of that. But what you said about JD Vance, Elon, Pam Bondi, even though I agree with her, let's be real. I mean, there's really no way you could say, oh, it lacks context. Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure, I mean, we're getting this in, I believe, at least 50 to 70% of the context. And like I said, I've looked through it myself, and like I can't sit there and explain to you how, you know, her comments on Elon Musk and whatchamacallit, Pam Bondi were taken out of context, and JD Vance. Like, none of that, I'm be real with you, none of that was taken out of context. She meant that. She said it with her chest. The only thing that was taken out of context was the alcoholic personality.
It really reminds me of the Watergate days when Ben Bradley talked about non-denial denials.
Right.
This is the ultimate non-denial.
They're not really attacking. Well, I absolutely never said that. Although Susie Wiles did at one point say that she denied saying that Elon Musk is an avowed ketamine user. You then apparently, according to the reporting, you played a tape for the New York Times, which confirmed that.
It's on tape, as is every assertion that Susie made. And as you know, I interviewed the inner circle as well. I talked to JD Vance, I talked to Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, and others. All of it taped, all of it on the record. And the giveaway is that they haven't been able to challenge a single fact.
Are you surprised that the president is not, apparently, it seems, but at least publicly, not angry with Wiles?
Well, here's the other thing. As you say, it's not very often that you get an endorsement of your quotation from the president. You know, the
alcoholic personality.
Yeah, and he evidently wears that as a badge of
Grimy.
honor.
His brother, I'd done interviews with him long ago. He talked about his brother Fred, who
made that boy Rubio look sickly. Like, man, like, get that boy to a doctor. Like, you guys are grimy. Made this man look like he's a caveman out the wilderness. And Susie Wiles looks like an effing mental patient. I mean, this is grimy. Hilarious, though. Hilarious. I ain't gonna lie. This is a funny laugh. Like, come on, let's be real. It's funny. It's just effed up.
President. You know,
the alcoholic personality.
Yeah, and he evidently wears that as a badge of honor.
His brother, I'd done interviews with him long ago. He talked about his brother Fred, who was alcoholic.
So yeah, here's the fascinating thing, and that is not only is there this amazing 11-month journey that I document of Susie Wiles through this whole period, but it really goes all the way back to her childhood and her famous father, Pat Summerall, who was an alcoholic. She organized interventions with her mother to get treatment for him.
Too bad.
He was sober for 21 years, but she learned how to deal with difficult men.
It is a fascinating data point that, I mean, I certainly didn't know about her, that, you know, adult children of, you know, people who grew up with alcoholics are, I mean, she's in sort of the perfect job. I mean, it sort of makes sense.
Absolutely.
That what she learned as a little girl and throughout her life dealing with him.
And Trump is owning it. Trump is wearing it in effect as a kind of badge of honor. He's saying what she meant when she said that he has an alcoholic's personality is not that he's a drinker. We know that he's not, but that he has this grandiose personality. He believes that there is nothing, as she put it, nothing that he doesn't think he can do.
Well, she is saying, Susie Wiles pushed back on the story on social media saying, quote, significant context was disregarded. As I said, Carolyn Levitt said it was bias of omission. There's not huge chunks of Susie Wild on the record saying these saying stuff. It's tight quotes. Is there a world in which you would release the audio?
This may be a hot take, but to be honest with you, if a president was a drinker, considering how they make choices that people's lives hang in the balance, and they make choices where they end up taking people's lives, yeah, that turned me into a bit of a drinker. Not a straight up alcoholic, but I probably would need a couple shots after, since I'm out here calling out orders that might kill people. Just saying. But Trump's not an alcoholic, but I'll tell you this, he's definitely a bit you know what, I actually like it, because he exudes what a real leader is supposed to be by having a coldness to the enemy. Let's be real. He is a bit cold to the enemy. Look how he's blowing up these boats. He's not arresting them, not trying to interrogate him or nothing, or game no more secrets. He just said, no, I'm just going to blow y'all up. Period, point blank, boom.
Well, we're not going to release the audio.
Man.
Vanity Fair has decided that no, they're not going to release the audio, at least not now. The context, again, is just the most obvious example of a non-denial denial. Everything is absolutely in context. And as you know, there are long exchanges in the piece where we have at it back and forth. We debated all kinds of things, including the legality of strikes on the boats in the Caribbean. I think that there's certainly, I think that 99,500 words.
How many hours of tape do you have?
It's at least 11 hours. I'd say each interview was about an hour in length. Yeah.
And is there more to come? It's two parts. Is there a third part in there?
No, there's not a third part in the works. No.
Chris Whipple, I appreciate your time tonight.
Great to be
Thank
here.
you.
Release the full interview. I want to hear it. Release it, please. All right, now let's go ahead and get over to Venezuela and let's see what's going on in, that area.
President Trump is now taking the already boiling tension with the Venezuelan president to a new level now, ordering a, quote, total and complete blockade on sanctioned oil tankers in and out of Venezuela. He says that's going to be backed by a, quote unquote, armada of U.S. ships in the region. The specific wording of Trump's announcement may allow for more wiggle room than his blockade threat suggests, but he's definitely trying to escalate things even further. It comes after the U.S. Coast Guard seized this ship. We've been showing you this video since last week off of Venezuela's coast. The new threat is now intended to hit right at the heart of the Venezuelan economy.
Yeah. Well, I guess not to be so crude, but yeah, we stole that shit. We definitely stole it. We said, we also verified that it's actually, sending oil to what? Terrorist groups or what are so-called foreign enemies, basically either Iran, Russia, China. Yeah. And then here's the thing. Russia actually helped these guys transfer oil secretly as well. That's why they actually send submarines over. They're sending submarines over to help Venezuela smuggle oil out. But trust me, they're not going to help Venezuela fight the U.S. That's just kind of a rule that the superpowers have. Like, we'll get someone involved in the war that involves a superpower, but we'll never put boots on the ground against a superpower. Trust me, even Russia knows that it can only provide so much support to Venezuela.
Massive oil reserves. The president, it appears, is also trying to turn the focus back to the Caribbean and back to his agenda, announcing a primetime speech from the White House tonight. One thing he's likely trying to turn the focus away from, that explosive Vanity Fair interview with his chief of staff, Susie Wiles. People still trying to wrap their heads around what was said on the record in this lengthy series of interviews. One of the more and many eyebrow-raising things about was what that was said was about those strikes on alleged drug boats off the coast of Venezuela. The Trump administration has maintained that those strikes are aimed at stopping drugs from reaching the United States. But Susie Wiles says on the record now that they're more about the country's leader, saying that Trump, quote, wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle. CNN's Elena Treen is live at the White House for us this morning about that.
The Venezuelan army did respond. Now, it is in Spanish, so I would advise you guys, so if you are watching, I would advise you guys to look at the screen right now, and if you're at work or something, I'll just read it out to you. But yes, it's pretty much with the army of Venezuela saying, all right, Parties confess, as the jurist would say, dispense with the need for evidence. All right, let's go. It is now through force, no longer through sanctions, through unilateral, coercive measures, through political, diplomatic, and communicational isolation and psychopath. Oh, wow.
Por esa vía, sino se ha acudido a la fuerza, a la violencia. Y quienes acuden a la fuerza y a la violencia están perdidos. Están perdidos. Es la herramienta de aquellos que no tienen.
Okay, so he's pretty much criticizing the Trump administration, saying those who use force are in the wrong. You guys are only using force because you're wrongly taking our oil tankers. You're wrongly accusing us of drugs. And he's pretty much saying that the Trump administration is wrongly accusing Venezuela of things so they can invade them. He's not too far off from the truth.
Tienen la razón, la fuerza. Y los Estados Unidos está demostrando una radical, una diáfana desesperación.
The United States is showing a clear, radical, desperate, desperate in its handling of foreign policies. So pretty much saying we're being fragile about our foreign policies. So since we're not being able to become a global power, we're trying to hone down on hemispherical power. This has been proven in Trump's doctrine. Like, that's the new policy that we're going to be invoking, trying to go from a global power to a hemispherical power. And Venezuela sees that as a clear desperation, a clear desperate move to clinch down on our foreign policies, which, like I said, he's not too far off from the truth.
Desesperación en el manejo de su política exterior, particularmente con Venezuela. La Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana rechaza rotundamente las delirantes declaraciones emitidas ayer martes 16 de diciembre de los Corrientes, en las cuales de manera insolente amenaza a nuestra nación con acciones armadas y ordena un supuesto bloqueo naval.
Yep. I mean, yes. And what he's talking about now is that he's pretty much complaining that the Trump administration did this unnecessary move to put a naval blockade. And then, yeah, the naval blockade in the case, and of course, blowing up with boats and the seizing of oil tankers, which is, like I said, a reasonable complaint. He's allowed to complain about that. I get it.
Emitidas ayer martes 16 de diciembre de los Corrientes, en las cuales de manera insolente amenaza a nuestra nación con acciones armadas y ordena un supuesto bloqueo naval total para confiscar buques que transporten petróleo venezolano.
Yeah.
Hecho que comporta un vulgar acto.
And that constitutes a vulgar act of piracy. Whoa. Really? So pretty much he's saying we're committing piracy on these Venezuelan oil tankers, pretty much, just by taking them. Yes, so he's pretty much saying to seize ships transporting Venezuelan oil, an act that constitutes a vulgar act of privacy. Oh, piracy. Not privacy, piracy. Arg.
De piratería. Las acusaciones formuladas resultan fantasiosas e incoherentes, pues insólitamente señalan que les hemos robado petróleo, tierras y otros activos, lo cual.
Now, I'm be real with you. Y'all did take land. Y'all did kick more American oil producers out of y'all country. So in a way, y'all did kind of take it, but not so much the oil or the land. But yeah, some of it's right, some of it's completely false. So what he's saying. So yeah, the absolutely absurd claim that we have stolen from them. And this is what, their general is saying.
Petróleo,
oil, land, and other assets,
activos, lo cual es
which is completely false
y desenmascara la inverosímil
and exposes the impulsive narrative of combating narco-terrorism, further revealing the malicious intentions planned since the beginning of the warlike escalation.
A mediados de este año, que tal como lo ha señalado reiteradamente el ciudadano Nicolás Maduro Moros,
repeatedly stated by citizen Nicolás Maduros,
presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, no son otras que forzar un cambio de régimen en nuestro país y apoderarse groseramente de su petróleo y demás recursos naturales.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I mean, yeah, which are none other than a force of regime change in our country, you know, and to crudely seize its oil and other strategic natural resources, which you're not wrong. We actually are doing that. I mean, that's why we're trying to get the man to move and put in our own leaders so we can do that without having to put boots on the ground or having to act Congress for land strikes. He's not wrong. So, I mean, he's making sense.
Estratégicos. Todo es por petróleo.
Yeah, it's all about oil and hemispherical power. He's not wrong. He ain't wrong, but that's what the Venezuelan army is saying right now. All right, let's get back to English news.
That blockade, what are you hearing?
Yeah, and what a stunning quote that was from Susie Wiles, particularly as someone who's been covering this Venezuela escalation for weeks now. I mean, to have the White House Chief of Staff say that on the record is pretty remarkable, given it's very different, Kate, from what we have heard from officials maintaining that this is all about trying to stop the flow of drugs into the U.S. But to get back to your initial question, President Trump designated Venezuela a foreign terrorist organization on Tuesday. And as you mentioned, he also formally ordered a blockade of all U.S. sanctioned oil tankers that are servicing Venezuela. Now, this is a major escalation and backed, as the president argues, by a giant U.S. armada. And it puts unprecedented pressure on Nicolas Maduro and his regime. A key question, of course, is what will the real impact of this be? I think there's no question that it will hit their already very struggling economy especially hard and could threaten to actually bankrupt Venezuela. But I want to read for you some of what the president posted overnight. He said, quote, Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they have ever seen before.
Damn.
Until such time as they return to the United States of America all of the oil, land, and other assets that they previously stole from us. Now, I should say, Trump incorrectly argued that they have stolen a lot of oil and resources from them. That's not necessarily true. We have reached out to clarify those remarks. Venezuela and the Maduro regime is also hitting back very hard. They're arguing essentially that this is showing the real threat or real kind of goal of the president, which they are arguing is to steal the wealth of the country. So a major escalation here of what we are seeing from the president toward Venezuela.
Joining us now is CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric.
All right, now let's go to Venezuelan news, because they did also release something as well. We got a word from Maduro himself. You know, so we heard from the generals. We heard from a general, a top general. Now let's go ahead and hear from Maduro. Like I said, hey, man, we like to cover things extensively here.
Y lo que ha sucedido el día de ayer y hoy, cuando el gobierno de los Estados Unidos dice que le pertenecen a ellos y que los venezolanos le robamos el petróleo.
All right, so pretty much he's saying that, yeah, he's going off the claim that, oh, so the United States pretty much saying that we stole oil and land from them? Okay.
O sea, que el petróleo venezolano le pertenece.
Meaning that Venezuelan oil belongs to them.
Que los minerales venezolanos, el oro y
That
todos
Venezuelan
los minerales
minerals, gold, and all the minerals belong to them.
Y lo que nunca habíamos
And
escuchado,
something we had never heard before, that Venezuelan land belongs to them, and we have to return them immediately.
sencillamente,
It's simply a warmongering
pretensión guerrerista
and a colonialist claim.
y lo hemos
And
dicho
we
bastante,
have said it enough.
y ya todo el
And
mundo
now
ve la
everyone
verdad.
sees the truth.
verdad
And the
ha sido
truth has
revelado.
been revealed.
Se pretende
In
en
Venezuela, they aim for a regime change to impose a puppet government. He's not wrong.
gobierno títere que no duraría ni 47
That won't
horas.
last even 47 hours.
A entregar
One that would hand over the constitution, sovereignty, and all the wealth, turning Venezuela into a colony. Simply put, this is never, ever going to happen. Never. Venezuela will never, ever be a colony of anything or anyone. All right. You know, I had to add a little, oomph to that, because, hey, man, my man was talking passionately. What can I say? He was even riling me up a little bit. But, I mean, look, I don't want to get into war with Venezuela, but, man, I hope we don't. Because, I mean, it's going to take a lot. It's not going to be easy. We'd win, but at the loss of American lives, taxpayer dollars, and equipment, I'm just like, it's just not worth it. And we don't want it. Like, we're good. We're good, though. We'd rather work with you, Maduro. Well, personally, if I was Trump, I'd rather work with Maduro since it looked like he was about to give up everything anyway. I mean, we didn't have to come to this, but it is what it is.
Leighton, appreciate you being with us.
Oh, it's great to be with you, Rosemary.
So, Colonel, on Monday night, the Pentagon struck 3 more alleged drug boats in the Eastern Pacific. And then on Tuesday, an interview with Vanity Fair has President Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, revealing that these strikes were less about drugs and more about regime change, saying that Trump, quote, wants to keep on blowing boats up until President Nicolas Maduro cries uncle. And people way smarter than me on that say that he will, unquote. What's your reaction to this?
Well, I don't think that hitting these alleged drug boats is going to do the trick. If the effort is going to be focused on regime change, what really needs to happen is they need to go after much bigger fish, figuratively speaking, of course. And what I'm talking about there, of course, would be something like the oil tankers. And so there's a distinct possibility that based on the president's Truth Social posting and some reporting, the distinct possibility is that he's going to go after the oil tankers. So basically like that operation a few days ago that netted the large oil tanker that was flying the Guyanese flag, that is the kind of thing that we can expect to see. And if he's going to really blockade Venezuela, and specifically with the purpose of going after those oil tankers, that would be more likely to create the conditions for regime change. It's definitely not a guarantee that it would happen, but it's certainly much closer to achieving that goal as opposed to going after the small alleged drug vessels.
Right, and what is your view of that strategy, the regime change?
Well, I don't think it is the smartest thing to do at this point in time. I think there are a lot of other things that can be done when it comes to Venezuela, but there is certainly one aspect of it is certainly in Trump's camp, and that is the fact that Maduro lost an election, a popular election, and in that sense, he is illegitimately the president of Venezuela right now. So to effectively remove him is not a bad idea, but it should be done by the Venezuelan people. They are the ones that should be taking this into their hands and creating conditions where Maduro leaves.
And Colonel, also on Tuesday, Senate Democrats are angry after attending a classified briefing with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, where they...
All right, though, let's go ahead and have a little bit of fun, and let's, get on a bit of a comedic interlude with, I haven't done this in a minute, Lefty's losing it. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Shout out Sky News.
It's time for Lefties losing it. Now, if you thought the horrific Islamist terror attack on Bondi Beach, an attack targeted against the Jewish community, would inspire some self-reflection from anti-Israeli activists like Greta Thunberg, well, you'd be wrong. No, far from even mentioning that awful preventable tragedy in Bondi, Greta Thunberg has posted a message in support of anti-Israeli activists in British prisons. Activists locked up for their alleged support of a terror group and for charges such as breaking into an RAF facility.
Which is why
they're the real victims in Greta's eyes.
Today, I and people all over the world are sending solidarity to the 8 individuals who are on hunger strike in British prisons, demanding that the government meets their demands of immediate bail, a right to fair trial, the deprescription of Palestine action, and an end to censorship. These individuals have been held in prison, some for over a year, without trial, and are currently unconvicted of any crime to date. They are on 42 days of hunger striking, a critical point that could lead to irreversible damage to their health and bodies.
Irreversible damage, she says. I wonder if there was a way to avoid that. I don't know, maybe these next lads can offer a solution.
Our friends are starving to death in UK prisons!
Have a sandwich then and get a job. That's brilliant advice right there. Now, I do wonder if there will be any
Now, the shooting in in Australia at the Hanukkah party, at the Hanukkah festival, was absolutely tragic. I know they caught the guy. They ended up catching both the guys who were doing the shooting. It was a father and son duo. I mean, I think it was an American guy or an Australian guy who ended up shooting one of the guys. And then it was it was actually a Muslim man. Yeah, I know, much like to demonize Muslims, but it was a Muslim man who also disarmed one of the shooters as well. So shout out.
Reflection from other
Shout out to those two guys.
Anti-Israeli activists like Abby Chatfield. She's been among those who have normalized hatred of Zionists, who have used the word Zionist as if it's a slur, as if believing in Israel's right to exist and defend itself is some sort of high crime. Wonder if there will be an apology or a vow to do better, perhaps a vow to stop posting poisonous trash like this next clip I'm going to show you, where Abby Chatfield called on Americans to murder President Trump. Yep, she really posted this just a few months ago.
Americans, when are you going to do it? Why isn't it already done? Every day there's another happening, right? Awful for your country. Awful, right? Why don't we redirect this energy to something else? You know, there's all these incels that are going, oh my, so they go and do. You know what would actually make people respect you a little bit and make people want you? Is if you did it. You get heaps of fan mail. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just do it.
Yeah, it's funny how the crackdown on so-called hate speech never seems to include the trash being spewed there. Now, here is a dose of weapon-grade chutzpah courtesy of CNN anchor Jake Tapper. Here he explains why he is hyper-fixated on Donald Trump's age.
We cover it all the time on my show, all the time. And I think that is to a large degree because we saw what happened with Biden, and while we covered it, we didn't cover it. Maybe we didn't ask as many questions as we should have at the time. And I think it is a legitimate question for any president of any age, but particularly anybody who is like in the range of being an octogenarian, right? We cover it all the time.
So let me get this straight. The guy who refused to cover Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline, indeed, he attacked those of us who pointed out the very obvious cognitive decline. And then he wrote a book acting like he was breaking news on Biden's mental acuity.
Yep.
But he only wrote that book after Biden was dumped by the Democrats. And now he's acting like his failure to properly scrutinize Democrats is why he must be obsessively negative about Donald Trump. Makes perfect sense. Now, you know MSNBC's Nicole Wallace, or MS Now, whatever they're called these days. Nicole Wallace, well, she's a little batshit crazy on TV, but she really reserves the weapon-grade crazy for her podcast, where she seems to feature the worst opinions in America. This week, it's alleged comic and actress Leslie Jones.
How do you think it ends? How do you think the era ends?
Girl,
Not
this is
her.
this is what I'm hoping, that midterms people come out and vote like crazy to switch it over, and then the reckoning comes. That's what I want. Everybody that worked for ICE, I want them in jail. I just want a reckoning.
Everybody,
I want a reckoning.
everybody in ICE just go to jail. It's like, bro, like, what is wrong with y'all? Like, lady, they're just doing their job. They're literally following the law when it comes to doing their job. They've made one notable mistake so far. And that's deporting that one, what was it? That Asian, he was an Asian man, and he was a veteran. He fought for us, and we ended up deporting him because, one, he fell down a life of drugs. He never got his paperwork right, and we ended up deporting him for that reason, because he never had his paperwork right. That one, I will admit, is a mistake. But other than that, everything's been pretty good, actually. They've been following the law, and they've been following what they're allowed to do. They haven't been really getting too excessive with their force. And let's be real, all the videos that you guys show us, well, you can leave out the context to kind of show why they're being treated like this. Like that white lady on the ground that was riding around with her boyfriend who's an illegal. But all we see is a lady on the ground crying, talking about, oh, I'm a citizen. Yeah, we know, but your boyfriend's not.
Y'all know y'all did wrong stuff. You know some of the stuff you did was so wrong. I need a reckoning. Because that's, to me, that's the only thing that's going to make it right.
And you thought she was terrible in Ghostbusters, and yeah, she was. What a horrid piece of work. Wanting ICE agents to go to jail for doing their jobs, detaining illegal immigrants, including rapists and killers.
Like, they're just doing their job, like, literally. Like, that's why, like, oh, they all need to go to jail. I'm like, bro, what is wrong with y'all? Just for doing their job? What, you're going to try to indict all of them for just doing their job? So pretty much you want nobody to be in ICE. You don't want no immigration enforcement. Pretty much they're just going to abolish ICE, and we're going to have no immigration enforcement like they've wanted all along. That makes sense.
Now, here's another former guest of Nicole Wallace's awful podcast, a former MSNBC anchor, Joy Reid, who is so far off the reservation, so extreme in her hard left views, that she actually seems to believe that the leftist media isn't left at all.
There's no liberal media. It's never existed other than in independent media. This is liberal media where we are right now on the left hook. Other than that, corporate media,
it's the worst actors. Oh my God. It's the guy who pretty much tells white men that there's something wrong with them while being a bottom to a white man. Yeah, so literally sleeping next to a white man, shit-talking white men. It's the guy who literally told him, bro, I ain't gonna lie. He literally told Americans, I think it was Americans or the UK people, that, oh, white people are done. Your culture is trash. Your women like us. You guys won't exist no more. This guy right here. So we just got the most hateful white haters in the world, but most likely some of them most likely sleep with white people. Like our guy over here. So, you know, shout out Don Lemon. This guy, I mean, he just hates white people and their culture, and he thinks that they should all be replaced. And Joy Reid, I mean, come on, man. Come on, bro. She hates paper because it's white. Like, let's be honest. But shout out to Toe. She says, bless her heart. There will be a reckoning, but not what she thought it would be. I mean, literally. Boy.
Nothing liberal about it. The owners are conservatives who want to do business with Trump.
Now, let's hear from Democrat Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who had this to say about the Islamist terrorist attack at Bondi.
Become a normal occurrence, not just in the United States, but now seeing it in Australia, who's worked really hard to create gun prevention laws to prevent the kind of tragedy that took place today.
Yep, so after two men carrying and...
No, it was actually hilarious, though, because the Dems were trying to, oh, this is where we talk about gun laws, and then we kind of grilled you guys because, well, let's be real. I mean, Australia got some pretty good, like some pretty harsh gun laws. They got some pretty strict gun laws. And the fact that, like we keep telling you, criminals don't follow gun laws. So as much gun laws as you want to impose, it's not going to stop the people who want to commit violence. Sorry. And yes, they did do a gun buyback program, and they did try to confiscate all the guns. Look what happened still. So I'm sorry, but yeah, those gun laws, and you know, right, we need to just go ahead and probably take guns from people. People don't need AR-15s no more and all that wild stuff. I'm sorry, but no. And like I said, when you take the guns away, the dictators come to play. And y'all don't understand that for some reason. I guess you won't understand until it happens. And I ain't going for that.
Islamic State flag in their car, gunned down innocent people at the beach, targeting a Jewish event.
Bro, it's like Link. It's not about how many. It's about the fact that they still had all these gun laws and it still happened. But here's the thing. The argument over here is that if we invoke those same gun laws, oh, yeah, this isn't going to happen no more. This will be good. I mean, like, no, there's still going to be people who are criminals, who are crazy, who's still going to go out and do stuff. Like I said, like guns don't shoot people. People take guns and shoot people. Shoot, I mean, look at the UK. I mean, you take away the guns, you get knives. And then soon enough, they're going to take away the knives. People are going to start stoning each other. Then what? Now what? We're banning stones.
Wants to talk about gun laws. Never mind that Australia has some of the toughest gun laws anywhere in the world.
Literally.
Let's bring in Sky News contributor Kosha Gator. Kosha, the crisis we are dealing with is not going to be fixed by just further toughening gun laws.
No. And she knows it. And sadly, the leaders here, from the prime minister all the way down to former and sitting political figures and lawmakers, have also jumped on that bandwagon. They do it back home in the US all the time, including her, because the end goal is to restrict more and more gun rights, which is one form of freedom. I know that's a very American point of view, but it is a form of freedom that you have the right to self-defense. Doesn't mean
Yeah, and that's boom. That's Ilhan Omar's husband. Oh yes, Ilhan Omar. Oh my goodness, I love talking about this lady sometimes because she has quite the past, Because you know something about Ilhan Omar is the fact that she didn't marry her brother. And I know the White House released this nice little what was it, a marriage certificate? Yeah, sorry, but a marriage certificate does not prove that Ilhan Omar married her brother. I'm sorry. Actually, if you actually look up the name of the man that she married, well, he actually comes from the UK. So yeah, bro actually comes from the UK. So if we want to talk about Ilhan Omar, what was it? She was married in 2009. This is the guy that y'all said is her brother. Yeah, the guy that y'all said is her brother is a UK citizen, came in from a different place in Omar, and you can most likely track his parents to the UK. So not her brother. Second guy, a husband. Well, I mean, there have been no reports about that guy being her brother. They're mainly talking about the first husband. But the problem is, though, I mean, that's already the second marriage, right? And from what her second husband said, they divorced because of infidelity and irreconcilable differences because of infidelity. And while she was married to her second husband, she was doing campaign financing with this guy right here. This white man, most likely looks like he's from Jewish descent, but this guy right here, that is Ilhan Omar's husband. All that shit she talks about white people, just like Don Lemon, just to once again sleep right next to one. And she cheated on her own kind for this man. Yes, she cheated on her Somalian husband, which was her second husband, for Tom Mayet, which is her third husband, Tim Mayet. I'm sorry, not Tom, but Tim Mayet, who was her third husband right now. Yep. And while she was cheating on her second husband, she was enriching this man because he is a political financial consultant. And she was pretty much kickbacking campaign funds for his consulting. All while married to her husband. And while her and her husband was her second husband was finalizing that divorce, she was in an open relationship with my man, Tim Mayet. Yeah. All that shit talk just for them to turn around and do this. Honestly, I don't even know how the Somalian people even respect Ilhan Omar. I mean, she literally cheated on your own kind with this guy. The so-called conqueror, the colonialist, right? Okay.
Can buy guns unchecked. There's plenty of checks, but everybody should have that right, essentially, right? And it's enshrined in the Constitution there. So there's a little bit of a backstop, but even still, many, many states, including Minnesota, have it tightly. And what are you going to do? Print out another legislation and wave it to a shooter when they come to you? Like, that's where it just makes no sense. It's treating legislation as some sort of magic wand that it is.
And to think.
But yeah, the claims on Ilhan Omar marrying her brother, false. But there is something up with her. What was it? I think she wrote down like her year of birth. It was wrong, or she has like 2 years of birth, which is common among immigrants. But that could also make your immigration documents invalid. So we'll see what comes out of that. But no, Ilhan Omar didn't marry her brother. The real story is that she's been married 3 times since she cheated on her second husband. Well, with her now third husband, and the fact that she doesn't have her birth date properly on her immigration forms. Yeah, she doesn't have her birth date properly stated on her immigration forms. That's also another thing that I dug up about her. But as far as her her marrying her brother, nothing at all. And I trust me, I looked in deep into Minnesota journalists, politics, people that wrote hit pieces about her and all that. And not even the people who wrote hit pieces about her said it's, confirmed that she married her brother.
That terrorists, people hell-bent on killing as many innocent people as they can, are going to respect gun laws. We know that illegal guns are available to those who want to seek them out. And surely a terrorist is not going to be observing gun laws.
No, it hampers law-abiding people. Those are the people who follow laws, and terrorists and criminals don't follow them. The issue, of course, is immigration, among others. That is a topic Ilhan Omar knows a lot about, and I think there's a reason why she's obfuscating.
And guys, this is how thirsty people are to believe it. Like, they showed the marriage license. Does showing a marriage license prove that, that's your brother? Like, no, really think about that. Really think about what you're saying right now. They showed a marriage license with 2 people with 2 different last names. And here's the thing: has anybody ever tracked that guy's name to her being her brother? No, because you track his name, you track him all the way to the UK. He's actually a UK citizen. So what are you talking about? Like I said, they just because they released a certificate and said, "Oh yeah, that proves she marries her brother." No, it doesn't. I don't even know why the White House is running with this lie. It's stupid. If they really wanted to hit her with something, hit her with what I told you. She's been married 3 times and she's a cheater. Like, that's it.
Focusing on that and focusing on gun rights instead.
Now, Coach, I want to play you some harrowing footage. Here you hear a pregnant mum, soothing and protecting a toddler who is not her child, and the Bondi gunmen are firing at this point, and they sound like they're very...
Shout out to, by that liberals' logic, we should outlaw cars. Yeah, I know, right? Because, I mean, people, what you mean? People die in cars every day. What was it? I think Allstate said there's a car crash. There is a car crash every, 20 seconds? So you count 20 seconds and boom, car crash, which I can believe, which I absolutely believe, especially if it's snowing. Shoot, you can shrink that 20 seconds down to 10 seconds.
Very close by. Have a listen to this.
I got you. 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 We're going to stay here and we're going to be nice and safe.
Oh, Lord.
And no one's going to hurt us, okay? No one's going to hurt us. We're going to be okay. Can you hide? Yeah, we can hide, baby.
Now, that woman is called Jess, and she met that little girl's grateful parents. This was a beautiful moment.
Last night when we spoke, you wanted to say thank you to Jess, the woman.
All right, now let's move on from this and let's go ahead and get into why no one is stopping this. NATO and EU are ready for war with Russia. Shout out, let's get over to our guys over there Redacted.
All right. Well, Russian President Vladimir Putin says the West is on a collision course with collapsed and is really on a suicide mission. Putin called European leaders piglets today. He didn't hold back. And he said they are on a course for collapse. And honestly, looking at what we've just seen in the last 24 hours, it's hard to argue with him at all. It's actually madness what is happening right now. Over the past few hours alone, we've seen a series of developments that make one thing painfully clear. Western leaders are actively trying to manufacture consent for war with Russia that their own people absolutely do not want, of course, and they cannot afford. And they absolutely will lose. I mean, maybe that's the biggest part of the story. They'll be annihilated. But okay, go for it. Europe. Over the past few hours alone, we've seen a series of developments that are really troubling. Look at Germany this morning. That country is collapsing. Volkswagen closing its operations there in Germany after 88 years. I mean, the iconic German brand, because of the economy, energy costs. Sorry, you're closing up shop. Western leaders aren't even trying to hide it anymore. Let's start in Washington. Nutbag neocon Lindsey Graham has just introduced a new bill in the U.S. Senate to officially label Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. Okay. So instead of labeling Ukraine a state sponsor of terror, which they are, verifiably so, the state of Ukraine literally pays and supports.
I mean, bro, they were literally paying and supporting Nazis to low-key rape women, like fight for them and rape women. Like, are you serious? And let's be real. If you look, it's going to come out soon. So I'm going to tell you right now, bro, Putin was complaining about denazifying Ukraine. It was in the peace deal. You want to know why? Because Ukraine was literally hiring terrorists, aka Nazi groups, to fight for them. And they did not care about the atrocities that they were doing to, well, some of the areas in Ukraine that are ethnically Russian. But they won't tell you that part, huh?
Azov terrorists to go to apartment complexes in Ukraine that they've identified, and they rape young girls and they shoot other people in the head. We have the receipts. So you want to label Russia a state sponsor of terror? Okay.
We're just throwing these words around now. There's terrorists inside the U.S. There's terrorists outside that. Like, everyone's a terrorist. Now that Nazi doesn't work anymore, now you're a terrorist.
Now we're okay to support this. Yeah.
Right. And the actual terrorists are not terrorists.
So understand what this means. This designation isn't symbolic. It's a legal trigger. And as legal experts, again, explain, who are much smarter than me. I mean, I'm kind of an idiot. They say that once you slap the label on a nuclear-armed superpower, then you're not creating space for negotiations. You're literally closing off every off-ramp. Sorry, they're a state sponsor of terror. We can't negotiate with terrorists. You're escalating.
And here's the thing, Europe, I hope you realize we're not backing you up in this. Like, we're looking for a way out of NATO, and we're never really in the EU too much. So we're in the EU. So yeah, we're trying to find our way out of NATO. So if this is what you guys want to do, go to war with Putin, then go ahead. But you will not have the backing of the US. We're going to be focusing on our own backyard in the Western Hemisphere. And as much as I disagree with it, it does look like that's what we're doing by trying to run Venezuela, which is basically an oil and resource and mineral hub of Latin America, which would mean that we're going to kick the Chinese influence, Russian influence, Iranian influence, all out of South America. And I mean, here's the thing. That means we're pretty much leaving the Eastern Hemisphere to, well, divvy up between Russia and China. And we'll see how that works out for them. We can no longer afford to be a global power, period, point blank.
Sanctions, which they're planning to do. You're opening the door for direct military confrontation and basically daring the situation to spiral completely out of control. And Lindsey Graham knows this, by the way. This is the same guy who's been openly calling for regime change in Moscow, joking about assassinating President Putin, joking about the best money he's ever spent is going to kill Russians. Best money we ever spent. Okay. And treating World War III like it's some kind of game that he plays with his gay friends in Washington, D.C. And this morning, Tucker Carlson kind of nailed it perfectly when he was asked by our friend Judge Knapp about acting independently. And he said he's not acting independently. He's being used as a tool, used by the military-industrial complex as a tool. He's being used by foreign interests as a tool, used by people who will benefit from chaos while ordinary Americans pay the price. Watch.
To label Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. How preposterous, absurd, counterproductive is
like
that?
Europe, what are you doing? Like, you're literally trying to cut off any type of communication with Russia. And let's be real, I mean, if all of Europe teams up, I don't think they're beating Russia, to be quite honest with you. And the way Putin's been talking, he's like, I'm not going to be as nice to you as he was to Ukraine. He's like, the only reason I was going soft to Ukraine is because there's ethnically Russian people there. But he's saying to Europe, he's like, I'm not going to treat you as nice as Ukraine. And I mean, that's a very scary thing to say, because I don't even think he's treating Ukraine too nicely. And if that's what you call nicely, I don't know I don't want to see what mean is. I'll be honest with you. I really don't. I don't think you do either.
I mean, it's basically an effort to thwart the United States. It's self-harm. I think it's clearly intentional. I have always liked Lindsey Graham. I always will like Lindsey Graham because he's just so charming and funny. But I don't know. I can't tell. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that he doesn't know he's being used as an instrument of the destruction of the United States. But he is, whether he knows it or not.
Yeah,
and so of course,
right.
Geopolitically,
so he's right. So now let's talk about Britain, because they are pushing the West to war faster than just about anyone else. Former UK Prime Minister and certifiable moron Boris Johnson is now openly calling for young British men and women to enlist so they can prepare to fight Russia. Watch.
Sir, Lance Corporal Johnson reporting for duty and responding to the appeal from General Sanders for a citizen army and encouraging young people across the country to think of the attractions, advantages of some kind of military training or service.
And not to be a dick, but I mean, bro, what are they fighting for? What, a country that don't let them have freedom of speech? A country that put legal immigrants or immigrants over them? A country that literally has been, their legal immigration has been used to try to what? I'm gonna be honest with you, like, to replace the current population, which of Europe. Like, let's be real, what are they fighting for? I mean, especially in UK, why would they want to fight for you guys when y'all been doing everything to disrespect y'all citizens? Why? Like, let's be honest.
At the moment, they think it's either uncool or unethical, or perhaps they're not following General Sanders, they're following Colonel Sanders.
Okay.
It's not funny. It's actually
He's hilarious.
Quite stupid.
Yeah, it's like I don't know.
It's not a joke.
Anyway, think about how insane that is. I mean, this isn't 1940. Russia is not marching on London. They have no intention of attacking Britain or Europe. There are no Russian tanks heading for Paris or Berlin. Putin said we have no intention of doing anything of the sort, and he laughed about it. Last week, he said, you guys can't even stop rubber boats filled with illegals who come into your country to rape your women and children. You can't stop anything. So, okay.
Damn. I mean, like, bruh. Way to kill the conversation. Just like, hold on. You think you can stop me? I mean, like I said, you literally can't stop like illegals or legal immigrants from just coming on boats and getting into your country. You can't even stop these guys, and they're not even coming in with guns. I'm coming in with planes, bombers, missiles, and guns. But you can't even stop a bunch of like guys on a raft on a rubber boat. But you think you can stop Russia? Oh my God. Woo, y'all crack me up, man. That's a great joke, man. That's a hilarious joke right there. I hope you're joking.
But yeah, we got to go to war with them. And just a few minutes ago, Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, saying the exact same thing. We need to mobilize, basically conscript, build up our army in order to face Russia. Watch.
Und wenn es uns nicht gelingt, die Zahlen, die wir brauchen für die Aufwuchsfähigkeit der Bundeswehr jetzt schnell zu erreichen, so wie wir es gemeinsam miteinander verabredet haben, dann werden wir nicht umhin kommen, auch über eine verpflichtende Dienstzeit bei der Bundeswehr zu sprechen. Wir versuchen es auf der Basis von Freiwilligkeit und Attraktivität. Das ist meine Meinung, dass wir das tun sollten, aber wir müssen die Option offen halten, es gegebenenfalls auch mit einer Wehrpflicht zu verbinden.
Yeah.
Compulsory.
So, compulsory.
That sounds like a draft.
That's
to me.
It's exactly what it is. Compulsory. So we're going to try to build up our ranks.
Nah, Link, we're talking about like the more of the inaction of their leadership. That's pretty much what he's saying. It's like, bro, your leadership won't even stop this. And they're not doing it well. Actually, they're not even trying to at all. What makes you think that they can stop me? I mean, that's a good argument, to be quite honest with you. I'll be like, damn, you're right. The leadership refuses to stop these illegals or these immigrants. So what makes you think they can stop Russia from just having their way? Here's the thing. I don't want this to happen. I don't want Europe to be made an example of. I don't want Europe to be part of Russia. I don't want that. I want that to happen in my lifetime. But if Europe keeps playing around, that's what's gonna happen.
You know, voluntarily, but if we can't do that to face Russia, then we'll make it compulsory. This is Germany, by the way, what I just mentioned, Volkswagen closing down, energy crisis, a country that is in a recession, arguably heading to a depression. But okay, your biggest concern is Russia. How about taking care of the German people? There's an idea. That's a novel approach. So you guys have heard of the bearskin hoodie, right? It's my favorite hoodie. It's the one I'm wearing right now. He will love it. Cosplay, telling young people to get ready to die for what exactly? NATO BlackRock investments in Ukraine?
No, Link, they are trying. Link, they're trying. I mean, think about it. Sending weapons to Ukraine. I mean, all that good stuff. That's trying right there. They're trying to proxy their way into a W for Ukraine. So they're trying, and they failed. Even with the weapons that they're sending. And what weapons would they be fighting Russia with? Those same weapons they're sending to Russia that Russia's disposing of. So, yeah, they're trying. They've already played their hand.
What exactly are you asking these people to die for? But it gets worse because the chief of UK's air staff, Richard Knighton, actually went on the record saying British families must be prepared right now to sacrifice their sons and daughters for war with Russia.
What?
Sons and daughters, colleagues, veterans will all have a part to play, to build, to serve, and if necessary, to fight. And more families will know what sacrifice for our nation means. That's why it's so important that we do explain the changing threat and the need to stay ahead of it. As I've said, I'm clear that the country's first line of defense is the armed forces.
It is.
We need to be ready to deter, fight, and win today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
The
Can I
SDR
just say that sounds a lot like putting the cart before the horse? He's saying they need to be ready to die and they don't understand why. So we need to make sure that they understand why they need to be ready to die. Historically speaking, when we hear these heroic stories about people who laid down their lives for the dream that was Rome, they know what they're doing. They have an idea. They're saying, you're not on board yet. Listen to our propaganda and you will be. You'll be ready to lay down their life.
Well, as David Icke likes to point out, you know, he talks about the idea of you got to create the problem, right? So and you have to sell it to people.
Right.
So you need to create the problem first. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here. Like, Russia's the problem. Never mind the fact that he has said this new era of threat. What new era of threat? Like, where are they manufacturing this from?
Right.
So if you actually listen to Russia, do you think that Russia wants to take care of an island?
And shout out Izoke for sending in a happy poo for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend.
Of Brits? Like, really? Like, you think that that's what Russia's into? They want to invade and take over England?
Right.
And they're not selling anything. Like, they're not coming out and saying this is the clear threat. This is the danger. This is what we see. It's all on like, trust us, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's all suppressed.
You need more than that.
And fight for what? It's not a free country. It's a country that hates most of their own citizens. What are they going to fight for? What is the dream here that they're offering so that your children can live free? Well, they don't. They don't now.
And here's the thing. I mean, Russia don't want no smoke with Europe. Like, Russia's not even trying to get into it with Europe. They're just saying, like, look, if y'all want it, we can throw down, but don't blame us. Don't blame us when things go bad for you because we didn't want this. And Europe has already stated that we don't want it, but we'll take on the challenge. And that is not something I wanted to hear.
Oh, so what would you fight for the UK for?
I guess in the UK, you get the right to have your daughters like raped in a park. Like, that's what you're fighting for.
The right
in the
to
UK?
be arrested for winking at a cop?
The right to be arrested for waving the British flag. I mean, the right to
praying silently
at
The
an
right,
abortion
yeah,
clinic. Like,
singing a Christian hymn in the street.
Like, what the hell are you actually fighting for in the UK?
Yeah.
Biscuits, afternoon tea, which is okay. So that's actually kind of crappy, if you want to be honest with you.
It's like brown water. Why y'all do that?
Why y'all do that? So let all that sink in. I mean, Russia has not attacked the UK. Russia has not attacked NATO. The entire BS narrative, of course, is built on a lie, and Putin called that out directly this morning. Putin said Western leaders leading their country towards collapse over the false claim that Russia plans to attack Europe. Listen.
Хочу, чтобы меня услышали простые граждане западных государств. Вас сейчас настойчиво пытаются убедить в том, что все ваши трудности – это результат каких-то враждебных действий России. Что...
I'm weak. All right, yeah, he's pretty much saying it. He's saying, all right, countries. I want countries to hear me too. It's like you're being they're trying to convince you that your difficulties is because of some conflict with Russia. It's because of some military threat from Russia. When Russia is like, shout out to Putin, he's pretty much saying this out loud. We don't want no beef with y'all. Oh, they wanted to join NATO. Like, Russia, bro, the way they're trying to paint Putin as this villain that just wants to dominate the world is incorrect. Like, the man is pretty savage with the way he runs his government and savage with the way he kind of conducted this war. But to be quite honest, he doesn't want conflict with the rest of the world or Europe or especially the USA. And then let's not pretend like certain European countries don't got nukes.
Это результат каких-то враждебных действий России.
It ain't smart.
Что из вашего собственного кошелька надо оплатить борьбу с мифической русской угрозой. Все это ложь. А правда в том, что текущие проблемы, с которыми сталкиваются миллионы людей на Западе, стали результатом многолетних действий правящих элит их государств. Их ошибок, близорукости и амбиций. Эти элиты думают не о том, как улучшить жизнь своих граждан.
I mean, that's true. It's like, yeah, you're right. These elites aren't trying to help you prove you're alive. They're trying to help you get into a war with Russia, which is absolutely insane. I mean, they give you all these like laws. I mean, you can't have no guns. You ain't got no freedom of speech. Your culture is disrespected, but they want you to take all that to the chin and risk your life to go fight Russia for them and for their interests, not your own, but theirs. Because when you come back, you're still going to be dealing with the same bullshit. I know, right? You're supposed to fight for that.
В западных странах. Они одержимы своими корыстными интересами и сверхприбылями.
That's like spot on. I
Show
mean,
me the lie.
Yeah, show me the lie.
Where is he wrong?
Where is the evidence that he's wrong at all? We've been hearing the same line for years from Putin, by the way. Russia, we've been hearing these stories, right, from European leaders, right? Russia's about to invade Europe. Russia won't stop at Ukraine. They're heading for Paris. Russia's coming for NATO. And none of that has happened, of course. What has happened is Western economies collapsing under sanctions that backfired, energy prices exploding, manufacturing leaving Europe, as I mentioned, Volkswagen closing down, an iconic German brand, working class families being crushed right now. Oh, and not to mention the birth gap problem. Families are dying out across Europe. Maybe that's why they're bringing in so many.
All right, now let's go ahead and switch the video up a little bit because chatting with Jason Hinkle. And Jason Hinkle, he's an interesting guy. I mean, he's a communist, but he's very enthralled in geopolitics. I mean, he knows a lot. He's actually been to a lot of these so-called communist and socialist countries, and he loves it there. This is how he promotes his ideals on socialist and communism. Yeah, I think actually, no, he's a socialist. He's a straight up socialist, but to be quite honest with you, when you hear him talk, he does sound like a communist. But he doesn't talk about his, political views in here. He's pretty much giving the breakdown on what's going on in Ukraine, which he's heavily involved in. So shout out my man, Jason Hinkle.
Some of you might remember that.
Would you be able to pull up a map by chance?
That would actually be way better. I'll show you that.
Yeah, just because I really want my audience to take in what you're saying here. Because this is
I'm going
important
to bring
stuff.
up a pro-Ukraine map too.
Sure. Awesome. Perfect. Because this is I know my people are gonna, they're gonna love this. So I and obviously I haven't kept up with what's been going on. I think the last I looked, Trump was frustrated with Russia. He's not able to kind of get what he wants. We could talk about the diplomatic situation as well with the United States. But yeah, I mean, dude, for years, people were, you guys were saying, yo, Russia's kicking their asses. Russia's kicking their asses. They were like, no, bro, no, this is the line. Oh, these guys are all Putin stooges. Now look at it. Like, it's
give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time, man.
Interactive map. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's.
And guys, I'm going to drop, while I wait for you to do that, let me drop your channel on the chat for my guys so they can follow you. Subscribers. Okay, I know some of you guys up and still go follow his channel, go subscribe. He's also huge on Twitter as well. One of the homies, known him for years now. So go check him out, guys. Subscribe to his channel. I'm dropping a link right now for you guys.
Let's see here. I got your YouTube linked in the title and stuff too.
Yeah, no worries.
Go follow there too. Okay. Anyways, I'm just gonna pull this map up because this is being very stupid. So VPNs and whatnot, you know how it is.
Yeah, whatever map you want to use. You can even use a
doing.
So use your cursor to show people what's going on.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So okay, so basically, you guys see my cursor, so that's good. Okay. Anyway, so the 2022 counteroffensive was mainly taking this whole region in the north back, Kharkov.
Wait, I can't see your cursor.
Can you see it?
No.
Oh, you can't see it. You can't see it. People on my end can see it. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull up a better map that's like interactive.
Okay.
1 second.
Oh, now I can see it.
Yeah, I see it.
I saw it there for a second when you were moving it around.
Really?
Yeah, I did see it there for a second while you were moving it around.
All right, let's get into the breakdown here.
More map?
Is it's
perfect.
Let me show you. So this is the current situation as it stands in the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Okay.
This in red, obviously, is...
We might need you to translate some of those words, though.
Yeah, this is red. So this is Russian territory. And just to show you, I have been... So this is Zaporozhye right here, the city of Zaporozhye.
Okay.
And there's big nuclear power plant over in Ernogadar, which is like right here, I think. They don't have all the cities on this, but
I'm assuming that's a civilian nuclear plant for energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, but you get the big picture. Okay, so look at this. So basically, Ukraine is really screwed because everything behind these lines is there's no defenses whatsoever. So you look at Odessa down here. I don't know if you can see that. How
I
well
can.
You can. Right there. Yeah.
That's Odessa. Okay. Yep.
So the Russians, a lot of people say the Russians want to go until this point right here. And it's kind of hard to imagine given how the conflict has gone thus far. But like, if they were to get past Kherson, which is this city over here, a little bit further over. I just want to see what it looks like when I do that. Okay, yeah, you can see it. If they were to get past Kherson, there are no defenses really past Nikolaev, this city right here, and then all the way to Odessa basically would be the Russian military just walking in.
Gotcha.
The Russians are making huge advances in this direction right now. This is the main direction that they're moving in.
Okay.
It's a little bit off center. Okay.
We can see it on our end.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. The Russians are moving in a huge direction right here. So like in early November, they were like all the way back here. And they've moved this much in just about a month and a half, which doesn't seem like a lot, but these are very densely populated cities. There's a big city called Huliopole over here, and they are just completely moving through all of it. And the Ukrainians don't have much defenses there. They have a bunch of the guys that they're sending off of the streets in Kiev and Lviv and different places. They're just sending them up with no training. They're actually doing training on the front line now in Ukraine, which goes to show how bad it is. And the Russians are looking to move towards Zaporozhye, this city, and to Dnipro right here, which is on the Dnipro River. And once they get past that, I mean, it's going to be kind of a straight shot over to Nikolaev. They're moving extremely fast, about 110 kilometers per week just in this direction alone.
Real quick question for you, Jackson, not to interrupt your thought process, but just so people understand. If I'm not mistaken, Ukraine's about the size of Texas, right?
Yes.
Which is huge.
So. I know Venezuela, to put it in perspective, Venezuela is like 2.5 times larger.
Okay, to Ukraine, because I don't think people understand like how big Ukraine is. Because like you said, oh, the Russians are taking this territory. Some people might think, oh, well, that's not that much in a month. That's quite a bit of land because Ukraine's a big country.
Well, I mean, it's really like, I guess it's not that much land that they're taking when you look at it in the span of the past few years, but they're going up against 27 countries, NATO, and they have basically taken the principle in most of these major fights to say, this is a war of attrition. So we are going to take our positions. We're going to flank the Ukrainians on this side and that side. And it's dark, but, you know, so long as Ukraine is throwing men and Russia's in stable positions, they're going to try to weaken the size of the Ukrainian military as much as possible through that. YouTube gets a little bit censorious when you talk about the Russian military strategy, but that you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I have a question for you. So these areas that you mentioned here, down, that area, and then pushing towards Odessa, from a strategic perspective, is this land in particular for wheat? Is it are there military structures there that were set up?
For the dumbass in the chat, like, how is it brain dead again when, obviously Ukraine is losing, and that's been shown by the Ukraine peace deal where we're literally trying to give Russia all of this right here. We're going to give Russia that. And here's the thing. Ukraine and Europe is trying to sit there and, we're not trying to concede land. It's against the Constitution. Sadly, the Ukrainian Constitution can't win back land. Russia is progressing, and I'm sorry, but let's be real. Everything's been proved right since the peace deal. Even when Trump came out on Politico and said Russia is winning, I thought you guys would be disillusioned then. But apparently it's going to take for Ukraine to lose more land for you guys to sit there and be like, okay, we were wrong.
They want to disable. They want to neuter. What is the strategic reasoning for these particular cities in this particular area from a Russia perspective?
Well, this is all technically part of historic Novorossiya. So historically, Russia views it as part of their territory. And these are all ethnic Russian regions. So Odessa is historically, it's a very important city to Russia. Lots of ethnic Russians there, majority ethnic Russian speakers. Strategically, it landlocks Ukraine. That's important.
Yep.
It also protects Crimea from any sort of naval drones being launched towards Crimea in a sizable manner, which right now that is happening. I had a friend there last week, and there was a bunch of attacks on Crimea.
Does Ukraine have like an actual navy? Like or is it NATO?
And shout out to my man Gaming. He says, for those who want a perspective, they took its wait, hold on, my bad. Here you go. Accidentally came off the screen for a little my screen. Oh yeah, for those who want a perspective, the they took is equivalent to taking Florida, Alabama, and half Louisiana. Okay, so for those who want a perspective, like the equivalent of what they took is the equivalent to taking Florida, Alabama, and half of Louisiana. Damn. Wow. Pretty much like taking a part of the South. So yes, that's the equivalent of what they're saying, of what they've taken so far. What Russia's taken from Ukraine in land is the equivalent of Florida, Alabama, and half Louisiana. And I mean, that's just a fact of the matter. I mean, I don't know why people are still thinking that Ukraine could win, but like I said, actually, oh yeah, I remember it. We were running a campaign or a propaganda for 2 years saying that Ukraine was winning. And now they're reaching towards the end of this conflict. Now all is being exposed that they were never winning and they were losing land.
Forces that are potentially shooting these missiles down over Crimea. Like
They have naval drones that they use.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So they have naval drones and they have a bunch of naval mines that they've also used to a lesser effect recently. But the other main thing is it connects Russia with Transnistria. Now, Transnistria is part of Moldova, but it's like a slightly independent region of Moldova. The largest Russian or the largest weapons cache in all of Europe is in Transnistria. And it's de facto Russian military personnel in Transnistria. They view themselves as like an independent republic. And there's a lot of fears that Moldova, the EU, and NATO will completely occupy Transnistria.
That's actually a good question. So he says, Seth, what do you think a Ukrainian win looks like? I mean, what does Ukraine want? Well, Ukraine first, they don't want to give up land. So a win for Ukraine would be pretty much them pushing all of Europe off of the red. So see all of this in the red, and like how pretty much their entire eastern border is like taken by Russia. Yeah, if they're able to get that back, that's a win. If they're able to push Russia off their land and retake it for Ukraine, that's a win. But they're losing land. So I mean, let's be real. It's not just common sense that, bro, what would a win look like? Doesn't it not look like you not losing land? Like you being able to push people off your land, or you're about to tell me, well, because they're not losing, because they didn't lose, 50% of their country, that's a win. I mean, bro, that's kind of moving the goalposts. I know that's not where you're going with it, of course. But I mean, bro, you can't call this then what do you call it, Lincoln? I'm a bit confused because it's obviously a loss if they're losing land and they've lost a significant amount of land, not just like a little bit, but a couple states worth.
Take it over and Ukrainize Transnistria and use it as another problem for Russia. Anyways, looking further up here, though, this is the main Ukrainian defense that's left in Donetsk.
Okay.
Trump said that there's about 18% of the Donetsk Republic that remains in Ukrainian hands. This is it right here. Kramatorsk, Slavyansk, and Konstantinovka. Those are the three big Ukrainian defensive positions. And you can see what Russia's doing. And they've also done this mostly over the past few months. The Ukrainian front line is collapsing. They are moving from the south. This is Kupiansk over here, the big Kupiansk battle you've probably heard of.
Yeah, is this the region where most of the fighting is happening? Because I've heard these names before when listening to commentators that are like deeply entrenched in this warfare. They've mentioned these areas in particular. Is this where most of the fighting has been going on, pretty much?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the entirety of the conflict, everyone knew that Kramatorsk and Slavyansk, this salient, was going to be the main battlefield, the biggest battle in Donetsk. But the Russians, what they're doing is they're doing a semi-encirclement. So they've captured pretty much all of this territory I'm circling in the last few months.
Okay.
They encircled.
No, that's effed up, bro. It's at our gaming. He said, shoot, go there yourself if you want the United States government involved. I mean, that's true. Shoot, get yourself captured. Yeah, we'll get involved real quick. We'll be like, all right. Now we got to go ahead and give up some weapons dealer for some dumbass citizen who wanted to walk over there to fight for Ukraine. Like, thanks a lot, guy. Like, man, please don't be that dumbass guy.
That completely. Lots of Ukrainians were left behind and surrendered. And what they're doing is forming a semi-encirclement from the south And from the north, they are probably going to move. You can see my cursor. They're probably going to move all the way across.
Bro, what does the pronunciation of the city, like, what does pronouncing the cities right have to do with anything? Like, to be honest with you, like, honestly, you're just being, like, honestly hypercritical because you're wrong. And because I'm sorry, but yes, Ukraine is losing this war, my friend. I'm sorry. But like, look, the pronunciation of these cities is not going to help Ukraine out. I just want to let you guys know this. I don't know if you're sitting there going back, well, if everybody would just pronounce the city right, maybe Ukraine could win their land back. No, bro. No, I'm sorry. That's not how war works.
Us there. This is the Donetsk River. They're probably going to move like over here towards Izium and try to do a semi-encirclement of this main salient. And nothing's really stopping them. They're moving through each city. Some of these are big cities with relative ease. Ukrainians are running out of men.
Real quick, that location,
obviously,
we talked about the other places down with obviously securing the waterways and landlocking the Ukrainians. This area in particular, what's their strategic purposes here? Wheat, resources, culture. What's the main reason for securing that location? Why so much fighting been there in particular?
Well, this is where it all began. In 2014, the conflicts that erupted, the fighting started in Slavyansk. That's where it all began.
With the Maidan revolution.
All right, they still got it.
Maidan was in Kiev, but the revolution and then the coup really, and then people got upset. They said, we want to become independent. And the first time in which these people in Donetsk had to defend themselves against the Ukrainian regime and the Nazis that started attacking them was in Slavyansk. So that was the first battle. And now, over the past 8 years, it's become the most defended by the Ukrainians. I mean, the amount of defenses they have in this, it is going to be a massive, massive battle. It's not going to be easy.
Now, why are the Ukrainians fighting so hard for that region if it's mostly ethnic Russians? Is there a particular reason why they're like, we're not going to, they're fighting so hard to preserve that when a lot of these people are ethnic Russians?
Because NATO told them to. Lindsey Graham told, I mean, it's really is as simple as that. The idea is to weaken Russia. And how do you weaken them? By drawing them, this was what they always said, draw them into a war and try to weaken them.
Let's see if we can make them repeat what the Soviet Union did. Like, all right, strain yourself out in a war and economically destroy yourselves. Let's see if we can do it again with Ukraine. And right now, it may be working because I'll be real with you, the Russian economy is not in good shape. But if they can get that peace deal through, then I'll be real with you, the Russian economy is going to be open right back into the global economy. Sanctions will be lifted, and Russian frozen assets may be either given back to Russia or given to Ukraine to rebuild. But Russia's not really going for that. They said, no, give us back our money. Like, come on now. Like, don't play with us.
Their morale in their own country and weaken their military that will try to liberate these people here.
Fair enough. So it's Western influence mostly. It's not even really in Ukraine's interest to even fight for that region anymore.
Exactly. I mean, this is it's a suicide mission. Really is what it is. But you see these big we're
like $10 away from opening up the call-in line and running Conspiracy Hour. Appreciate the support, guys.
2, 3, 4 these big areas that are circled here, most of which are in red. Those are the constitutionally, recognized new republics of the Russian Federation. So Russia's not going to stop until they either.
No, I'm amazed at this poll right now. Can Europe beat Russia? I'm so surprised that 52% of people said yes, but you know what? It is what it is. All right. Out of 154 votes, 52% said that yes, Europe can beat Russia. Good Lord.
Surrender
or you hold that opinion.
Lose these positions via the Russian advances. The Russians will not stop until they somehow get this. So
these blue places, these 3 blue areas that you're showing us here, the conflict's not going to end until they have those 3?
Yes. And again, some people think that it will go all the way towards Odessa, even past this.
Do you agree with that?
Odessa is not constitutionally part of Russia. Neither is Nikolaev.
Do you think they're going to push it all the way to Odessa, or what do you think?
I do. So? I mean, unless Zelensky comes to his senses and says he's going to negotiate.
Yeah.
But I don't see him doing that. You see Lugansk. The top one is Lugansk. This is already completely taken by Russia.
Yeah.
So this one's
done.
They already got that. The last interesting point, though, is in the north. This region up here could be very interesting. This is the Kharkov region. It used to mostly be under Russian control. The Russians lost a lot of it during the 2022 counteroffensive led by Ukraine.
That's
reasonable. Again, that was.
You know what? That's reasonable. Actually, that is reasonable. All of Europe, if we're talking about NATO countries, maybe not. But all of Europe, all right, yeah, I can say that. I'll give you that opinion. That's actually a pretty good perspective.
Some of that was upon the goodwill of the Russians to remove themselves from certain strategic locations. And now the Russian plan, in all likelihood, is to take large swaths of this northern region. This little city is called Kharkov. But the main administrative city for the Kharkov region is on the Oskol River, which the Russians have already taken that city. So they control the administrative city for the Kharkov region, but not the Kharkov region in its.
And shout out Tove. I went ahead and posted that the StreamYard link. I went ahead and posted it in the post tab on my main page. You can just go to my main page, just hit that icon, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe by the way, and then go ahead and hit that StreamYard link. Even if you disagree with me, we can come up here, have a respectful debate. You can tell me your perspective on it. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure like maybe guest dude in gaming is gonna come up because I know they love this topic. So I need some help, guys. Also, Europe can't win without the U.S., making it a U.S. versus Russia war. My source, World War II. They couldn't even beat themselves. I'm weak. Damn. And ain't that the truth? That's what I'm saying. That's why Trump wants to pull out of NATO, because maybe it's gonna take all this, I don't know, take the battery out of Europe's back. Like maybe we just pull out of NATO, then they're gonna be like, okay, well, now that we don't got the back of the United States, hey Russia, you want to work together? Like hopefully they switch up like that. That'd be beautiful, actually.
Entirety. And well, I mean, we'll see what happens.
What do you think? So I have two questions here. Number one, at what point do you think Russia will say, you know what, we're good? Or are they just going to keep going all the way to Kiev? And then the second thing I was going to ask was, what can Trump do to end this thing? Or is it even possible to end it at this point?
The easiest way to end it would be to tell Russia, we're going to give you all the territory here in blue. So these 4 territories.
And shout out Tammy. Appreciate you, Tammy. She says open and shout out. She says Putin wants it. Yeah, Putin wants it entire. Putin wants the entire country back and is still mad about NATO. Well, I'll be real with you. Here's the thing. I always give the NATO guys their kudos on this argument on, what's so important about Ukraine. I mean, how much other countries are in NATO that's on Russia's border? Well, all of them, I believe, all of them. So what made Ukraine so special that, Putin was willing to walk in on it or willing to step for? Because that's what NATO was going off, to be quite honest with you. And everybody thought that, well, Putin didn't act out about Finland or the other countries. So why would he step for Ukraine? And we was trying to tell people, I think Putin was even trying to tell people that, yeah, if you try to go into Ukraine and try to make Ukraine part of NATO, we will take over Ukraine. They will attack Ukraine. And that's exactly what they did. Even though, well, we've taken other countries, NATO's, involved other countries that's on the Russian border, but they didn't do anything about it. But here we are with Ukraine. So it is what it is. But no, Ukraine isn't part of NATO. I know I didn't say that. But the problem is that Ukraine wants to be a part of NATO, or Zelensky wants to make Ukraine a part of NATO. NATO wants Ukraine to be a part of NATO, and Putin is saying, hell no.
Ukraine will surrender. Ukraine will.
I see 3. Where's the 4th one? I see the one up top.
Really, it's more like this.
Middle.
1, 2, 3, and then
okay.
Zaporozhye is 4.
Gotcha. Okay. So if they gave those 4, regions, that would end the conflict, you think, at this point? If Trump was to
actually, this is Kherson, my mistake.
Okay. So you think if Trump came to the table and said, hey, look, you guys, because from what I understand, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, Trump wanted to freeze the lines as they currently stay, which I'm assuming is the red, right? But that's not enough for Russia, right?
That's not going to happen.
Okay. So,
I mean, right now, this is the capital city, Donetsk. in the Donetsk Republic, which is the most important one. Ukraine still has this very important salient up
like
here.
that.
Each and every day, they're launching missiles.
Look, see, that's the problem. You can't compare Ukraine to us. You can't. One, Russia would never try to take Alaska because they know that's going to be a conflict with the U.S., what they don't want. Russia don't want no problems with us. So Russia will never try to take anything that's ours. Look, this is what you got to understand about the world or in geopolitics. Superpowers never get involved with each other directly. You're never going to see China directly attack us, hopefully not. And you'll never see America directly attack Russia or China. We'll do it through proxy. We'll do it through intelligence, color revolutions, but we will never put boots on the ground directly. We'll actually use other countries to do so, kind of like we're doing now. So that's kind of how the world works. Trust me, if they took part of Alaska, it'd be the last thing they'd want to do. To be quite honest with you, this is the main reason why they attack Ukraine. One, because their military is not all the way there. Two, because they're a neutral country. They're not part of NATO, so they know we cannot act up about it. I mean, and NATO can't go to war about it. So this is what makes it kind of a pretty confusing situation for a lot of people, is that they're expecting us to what? Go balls to the wall for Ukraine? Like, no, we're not doing that. We're not going to get into World War III over Ukraine. And your argument, I'm sorry, it's not a good argument because Putin, I'm sorry, but Russia, they would never attack us directly. We'd never attack Russia directly. It's just the way the world works.
At Donetsk still.
Gotcha.
It's not secure.
Okay.
At all.
So it's not just about taking it, it's about securing it. So for the war, I guess being realistic here, because everyone looked at the last peace plan that Trump put together. I think it was like a 28-point plan. Everyone laughed at it. They said there's no way Putin's going to agree to it. And I do remember in almost every single peace plan that Trump puts forward to the Russians, he always says, we're going to freeze the lines where they're at, which I'm assuming it's something very similar to what we're seeing here. But you're saying they're not going to stop until they get these 4 regions.
Definitely not.
Okay.
No. It could happen through surrender, though. That is a possibility. Constitutionally, it's a part of Russia. They're not legally, they cannot stop in their eyes until they get that. The other big problem is the other big problem is that Zelensky is constitutional.
What up, my man?
Yo, what's going on, gaming? How's it going?
Not much. Yeah, I've been preaching on this. I've been preaching on this whole topic they're talking about for like the longest time. Like, there's no reason why we even need to be involved. And you had a bunch of military dudes saying the same thing. It's a losing battle. I mean, and then so whenever I like make these arguments with these shock value points, which I know you probably making your money off of that, but whenever I like say stuff like that, I'm not saying it for no reason. That's because there's some historical value in these statements that I'm saying. We shouldn't be there are certain wars that we should not be getting involved in because they're historic wars. I'm not saying like, oh, they're groundbreaking. I'm saying like there's a reason why they're doing it. Ukraine is mostly ethnically speaking Russian, and most people don't know that. So the people in the comments that are constantly saying that, bro, they're mostly ethnic and they speak Russian. They don't like the Ukrainian government. Most of Crimea actually didn't want to go back to Ukraine, and they actually had like a little mini skirmish about it. And so when they voted to actually get out of Ukraine and join Russia, that's what the Crimean War was about. People don't, information is free, man. And the ability to critically think and disseminate from what's fact and what's fiction and build a proper case is free all day. But, like, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Ain't that the truth? And shout out to she said 2 superpowers going to war would end life. And man, ain't that the truth? And that's why we don't get directly involved, because bro, there's 3 big superpowers, okay? And no, just because you have nukes don't make you a superpower. There's only 3. There's us, China, Russia. That's it. Everybody else can be put under the boot of one of the other.
So, and then here's the other thing that I get really irritated about some of these commenters. These same commenters will say things like, well, Trump said no more foreign wars, so what are you doing bombing Venezuela? Or they'll say things like, well, we're not getting involved in a foreign war, but we have to get involved here. We don't have to do anything. And we say no. We don't say no more foreign wars, like none, any whatsoever. There's a reason why we're like shooting up, not shooting up, but like bombing the ships in the Gulf, here, is because we're trying to get this dude to play by a set of rules he agreed to play by, to play on. So again, I'm gonna reiterate what you said in your last few videos. And there's some paperwork to it. In fact, Seth, I think you should actually like search for it while you're on this live and bring that up to give people a reference point. So any argument after that is basically stupid. Under Joe Biden administration, Maduro was pretty much trying to get his people out of jail because they were on trial and were convicted by an American jury in the U.S. justice system for what is essentially drug pushing, more or less. They were sentenced. His people were sentenced, and they were in jail. Maduro says, "Hey, I'll step down if you release my people." And they're like, "Okay, sure. Release your people. Step down." He said, "Yeah." They released his people, sent them back to him. He basically hit Biden administration with the okie doke and said, "Nah, I was just joshing you. My fingers were crossed the whole time behind my back. And go pound sand. I ain't doing it." And so the Biden admin for the remaining 3 years were trying to get this man to actually hold an unfair election or step down, and he would not do it. He cheated. Emphasis on what I said, hold a fair election. He cheated in that election, and that's not what the agreement was. So, as a result, what ended up happening basically was Maduro kind of took his people, ducked off, started treating the people of Venezuela worse because of it. And the Biden admin's trying to navigate this situation diplomatically, basically. Obviously, they don't have a spine or a backbone, and so they started trying to navigate it to be peaceful. Biden was peaceful. Now, my question to the viewers is, what are we supposed to do if somebody violates an agreement we set up between them two of criminals that were convicted in our justice system, and we're trying to help their citizens out? What are we to do? Is that not a spit in the face, a slap in the face? And so Trump, he was like, nah, they don't want to play by the rules. Neither do we. That's why we're bombing their... And then on top of it, most of it's narco-terrorism. But yes, go ahead, complain, whine, piss, moan, groan about how we're not sending literally billions of dollars to a war that's on the other side of the planet that had nothing to do with us, that we weren't even involved in at the outset, because you believe this country with a weak military, hardly no ground to cover, and is going up against somebody that only the U.S. can fight. Yes, 100%. Keep supporting them. In fact, support them so much you want to hop on a plane and fly there to join their foreign legion. But do not try to draw that comparison with Venezuela and the United States, because it directly involves us. That's all I had to say.
And now, as you were saying that, I was just, once again, proving you right on that one. Of course, we got, what's this called again? What was it? The Institute for Energy Research. Biden administration signs deal with Venezuela that would ease oil sanctions. President Biden is going to drop oil sanctions on Venezuela's oil exports in return for pledging a free and fair election. I mean, of course, we got Fox Business also saying that Biden admin suspends select sanctions on Venezuela for its move towards a fair election. Now, it does go over the criminal charges as well, but it's mainly talking about, the promise for free and fair elections.
Well, most people don't want to hear that point. And it's kind of confusing. On one hand, your guys are saying you need to stop doing illegal wars and what happened to no foreign wars. But on the other hand, you're literally advocating for us just throwing money at a war that, quite frankly, is not our issue.
Ain't that the truth? But all right, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Russia's worry over signing a deal with Zelensky is not just that he's a bad guy. It's that, well, if he's violating the Ukrainian constitution by staying in office past his term, and we sign a deal with him, and we say that means the conflict is over because he signed a deal we like, what's going to stop the next U.S. administration from coming in and saying, well, Zelensky was technically not the leader, so that agreement is all null and void, and we are going to recontinue this effort.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Let's pretend that you're Donald Trump or one of Donald Trump's close advisors, right? That would be the expert in this thing. What would it take? What would the bullet point plan need to be to end this war? Because I don't think enough Americans understand what's going on here, which is why I really appreciate you going through the map and going detailed, like this is what they want, etc. The strategic value, really appreciate that. But if you were an advisor for Trump, or if you were Trump, what would be the bullet points that you would put to end this conflict tomorrow, if possible?
All the land I showed you in those 4 areas, Lugansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, Kherson, has to go to Russia. Russia will have the ability to prosecute who they view as Ukrainian war criminals that were responsible for crimes against humanity, and there would be military tribunals, rather. That's already been something that the Russian Foreign Ministry has said that needs to be included in a deal. The seized Russian assets, or the frozen Russian assets, cannot be seized. There's
the money, right, that we have, that we're holding, their money, yeah.
300 billion.
Oh, my bad. And just to corroborate your the hostage exchange, pretty much for Maduro's businessmen. Yeah, ABC actually covered it. U.S. releases an ally of Venezuelan presidents, Maduro's, and a swap for 10 jailed Americans. So, yeah. But
And that's my point. And then what he's saying is like pretty much what was in Trump's peace plan. It'd be the only logical way to draw a conclusion to the war, especially if people in Ukraine are like, nah, this guy's a complete D-list and he's committing war crimes. Honestly, we should end the war based off of that.
Man.
In frozen Russian assets, the EU wants to seize it through Belgium and give it to Ukraine. That can't happen.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Belgians definitely really don't want that because of the legal implications and the economic implications. What else needs to happen? There needs to be a new European security framework. That's been the thing that Putin has been stressing since he gave that speech in 2007 before all those Western leaders.
Yeah.
They need to figure that out. Now, I don't know if that can be that's not going to be something included in the negotiations. That's something that would have to be done after the fact, but that should be some clause in there should be, we agree to this rough outline maybe, or we agree to discussing this in the future. And Ukraine, I mean, if they really wanted to end it quickly, they would just simply say that Zelensky's no longer the leader. The leader of the Ukrainian parliament, the Verkhovna Rada, is now the leader. He's going to sign the deal because it's legally binding for the Ukrainian constitution. And Ukraine will agree never to have nuclear weapons, never pursue NATO membership. And also, the last big thing is that demilitarization was a really big talking point, as the West referred to it as, for Putin. It's odd for America.
Yeah, they want them to demilitarize down to only 600,000, but now the new proposal is that they want to let them at least keep 800,000 soldiers.
To hear the same thing over and over. Everyone keeps saying, well, why does he keep saying denazification and demilitarization? And I guess it's only confusing for Americans because when we enter wars, there's no real express goal or strategy or reason why. They just lie about it.
Yeah.
Putin had a very clear aim here. And the U.S. is talking about maintaining a Ukrainian military to the size of, I think it was like 600,000 or 800,000 troops. I think there should be no military. I mean, If Russia, if
But do you
they're
think that's
serious-
feasible though? Do you like think that they would the Ukrainians would I mean they were not going to agree to a lot of the stuff you mentioned, but like do you think that's feasible though where because they obviously want some level of sovereignty, right?
Well, the sovereignty would be guaranteed by the U.S. and by NATO, I guess, saying if Russia ever does anything again, then we will respond by officially joining.
I'm gonna have to
military
disagree with him on
operation
that.
Against.
What's up?
I said I'm gonna have to disagree with him on that. I don't think Ukraine having no militarization is a good idea, because you're basically leaving it in the hands of a trust me bro few. And even though the U.S. is like our name in terms of military space is a really good guarantor, we haven't exactly been the best about pulling security and sticking to our guns on that. And then you couple that with the fact that you have NATO countries who can't even freaking deal with their own issues at home, or much less put in a few extra $1 million just to help to boost their own defenses. And I could see why Ukraine would be extremely apprehensive about that. You're basically asking them to give up all of their weapons and rely on you to protect them. And like we've seen time and time again, that doesn't work.
Yeah, like we honestly, it would literally be leaving them for like, all right, so you're pretty much they're gonna be protected by us and NATO. I mean, but they're not really a part of NATO. They just be, have that, I guess, security guarantee. It's a bit weird when they like frame it like that. But
I would say
I would give them I'll give them the 800,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would give them the 800,000, and then have NATO troops stationed there at the tune of an additional 800,000, so they have 1.6 million personnel strong there, and just leave it at that, because now they have half Ukraine, half NATO defense force, and if you attack Ukraine while NATO defenses are there, you're pretty much attacking NATO, and it makes the prospect of war a lot more trickier to navigate. And Putin made it clear that his goal isn't really to, I'm taking him at his word. His goal isn't really to get into another dumb war. It's to take what's rightfully his, so to speak, and then that's it. So if that's really the goal, then defense guaranteeing should be split between Ukraine and NATO. And again, leave the U.S. out of it. They're the ones making the fuss about Russia having Ukraine, so they should be the ones that's on the hook for Ukraine's defense and protection.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and finish out this one real quick.
Russia and Ukraine, which is what they, in one of the drafts of the peace deal, that's actually what it said. So, I mean, if it's feasible for certain countries to not have a military but still have a state and still have neutrality in the world and still have sovereignty in effect, much more sovereignty than many countries that do have militaries, then who's to say that it couldn't be like that for Ukraine?
Yeah, that would just put us on the hook. And that'd be very, I guess, scary for NATO if Russia decided to become aggressive, right? So, yeah, I mean, I can see why this is such a complex, conflict. Obviously, I do think that the U.S. made some really bad blunders since, the Clinton era, maybe even before that, when it comes to Russia. I think we really provoked this thing. I know Scott Horn goes into detail on this with his book. And I think we just really made some really bad diplomatic decisions, and it's coming to bite us in the ass now. And I think it's really coming back to Trump. And I don't know if he can. I mean, from your perspective, do you think he'll be able to end this thing, or what's your prediction on what's going to go forward here? Because obviously, I see some of the things that you're saying, but is the White House going to agree to that stuff? Obviously, optics is a big thing. If they were to say, "Hey, Ukrainians, you got to give up these 4 territories," they're like, "What the hell are we giving up? What's going on?" And then, obviously going to get crucified in the media. Oh, he conceded to a dictator, right? That's how they frame Putin in America. So it's like, even though that might be the rational thing to do, optically that might be horrible for him. So, I mean, I don't even know. What do you think as far as like, do you think this is feasible for us to get this conflict ended, or?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to cook him on the optics of it. There really is no good way to end this for Trump. No way that makes Ukraine look good. So, yeah, he's kind of cooked on the optics, and Biden just left the shit show in his hand. And let's be real, like, it was the worst type of thing Biden could have done because he ran propaganda that Ukraine was winning. Now that he left the shit show in Trump's hand, now the American people are like, wait, whoa, what do you mean Ukraine's? What do you mean they got to give up land? Wasn't they winning? Aren't they winning? Like, well, under the Biden administration, that's what they were telling you. But the reality is, no, they weren't winning. And they kind of just are leaving it on Trump's hands, trying to blame him as if he's the reason why Ukraine hasn't been winning these last 2 years. Crazy. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into, well, shoot, as we close out, let's get into some, bookmark reactions. Now I got my man Gaming up here. Let's hear some controversial clips.
Let me hold your hand. We do not move to America because we think it's a better country. We move here because it's a little less worse than our other countries. Because you're stupid to think that we moved to this country for some hot dogs and some baseball. We have better.
I mean, no, you came here because, you don't got to deal with a cartel ran country, a gang ran country. But I mean, you could have always went back, possibly end up in a ditch. I mean, I could always did that.
Vibes, music, food, culture, history, literally all of the above. We just move here because we are looking to make more money and offer a better chance for our families. Did you know that the minimum wage a day, not an hour, a day in Mexico is not even 15 American dollars?
We know. Actually, in the car factory that they was building in Mexico, they was only paying $4.95 an hour. Yeah, in the car factory. So, no, we know. It's just that's the problem. How dare you come here and be disrespectful to a country that's actually giving you way better opportunities than your own? That's
it's entitlement.
Yeah, it's the crazy entitlement. It's like, and you can see, like, you said she went to college and all this nice stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, you couldn't have done that in your own country. You wouldn't be able to do that in your own country. And that's what we're saying. You can't talk shit about a country when you couldn't even have done it in your own. And honestly, they are talking out of insecurity because they know this.
So that's like me coming to your house and being like, I only come over because you have an Xbox, not because you have, heat and running water or anything. It's like, well, then go home.
I know, like literally, like, bro, all right, if you got it at home, then go there. Oh, well, nah, because I live in the projects and I don't even really got a bed or anything. So I'm just like, bro, what? Who are you to
come
talk?
on, bro. It's like, bro, come on, man. Pick a struggle.
Literally. This is why people have that attitude. Like people like this who want to say, oh, we're just here for the money. Oh, really? Okay, well, go back and make y'all country a better place where y'all can make some money instead of coming here and then acting like your country's better, because that's just not true. Or you'd be in your country. Like
I've always hated those people that people that come to the United States and then wave foreign flags. It's like, bro, if your country's so good, go back.
Go back. Like literally. That's the only problem. I'm like, you're okay. You can have national pride, but when you sit there or you have pride for your parents' country or your home country, but when you sit here and try to act like your country's better than ours and all this good stuff, and oh, we're only here for this and that, I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, yeah, go back home. Oh, well, we don't get paid like that. Then okay, then our country's better than yours, obviously. Obviously,
Right.
Our country's better than yours because we're able to pay our people more. Obviously, our country's better than yours because we got more jobs. Obviously, our country's better than yours because you feel safer here. Obviously.
Well, you're saying the quiet part out loud, Seth, and you're being really insensitive.
Man,
Stop
go
it.
off,
You might
man.
make the liberals cry.
Well, hey, man, that's what they need to understand that. I'm like, I wish somebody would come to me with this type of mindset in my face. I literally look at them and be like, I would really like if a Somalian person was to do this in front of my face, I literally sit there and go over the history of their country and how they cannot do none of the stuff they're doing here over there, especially if they're a woman. Oh my God. Any woman that comes from a foreign country that complains about America, I look at them and I'd be like, most likely if you go back to your country, you'll be losing rights. You know that, right? Like the women's rights don't follow you. But they forget that part.
Not even 15 American dollars. Right now with $15 in San Diego, I could go maybe buy a matcha and half of a granola bar, honey. If you support ICE, you support people getting destroyed. If you support families getting destroyed.
Whoa. You just said that Mexico is such a nice place. We're basically sending you back to a nice place. Okay, to pay shit, but the way you said it is that it's a nice place, it has a rich culture, the people's great. You know, the gang violence is in the cartel running is bullshit, but you said it was great. So really, we'd be sending you back to a great place. Am I wrong? Like, hold on. If anything, sis, I thought you'd be supporting of ICE sending you back to the great country of Mexico. This is just such a great place, right?
Destroyed. I hope you rot in hell. And I will see you there, babes, for sure.
Well, shoot, I'll see you on my Mexican vacation. Why not? But, bro, that is crazy. It just I didn't even think she was gonna round that one. I'm like, how do you make that point in the early part of the video, then come back and round it out to, oh, but F ICE? I'm like, ICE is sending you back to this nice ass place that you're talking about. What do you mean?
Bruh, like getting mad because somebody is kicking you out of their country to send you back to the country you claim is so bad or is so good is kind of like a dumb, not even a flex. It's just stupid.
Like, bruh. But all right, though, let's get over to this next video about income tax.
Why aren't schools teaching that there was no federal income tax the first 137 years? America.
Because you'd piss off the youth if you told the youth, hey, you know there was a time we didn't have to pay income tax? Yeah. Actually, you know there was a time income tax was probably a little bit lower back in the time. Yeah, they would hate to hear that.
America was a country because there was no legal federal income tax between 1776 until 1913 when they amended or changed the U.S. Constitution. They imposed an income tax for 12 years during the Civil War and in 1894 and 1895, but that was found unconstitutional. It was in the Supreme Court case Pollock v. Farmers Loan and Trust Company, and they struck down the federal income tax. And it remained unconstitutional for another 17 years until 1913 when they passed the 16th Amendment and changed the Constitution. And it has been a little over 120 years since they did that, which means there was no legal federal income tax for the majority of American history. People think that all of these taxes, all of this government intrusion into our lives is the norm, but it is not the norm. This is the norm. This is 1776, and the reason America was the manufacturing center of the world in 1912. America had the largest and most prosperous middle class in the history of the world. American steel, American oil.
Yeah, because all money went back to Americans. All the money went back to the companies where they would reinvest, build more factories, thus more American have jobs, and no income tax. So you're keeping all of that money. I mean, must have been, well, besides, I wouldn't say a beautiful time, but the Robin Baron days was definitely tragic when it came to, how the workplace environment was.
True. I mean, ever since they legalized taxation without representation, they've been having a field day. And so all Trump is doing right now is getting back to the roots, and people are getting mad at him for it, which I also find to be very stupid.
Yeah, same here.
American automotive. But in 1913, they changed the Constitution, which was the same year that they created a national bank. So right at the same time as they gave the government the ability to reach into our pockets and take our money, they also gave a small group of powerful bankers a monopoly over the printing of the dollar. And they print money out of thin air. They lend the money that they printed to the government, and the government agrees to pay them back with interest using the money that they take from us. And that is why the dollar has been so devalued. That is why you can't afford a house. And it's why college is so expensive, because for 137 years, America was about prosperity. And since then, it's been about whatever this is. And this is why I wrote a book on the banking system. And in my courses, we learn real history. Because if our kids are going to have a fighting chance, they have to know the truth. Check out my private homeschool community. And Cubs to Bears.
I'm gonna go weak. Okay, hold on now. All right. But hey, it is pretty interesting how we did have that history of no income tax. Oh, and by the way, photos of Bill Gates with Epstein produced girls have been released by House Oversight Committee. Boy, well, I mean, at least he's happy. Okay, that's fucked up to say, but hey, he looks happy. Look like a happy guy. Like, come on now. But apparently, it's what the Overhouse Committee released. They smile in every photo.
What is
All right,
that?
now
Who's
this
that,
is the
Bill
damning
Gates?
one. Whoa. Okay, whoa. He was around with it. Whoa.
Oh yeah. Hey, look, if something appears to be wrong like that, it probably is wrong. That man probably a kitty diddler.
Man, most likely. This is Epstein. I mean, he got 3 girls around him. I'm just like, and they all got the redacted, rightfully so, because the way they're framing this is these are all Epstein produced girls, Epstein procured girl. My bad, Epstein procured girls. Oh wow,
which is sick.
All right, here now let's get into Nick Fuentes. He has some wild things to say about Candace Owens. He went off. So let's hear.
Yeah, good old fashioned racism.
Oh God.
So what happened to the big bad Candace Owens? I think that's what everybody's wondering. What happened to that cockiness? What happened to the swaggering Candace Owens? For 3 months, this negress, this uppity black woman, has been going on her YouTube and bobbing her.
Negress, bro.
I'm using that one. That one's added to the inventory.
Like, what, man? This negress here. Like, what?
That's different. That's real
I
different.
never heard that one before. He did make me made a female version of nigga or Nick. No, never mind.
Brad, I'm gonna name the black woman has been going on her YouTube and bobbing her head. I'm gonna name names. That doesn't work for me. What you mean? What you mean? That ain't work with my timeline. What you mean? I got the names. You don't want to fuck with me, nigga. That we've been hearing that for 3 months. We have been hearing this uppity ignoramus for 3 months, bobbing her head, cocky. Hey, yo, I got names. Don't you try. Don't play with me. Where'd she go? Where'd that Candace go? Where is she? What happened? Did they replace her with a body double? Is it AI? Check her earlobes. Check her earlobes. Did they replace her? Because we got a very different Candace Owens.
Now, hold on now. I watched that live after her little interview, her 4-hour sit down with Erica Kirk. And to be honest, she didn't really walk back anything. She said she asked all her questions. She released some information to them that they were surprised about. They came with information to her. What was it? I think she came with that what was it? That Mikey McCoy or whoever his name. I guess they gave her his call logs. So I mean, let's be real. She didn't really walk back anything. She's still sticking to her guns. So I'm not really sure what he's talking about. But let's hear it out though. At least he's being funny.
Shout outs to this
Candace
negress.
Owens, who was sort of nervous, saying, "Hi guys, Shabbat Shalom. Everyone's saying I sold out. What do you mean? That's not true. Those are bots saying that. I still believe there's a conspiracy." What happened? What happened to that same energy? She went into the meeting with this energy, giddy, grinning, smiling. Erica Kirk. She's talking about me. I know she's talking about me. I'm going to set her straight. I'm going to ask my questions. Tell me where I lied, she said. Then she goes in the meeting, whole different attitude. Changed her tune. She comes out of the meeting, whole different attitude. Erica's the best. Turning Point's innocent. It's just some people in Turning Point might be bad because, we don't know.
But I will say, yeah, I will say, he definitely didn't watch the live because she actually came with some receipts that even the people at TPUSA didn't know about. That much I can say. But this is coming from the same guy that said, I think she's in love with me.
Yeah, well, that was hilarious. But nah, obviously Nick Fuentes ain't watching because she didn't walk back anything, bro. That's the problem. I mean, like, bro, did you? It's like when he made comments about the whole Brigitte Macron thing. I'm like, bro, obviously you ain't watch it. Obviously,
Right. Because you saying crazy stuff right now, and it's not really making any sense.
Actually, speaking of the devil, Candace actually just dropped the video.
Man, go ahead and play that joint.
I mean, shoot, actually starting right now. It's about to, well, it's on the screen right now, little fuzzy screen. All right, I'll bring it up in a minute. Let's see here.
Sorry about the noise. My daughter's birthday is on Christmas, and we got some presents in for her.
Shout
that's her
out.
in the background.
Hey. Shout out to being on dad duty.
Yep. She gets excited. Just as a point of fact, for any parents in the chat, any new parent to the chat, you can ask any of us seasoned veterans. Most kids end up playing with the boxes anyway.
Okay, everyone, happy Thursday. I have to tell you that I was laughing so much yesterday because I received a flood of emails.
I want to let you know, this is what they be hating on Candace about. It's the support, baby. Look at that support. See, stop hating on Big Candace.
Crazy.
Like I said, stop hating on Big Candace. How much she got? She got like 21K watching right now. It's only the beginning of the live. Stop hating on Big Candace, okay?
Before she throw her
It
keys
was just
at you.
a bridge too far. This is where they are drawing a line in terms of Fed slop. Anyway, we have another unbelievable episode for you guys here today. I thought long and hard about whether to bring on the eyewitness from Fort Huachuca. And I think when we speak to him today and he gives you his testimony, you will, of course, understand why. I am always honored to have any person that serves in our military, especially honored to have him, given all that he has lived through, despite the firestorm that I know that both he and I are about to endure. Welcome back to Candace. Okay, so a couple of things before we get into that interview. I, at the top of the show, first want to tell you about this interesting question that I received yesterday from one of our viewers over on X that I wanted to address. He asked me specifically if I saw black plastic fragmentation over the floor of Charlie's SUV. I was immediately struck by this question because I am not kidding when I tell you that the very first thing that I noticed when I went through those photos of Charlie's SUV, I said to my team that it looked like there were shards of glass, like tempered glass that you might see if you drop or break an iPhone. It was very distinct to me in the picture from the blood that is all over the seats and all over the floor. I was like, oh, maybe like someone broke a window or something. And then I sort of put it out of my mind. And particularly, I noticed a lot of it spread across that back seat rear floor. So I'm going to show you that, just a couple of photos of that close up so that you can see it, what that looks like, because, yeah, it was just kind of a compelling thing that he noticed something that I noticed, and you can see it was unusual. I think in this person's mind, the line that they were going down, I guess the line of questioning that they were going down in their own mind was, is this evidence that something broke on Charlie? Could something have been rigged? And I want to say that we can't necessarily extrapolate to that from what we're looking at. It could be 1,000 other things. Somebody could have actually broken a phone in there. Somebody could have had something in there. It could be broken hard candy. I mean, there's a lot going on. And yeah, but I did want to address that because it was interesting that he noted it and asked if we saw little black bits, and I do. That is visually what I see. I am hesitant, by the way, to put up the rest of the photos, kind of still going through that. I want to be slow on that because obviously I don't want the federal officers, the good guys that are in there who have assisted in this, to be rumbled, right? I don't want people cash to go on a hunt and figure out who gave us what and people to start getting fired. We need to have the white knights in government. So I just need some time to think about that. And yeah. Anyways, what we can do, however, and what we're starting to formulate now are just addressing these data points, right? These mysterious circumstances, these things that don't necessarily make sense. What do we actually know about that day? And what's really interesting for me is when I review these data points, I can't fathom how there are people out there right now trying to convince you that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson committed this crime. There's no evidence outside of these shady messages that are not even time-stamped. We don't have a confession from him. We have nothing. Okay. So these are just some data points for you to remember as we go through this. The surgeon never confirmed or even suggested that Charlie was shot with a 30-06 or that Charlie had a steel neck that stopped that bullet. Rather, he suggested throughout the course of a conversation that maybe a frangible bullet was used. The lone confirmed eyewitness that we have that is confirmed to the alleged shooter on Losey Center rooftop before the sound goes off, the sound of a shot rings out, has not been contacted by the lawyers or the investigators on either side of this trial, the pending trial. We are now in the phase where investigators are supposed to go out and be collecting more evidence pending the May probable cause hearing. He still has not been contacted. And why is that crucial? Because this individual is an instructor at a gun range. He claims the weapon that he saw looked more like a .223, quote, something shorter than the one that they found. The person that he observed was wearing what seemed to him to be black tactical gear plus a face mask, and he describes that person as looking like a professional. The bomb dogs were unable to locate the weapon in the field where it was eventually discovered, despite the fact that they had crawled over that area. They just weren't on their game that day. This is not my favorite part of the story. It's just I just didn't expect the reaction to be what it was. I just love the people that are like, no, absolutely, we are done with the Fed slop. Instead, what happened was federal agents directed local officers to the weapon. Lucky feds. The canines were not provided with the scent of the weapon once it was discovered. So they did not then take that weapon and then have the dogs trace it back to the top of Lossie. That did not happen. Terrell Farnsworth, still major question marks. He raced to remove the camera that was directly behind Charlie's head. I want to tell you, by the way, I'm reading myself into this, so not a data point, but in my mind, when I imagine why he might have done that, I think it's because they were going to go with this story that a 30-06 hit Charlie Kirk, and what debunked that obviously would be seeing that it didn't go through. There was no evidence of what should have been a tremendous amount of damage done to his neck. I also want to say here, because I've heard that various people like Terrell are getting death threats. Obviously, if you're watching this show, we are investigating what happened with Charlie Kirk. I have been clear that I do believe that there are some people that are engaged in a cover-up. I am never giving anybody the permission to, go be a bandit and go outside and take the law into your own hands. That's not what we should ever be doing and engaging in. Next data point that we have, federal agents prevented the surgeon from returning to his operating room. I told you that was something that startled him, and he placed a call, presumably to DC, to make them move because he wanted, obviously, the team to get back in there to make sure that Charlie could get cleaned up before Erica came in. Federal agents removed the hospital surveillance footage. They're on a manhunt. And for some reason, that seemed like something that they should do. That strikes me as tremendously odd. We have that the vehicle in which Charlie was transported to Timpanogos Hospital was not impounded by law enforcement. It's very odd. And there were multiple sets of prints on the weapon that was found, something that I did not
I was getting ready
share
to
with
say
you,
that's a bit.
but I did know this for some
quite
time.
a bit inconsistent.
And I can
Bro, there's a whole lot of inconsistencies right now. And there's this,
because first of all, and I've worked with dogs while I was in the service, you don't they don't miss a whole lot because they're trained to sniff out a whole bunch. So the fact that the dogs couldn't find the guy's scent or couldn't find the weapon is huge red flag, number one. And then number two, it is standard procedure across all 50 states, including the U.S. military, that if a crime happens and a vehicle is used, it is to be impounded on the basis of evidence, and they're supposed to catalog it. So the fact that that didn't even happen is a huge red flag to me, because it's a huge piece of evidence.
Here's what kills me. It's the surgeon never confirmed or suggested that Charlie was shot with a 30-06. or that Charlie had a steel neck. So why was that pushed out, and why is everybody trying to believe that?
I have no idea, but
I mean, but hey, now here's the thing, though. I mean, it doesn't mean that Tyler Robinson ain't the shooter, because he said, well, you know, it could have been like a 2-2-3 or something. That could have left it. But why try to push the story out of a 30-6 then?
Because you have a large amount of people who are anti-gun, and they don't know what a 30-6 will really do to you if it actually hits you.
Thank God that's a hunting gun. All right.
Something that I did not share, because that's one of their things. They got the prints of Tyler Robinson on this gun. There were multiple sets of prints that were on the gun that was recovered thanks to the instincts of the feds and not the noses of the dogs. And finally, and I think this is a big thing, the footage of Tyler Robinson turning himself in is apparently missing. And I have told you guys, and again, I'm reading myself into this, and in my investigation, I found that their entire story about how the parents turned him in and did the right thing is crap. It is BS. That's not what happened. They were told either, you know, these doors are going to get broken down, or you're going to come in peacefully. And Tyler chose the latter. I also was told by police officers that were there when he came into the police that they were told not to look at him. They were told to avoid cameras. Very strange things that happened when he did eventually come in. And we won't know how strange, because apparently the footage is missing, according to local Utah news, that they didn't say a FOIA. There's another term. What was it? Gamma requested for that footage. And we're basically told, well, now there's been an expiration on that footage and we don't have it. So maybe they just mean they already handed it over to investigators. I don't know, but we will wait and see. That's a lot that is going on. I want to pivot now, because our instincts, which they keep mocking us over, I think are on the money. We're going to talk now about Christianity. Christianity. I'm putting that in quotation marks because it has been on this podcast a recurring theme, right? I keep sensing, that these pastors are dangerous, right? I've covered extensively how even just amongst the Calvary Chapel, in particular, there's just way too much of a habit of establishing former pedophiles and drug traffickers as lead pastors of churches. Okay, I'm not saying that people can't find God. I'm just saying that my preference would be that they maybe not be provided with access to children, right? If you committed a crime against a child. This is a preference that I guess is not, or perhaps is in conflict with the beliefs and the preferences of Rob McCoy, who makes my skin crawl. We showed you that interview that he did with somebody who apparently went on a rampage. He actually went to prison for it, and he was just sort of laundering his reputation and then gave him access again to children. I feel like that is very wrong. I have also on this show been speaking a lot about these quote unquote Christian influencers. Something's not right. A lot of women who seem to
let me
know their
speak to
Bible.
this. So this whole, and this is why I said there's a lot of people that claim to be, this is why I said before that there are only 15 million Christians, and that if you say you identify as Christian, you're basically saying you identify as a giraffe. People are only saying they identify as Christians because it's popular and it's a trend, and they're not actually taking it serious. There are a lot of people. So I follow this guy. I follow quite a few people. One of which he died recently. His name is Bodhi Bakum. Another one was Nate Sala, and then we have another guy who runs a channel called the Smart Christian Channel, and they regularly call people out for not sticking to doctrine and for pushing false gospel. And a lot of these and even there's a couple of pastors that are on Instagram who call these same people out because they're teaching people how to not actually. Sorry for the noise in the background. My daughter's talking.
Shout out.
But they call these people out for not following doctrine and pushing false doctrine. So you got a lot of people that are like, yeah, I agree with that. I can totally do X, Y, and Z, or I can do A, B, C, and D because God loves me, right? Yeah, no, that's like half the battle. The other part of the battle is you have to give up a lot of your worldly desires to follow Christ. But as of recently, but if you told people that, like, they wouldn't become quote unquote, they wouldn't be Christian. A lot
much
of them
work.
would just, right, it's too much work and it's too much self-denial. Like Jesus said, if you don't even deny yourself, if you don't deny your kids, if you don't deny your family, then you can't follow me. Because it's only you and him, nobody else. And so when people say, "Oh yeah, I'm Christian," no, you're not.
Well, damn, man, I know a lot of people going.
Because you can't be Christian and still smoking weed. You can't be Christian still having sex outside of marriage. I'm
What, you
sorry to
can't be
say this.
Christian smoking weed? That's a bit ridiculous. Come on.
You can't be a Christian. You can't be Christian and smoking weed. You
That
can't.
does, bro. Come on now. Where does that even say that?
So think about it like this. The first thing that everybody goes to is they say, well, when I make this argument, is the wine. It was low quality wine. And there were like over 200 people at Jewish weddings at the time. And so the pots of wine that they had was just enough for everybody to get like one little swallow full, basically. But even then, it wasn't for them to get drunk. In that same regard, it's one thing if you need to smoke weed for a legitimate medical purpose. There's mercy for that. But if you're doing it just to get high, for the sake of getting high, and this is why I said it's going to ruffle a lot of feathers, that is then there an idol, because there's no logical reason why you need to do it. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, all right, but then you could well, then you could say the same thing about alcohol. Then I mean, then almost everybody drinks. I mean, nobody's really a Christian.
Yeah, you're supposed to turn away from it. That's where the grace comes in.
I don't know.
It even says several places in the Bible said, "Hey, you're not supposed to drink. You're not supposed to become drunkards." And in the Old Testament in the Bible, that was one of the reasons why God destroyed a lot of these old civilizations, was because not only were they killing people, participating in pedophilia, same-sex marriage, and idol worship, and all this other stuff, but they would also be getting drunk. And that's all they would want to do. And drunkenness begets like wrath, murder, and all this other stuff. So pretty much everything in the Bible of the reasons why God doesn't want people really to consume alcohol is pretty much it brings out a lot of the worst qualities in humans.
I don't know. You're kind of going against the whole idea of, well, God's a merciful God, but I guess I don't know, because it says something about drinking, but I'm not sure about smoking.
So I'll put it to you like this: grace is having the ability to try again. Like if you're an alcoholic, right? And then you decide that, okay, I want to stop, but you keep relapsing, but you still keep trying and trying and trying.
I don't know. I feel like the rule kind of ignores the duality of life.
Hold up, because so the difference between grace and mercy is grace, you have the ability to keep trying to do the right thing. Grace is getting what you don't deserve. Mercy is not getting what you actually deserve. God is merciful and graceful. Truthfully, because he's the rule setter, all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. This is in the Bible, plain as day. There is not one of you who meets his standard. Grace is him sending Jesus Christ to die on the cross so that we can be reconciled back to him. And because Jesus is the one that paid that price, he's now the one that gets to make the determination on what can and cannot, what will and will not.
You kind of see where people have that argument of where Christianity kind of ignores the duality of life, because they think, okay, I'm not supposed to drink, but there are drunken guys who do the will of God more than people who don't drink at all.
Just because you do the will, I'm gonna
I
put it to you
mean,
like
for
this.
farmers charity, helping your man and all that neighbor. I mean, there's people who don't do none of that, but they don't
So
drink.
hold up.
So that's what I'm
There's
saying. That's what people think. They feel like Christianity ignores duality of life and that, and I mean, what it is to be a human.
so that is, I'm not gonna lie, that is a true point. I'm not gonna sit up here and say that's not a fair argument. I'm gonna call it what it is. That's a fair argument. I used to make the same argument. The difference between that though is let me put it like this. One hot day doesn't make a summer. Just because you do all these things, that does not mean that what you're doing even still is okay. Just because I'm actually going through a situation where one person likes to do nice stuff, but then they hold it over me as if I am beholden to them because they did this one nice thing. Just because you do something nice, that doesn't mean your intention behind it is one way or another. And like we're finding out with a lot of these donors, and I'll call them out, and I called them out a couple of days ago, like the Joel Osteens and the TD Jakeses of the world. Those aren't real pastors. They ain't even real Christians. You know who are real Christians, who are real pastors? The people that have fallen short. They were alcoholics. They were drug abusers. They were murderers. They did do stupid stuff in their lifetime. They've actually had a true.
But all right. But
repent-
again, before you go off to one, we do got to get back to the video.
Yeah, but there was a whole.
I kind of want to jump in here real quick. Oh man, don't do this echo crap on me today.
Hold on, man.
Come on, man. We
Look,
we
gotta
never get to hear
back
from
the
guest
video
dude.
on this one. But I'll bring you guys back in. Hold on, I'll bring you guys back in though.
For almost the implicit and explicit aim of socially engineering the population, right? Telling you, oh, it's right here in the Bible. Same with the pastors. God doesn't want you to follow Tucker Carlson on Instagram. Josh Hammer is amazing. Candace is possessed by a demon. You don't want to be possessed by a demon, so unfollow Tucker Carlson and unfollow Candace. And I promise there's no other motivations. Candace is just crazy, and you should listen to me. Similarly, there are so many conservative media companies who are run by former military intelligence, people that leave naval intelligence, people that lead the Mossad. Suddenly their aim is to speak about Judeo-Christian values. They find God after they leave the military. I'm not saying that that's impossible. I'm just saying that this is something that we have discussed a lot on this podcast. I have been suggesting to you all that faith has been infiltrated by the military, and people laughed. They laughed. Well, you guys didn't laugh, but oh, what do you mean by that? Well, you guys pull up a chair because it's about to get even more interesting. Fort Huachuca, as many of you in the military have informed me, is actually an intelligence base. Now, for those of you who are ignorant like me regarding the structure of the military, this is
Dude, she brought it up. Oh my God. I'm so happy she brought it up.
At least me.
Well, what's up?
Dude, she finally brought up something. Now that I know it's public, I can talk about it. Okay, so there's this military base. Can't tell where it's at because she didn't really say that. And I like to let public people say stuff before I say it because I ain't trying to be suicided. Yeah, Fort Huachuca is like a military base, and not only is it a military base, because when you look at it, it looks like a regular civilian base, a civilian spot. But no, it's a military base, and what they do is they run psychological operation warfare campaigns and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's in the middle of residential areas, so you wouldn't even think to look there.
Well, goddamn! All right, let's get right back into it.
Maybe you can, you have the same mindset. I tend to think about where they're scrambling off the planes, off of an airbase. If there's an attack, right? Oh, quickly jump into your planes and get into the air, or maybe get into the sea. It just requires an immediate response. But that is not what Fort Huachuca in Arizona is. Okay, it is a hub for intelligence training. Civilians can be turned into intelligence assets on this base. They can take courses to join the intelligence community. Okay, just giving you one example of an email that I got. Quote, just FYI, Fort Huachuca is where soldiers go for their MIT courses. That is Army Military Intelligence. Once a soldier has finished basic training, they go here for their advanced training for their actual job in Army Military Intelligence. End quote. Okay. Now, among the many emails that I received regarding what sort of intelligence courses take place, I was absolutely floored when a person who grew up and lives just outside of the base in Sierra Vista told me something. I'm going to recount the story to you, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit of this so that I protect their identity. Basically, their story begins in May of 2013. They are two recently baptized Christians. Like I said, they grew up in this area, Sierra Vista, and they decided they were going to pour their savings into starting a gym. Now, of course, because it's a gym that's located off base, they had a lot of clientele who happened to be associated with the base. And one such client was a woman that they met, a couple that they met that were on fire for the Lord, right? That couple made a sizable investment in their gym and became, quote unquote, founding members. Okay. So the gym owners were drawn to this couple because they were so bold in their faith. They were like, I loved the bold proclamation of their faith, and we thought, this is great. This is going to work. They accept money from them. So you can imagine that they were then completely surprised and shocked when this couple over time effectively staged something akin to a hostile takeover of their company, undermining them while pretending to be their friends, going behind their backs, propositioning other gym members. I'm going to be clear here. This is obviously allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly here. The couple almost lost everything in the process, and they had to start all over again. Now, what was once the fastest growing gym in Sierra Vista, suddenly they were forced to relocate and downsize their company entirely. So now it's 2015. They are in their new, smaller location of a gym. And I'm going to read this next portion of the email that I received verbatim. Again, allegedly, because he names an individual who I do not know. I've never heard of this individual, but I feel it is relevant because I'd like to learn more. The email continues, quote, "We were struggling, sometimes barely making rent, but still serving the community, including military students who came through for 4 to 6 month training courses." Okay. I want to stress that again. Got all these students that are coming in and their training is lasting between 4 to 6 months. So they're signing up for this gym. Back into the quotation. One morning, I noticed a female military member lingering after class. She was visibly distressed, so I kept the gym open longer than usual to give her space to talk. We ended up conversing for about 45 minutes, and what she shared with me has stuck with me ever since. She said she, quote, "could not take it anymore." When I asked for details, she explained that her stress was coming from a class that she was taking on Fort Huachuca, taught by none other than Bruce Bevins. My ears perked up when I heard his name, as I immediately remembered the incident with his wife. This young woman described Bruce as, quote, "the most evil man that she had ever met." She then revealed something that I wasn't expecting at all. The class's objective was to teach military personnel to infiltrate Christian groups and organizations through covert psychological operations. The training focused specifically on deceiving Christians. At the time, I didn't fully connect the dots. Our gym was and still is an openly Christian faith-based organization. But looking back now, I have to wonder if the infiltration and the destruction of our gym was actually a training exercise or field assignment. I also wonder if the distressed young soldier was sent to our gym on assignment from Bruce, but couldn't follow through with her objectives and instead chose to confide in me. There were other students who will corroborate this type of training. 2 military students, both named blank and blank, I'm redacting that, passed through our gym during this same period. They shared similar stories, but seemed much more advanced in their training. On one occasion, after I asked what was so funny in the back of my class, they privately shared that they had just returned from an overnight field training mission with very little sleep. Their objective had been to deceive civilians in Tucson, about an hour north of us. They practiced at local bars and public venues on unsuspecting people, telling lies, remembering those lies, and maintaining their false personas without, quote unquote, breaking character. They laughed about their conquests while working out at our gym. Now, I got the impression that their deception sometimes extended to sexual encounters with their targets. At the time, I found this disturbing, but I did not know what to make of it. Now, 12 years later, and watching the situation unfold with Charlie Kirk and learning that some of his most trusted people may have been trained operatives who infiltrated Turning Point USA, these memories suddenly seem significant. You mentioned previously that there was a strange military background connection among some of the people involved. I am now wondering if instructors like Bruce Bevins trained some of these individuals before they infiltrated Christian organizations like Turning Point USA. End quote. Now, I obviously cannot confirm just yet. I'm sure after the show, we're going to get a bunch of emails, the allegations against Bruce. Again, I have never heard of this individual. What I can say to you is on a guttural level, I feel this is accurate. I do. It is what I have noticed. It's what I've been pointing to you all year. Many of these pastors are behaving like operatives, and many of these Christian influencers are behaving like operatives. And I keep telling you that all roads, including the Egyptian, here Israeli planes, lead to the front door of Turning Point USA Faith. I kept saying there's something when Faith suddenly infiltrated and something happened to this organization. And I feel this email is a big piece of the puzzle. Okay. So if you played a part in these exercises on Fort Huachuca base where you were learning instructions about how to be a good little Christian to infiltrate and potentially to overthrow a Christian organization, and maybe you're having some second thoughts about your soul and you'd like to speak to me about it off record, please email moretips@candaceowens.com. And I would also like you all to remember that we suddenly have been experiencing wall-to-wall panic ever since we mentioned Fort Huachuca. We saw this. It's crazy. I mean, the articles right now are unhinged. They are just doing fiction. The panic button was pressed when we mentioned Fort Huachuca and the alleged meeting that happened on the morning of September 9th. So we're going to get into that. And by the way, for those of you that thought that this person was making it up, he was apparently not familiar with metadata. I don't think he was. And he had not sent me the photos that he took that morning on the base. So he tells a story. I stepped outside, I got coffee. Well, because he thought he was going to right, and I'm laughing here, going to like right the wrong of his past, he was sort of documenting himself while he was on the base. So he sends me over all of his stuff, and I literally was able to confirm with the metadata where he was, exactly what time it was, and see the background, obviously. And it's just a fact, okay? It's just a fact that this happened. He was there. I was also able to establish it because like now this is like beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, when we get back after this brief break from our sponsors, we are going to bring on, and this is his new name, Mitch. I've told you about who he believes he stumbled upon in that meeting, and I think that we need to focus on that. And you may learn more. I know I certainly did. We'll be right back after a brief break.
And all right, so what you guys think so far before she brings on our guy Mitch?
Well, I told you what Huachuca was.
Yeah, I know somebody was bitching at you in the comments for saying it for some reason.
For what?
Somebody was like, kind of bitching at you at the comments for saying it.
Y'all forget that I was actually, y'all forget that we don't be speaking out our neck, meaning guess dude don't. Like former service members, there's a lot of shit that we know that we don't say. And I get excited when civilians bring it up because my defense has always been I take it on public record that it is now out in the open.
It does crack me up when you guys at this point a majority of viewers know you both are service members or retired service members, so it's mind-boggling that even some of the people that do know still try to question you guys.
Yeah, but some people love to be stubborn when hey man, that's why I like these guys. Some people just want to be stubborn. Then you bring their like military up, and then they want to be like, no, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm like, bro, first y'all get mad at me for not being military, then I bring military up, and then y'all hit me with the uhs. Come on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that I know about that I can't really speak on unless I know for a fact it's public record.
Yeah, like especially if you don't want to get in trouble, especially if you're are you guys still are you guys reserved or are you retired? I can't remember.
Well, I'm separated from the Navy.
Okay. So
And I don't give a shit about my security clearance.
I do, because I'm trying to get a damn job in IT, man.
Like legitimately, at this point in the game, you ask me the right series of questions, and I'll give you just enough vague answers.
Right. That's the other thing that they don't tell y'all about. Is like sometimes, dude, y'all ask us questions. Like I remember, I forgot what job I was working at. He kept trying to get stuff out of me, so I just started lying to him, and he went around spreading. I was like, "This is why service members don't really like talking to y'all, because y'all know shut the fuck up."
And that's why I remember when even when my grandpa was still alive, he had been out of since shortly after World War II, but there were still things that he could not talk on. Or if he did, it was very, very, very vague. And that was back in the 90s. So it doesn't surprise me that you guys
the
still
key
have
is,
to be.
if I wasn't properly read on and read off of an operation, then technically the security clearance isn't a binding scenario.
Boom.
Yeah. But no,
Well,
when
it's
I was
different. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're fine.
I was gonna say it's different from branch to branch. So like guest
Well, no, this
dude
is when I was doing civilian contract too. The security clearance is cross branch, cross department, cross agency.
I'm talking about for like operations and stuff like that. It's different from branch to branch, because I think guest dude, if I remember correctly, you were Army.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like Army's security clearance can expire, I think, when they leave the AOE, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, no, the way security clearances are cut is it depends on if you were properly read on and if you were properly read off. If you were not properly read on or read off, you could talk about anything that occurred. Like that goes across the board, because the security clearances are all managed way above branch level. They're way above agency level. So if you're not properly read on to an operation and you're not properly read off of an operation, then anything that occurred during that window is free game. Because that means that whoever was dictating the security parameters for that didn't do their job, and therefore it's now gray area neutral. There's quite a few times I was read on specifically and read off specifically that I can't.
But, all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into the video real quick. Let's get into our guy Neil. Since we got two military guys up here, y'all should be able to sniff out any funny business too.
And the fact that I do just feel on a spiritual level that we have been infiltrated. I'll ask a broader question. Are all of our lives a bit like the Truman Show? Do we have essentially a cast of characters who are performing and pretending? And this is what kind of made everybody go crazy after the Turning Point USA event, where Tucker asked the question, where does this guy's money come from? I mean, obviously, Barry Weiss is one of these actors. This is clearly an act. You obviously are not intelligent. You obviously are not some journalist that works their way up and broke some important stories. You are obviously an intelligence op, and not so intelligent op. Like, are we living in the Truman Show? Are we all going to work thinking that we can climb a ladder, when in reality these people are just selected and given certain they're supposed to be certain characters? You're supposed to pretend like you're the head of a tech company and you're supposed to be super weird and quirky. I'm going to cast you into that role, and then we're going to call you a genius, and you're supposed to pretend that you're this super financial guru like Jeffrey Epstein, and we're going to put you at the head of a finance company. You have no background in this. That's kind of the theme that I'm seeing. Anyways, I don't want to waste too much more time, because I do want to bring on Mitch, who apparently has what I would describe as, I don't know if it's the best or the worst luck ever in life, stumbling upon the feds when they're maybe up to no good. Mitch, welcome to my podcast. It's so great to have you here.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be here, Candace. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Well, damn, if Peter Griffin went to the army.
I obviously, you know, the story
That's
of
mean.
how I instantly got the email from one of your friends that just said, you should
He
call
doesn't
Mitch
have the
after
accent,
I
though.
prayed and said, I'm missing a piece of this. Please, God, give me a piece of the story. And the first email I see when I get back from church on a day of holy obligation is this email. And so, Mitch, my audience is up to date on what happened to you when you were 20 years old. And I'm wondering if you can just sort of briefly recap in case I got some things wrong.
Oh wow! Briefly recap 35 years. Sure. Yeah, we were part of a mission going down to the border of JTF 6, assigned from 10th Mountain. Previously, there had been a Marine Corps unit there. Apparently, they had an incident. We had to replace them, and they wanted a less kinetic unit to be involved. So we went down there in a matter of a few days, you know, and I was the youngest guy on the team, and for the first few days, I got assigned to have to, you know, do the hard work of putting in the sensors and following one of the border patrol who was on he was on horseback. Got to learn a little bit about picking up signs in the desert, stuff like that, while we were placing these sensors down. It took a few days. I think we put in like 80 sensors or so along the border, and we were getting some, they thought it was some glitch signals coming back. Being that I had just gone through the course, I had the most updated information, and what we realized is they weren't glitch signals that these people were being sent out for. It was subterranean, and when I got pulled back to the JTF 6 headquarters, they were in discussions of trying to remove the Army. In case your viewers don't understand, when units get put together like this, especially this mission, there's a lot of contention even to this day between the Army and Border Patrol, and who gets to take credit and who gets to stay, who gets to go. And back then, Border Patrol, I think they just wanted us out of their hair. So they were having some sort of a big meeting, and a big do not disturb meeting. And I got assigned to the skeleton crew to sit back on the SMS, the receiver. And I was looking at the data while the skeleton crew of the Border Patrol was left there with me as well. And he was giving me a bad time about the Army equipment and how they were being sent out for no reason. And he kept giving me a bad time about it. So we were looking at the data and we started discussing things, and I brought up the fact that, I asked if there was any subways or something like that around, and between the two of us, the light bulb went on that, it was an underground tunnel. And within minutes, we could triangulate the signals and be able to pinpoint the location. And that's the information I got to hand off. So no, I didn't, go on the raid itself. Handing that information off was the probable cause they needed to be able to go get a warrant, go to the location, and also communicate with the Mexican authorities on the other side to perform a raid. And that's what happened.
Now, you're thinking, amazing, we have found the biggest cartel tunnel. There had never been one bigger previously discovered, I presume. Maybe there had been. I don't know, I'm going to become a hero. Maybe you're thinking, this is going to be great. And the exact opposite thing is true. And it's because they eventually find pictures of, was it an American lieutenant colonel? Who exactly? Sorry, I know you told me this. Was it a colonel?
One of the commanders that was with the Border Patrol was actually posed with a photo that was found on the Mexican side after the tunnel apparently had been built, along with other Mexican military and U.S. military. So there had been some collaboration. Prior to us getting there, there had been a lot of suspicion that the federal government knew that 80%, I think it was 60 to 80% of the cocaine was coming through the Douglas, Arizona area. And that's basically Region 6, or that's why they called it JTF 6. So they knew all the cocaine's coming through this one area. But the local authorities back then, came up with shrugs like, oh, we just don't see where it's coming from. So they suspected there was some compromise of officials down there. So yeah, we went to work, and it didn't take us long to pinpoint this. So when they recovered that data and they recovered the photos, obviously they had some of the top names of who was helping out on the U.S. side to help build the tunnel and also keep it functioning for at least 6 months, judging by the date on the photo.
So I just wanted to ask you, your attachment to, because I'm trying to figure out why you're going to then go back to Fort Huachuca. Is that where you were initially trained?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Okay, so you were initially trained in Fort Huachuca. What then ends up happening is they put you're not allowed to talk. You just get gagged for, is it 25 years the gag order lasted, while they destroyed every layer of your life, fed your name to the cartels. You've been on the run. You've had to change your name. Your family is now in debt. You've been fighting lawsuits, trying to get the government to, I guess, defend you against the cartel gangs. And clearly they're angry because you stepped on their toes, it looks like. I think that's a fair depiction of what happened here, which we are learning more and more how corrupt and I think the CIA was created to traffic, to be clear. That's my opinion there. But they effectively destroyed your life and gagged you in the process. Is that a fair assessment of what happened next?
Yeah, it is. I could probably go into some detail that while we were down there, I got the honor of incinerating all the. It was about a ton of cocaine, and a bunch of guns, bunch of money. And then right afterward, we went right back to work, and I ended up getting approached with a friend at Noka, Arizona. Not a friend, but another Border Patrol agent. And if it wasn't for him, I was too stupid. I didn't understand why this person was coming up or why they had personal information on me. I was a young kid. It was the Border Patrol agent that caught what it was about. And yeah, thank God. He knew what to do. Took me back to base, and they thought it was, something I did to give away my identity. So I was on base for, it was the next day that I got brought into a briefing. And by that time, the photos from the Mexican side had made their way to the American side, and they were able to put together how my information got fed to the other side. As far as cartels and stuff like that, it's just plain corruption at this point. It's thick. And yeah, they have followed me. I've had people come through my windows. And it's not like, I know these are, it's like fantastical stories. We got the court documents. We got the court cases.
You've sent them
And
to
it's
me.
not just that we have those. It's that the work that was done to even try to bury those afterward, it's pretty substantial. And yeah, I've got 20 years of this, and you'd think, one would think that somebody in the federal government would care, or in any part of our government would care. The more I've gone up the chain to try and, get more of these records, as well as get answers to this saga, it just seems like I step on more and more toes. And eventually, that's what led me to going down to Fort Huachuca, was just to get the original records and find out you know, why wasn't the FBI updated on what my status was? And, you know, why has this been allowed to, basically use our own laws against me to attack my life?
I feel
I wanted answers.
when I hear the story, it makes me so angry because it's just too many people that are serving our country, only to figure out that our country is serving some other, the interests of oligarchs, truly. And I think we're kind of all coming to that moment right now and recognizing that it hasn't been left or right. It has been them, a unique gang of oligarchs and criminals that are running every aspect of our lives, and they would gladly have you die for them, and they couldn't care less. I want to pivot now. So they put you, there's this gag order or non-disclosure agreement, and it is 25 long years, and it happens to
35.
35. Pardon me, 35 years. You're told, yeah, you can suffer. The cartels can chase you, change your name, but you keep your mouth shut about it. And finally, in May of this year, it expires, right? This gag order expires, and you say to yourself, I am going to go down to that base where I was trained. I'm going to go down to Fort Huachuca, book myself into a hotel. I'm going to go to the criminal division, the investigative division. I'm going to get that original paperwork and get some answers to why I feel that my life has been effectively ruined for me having done what I was ordered to do by the government. So you get to the base, and I want you to address this because there were so many people who were like, there's no way you could have gotten onto the base. Obviously, you sent me your military cards, and I think we can show a picture of that. You get onto the base, and I want you to walk us through what time, and I did show a timeline, but about, you don't have to be perfect here. We already showed a timeline, but like you get to the base and just kind of what's your general mood. And this is on September 8th, the evening of September 8th at the Candlewood Inn and Suites, which you have given me all the documentation for.
Okay. Yeah, and getting into Tucson, there was a little bit of a issue getting the rental car and stuff, so that took a little while, a little bit of a delay, but we made reservations ahead of time for me to be there. And I get down to the base. For those that think that people can't get on base, no, typically you can, as long as you have your ID, your insurance, and you have a purpose for being there. I certainly did. That's
And
why
Skylar,
they
you can
have
show that
hotels.
documentation as he's speaking. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, we made reservations, and I got to the hotel. I had to. It was sort of hard to find, but once I found it, I sort of recognized it because it was that was actually the barracks that I had when I was there in AIT training, but they converted it. So that was pretty cool. All of a sudden, I'm staying in the same barracks. A really nice place, by the way. Wonderful beds. But yeah, I check in, and as I'm doing that, you can tell that there's regular military people, young kids that are there, probably just checking in to post, stuff like that. There were a couple people that stood out, and they're a little bit older, and as I'm checking in, one guy that was sitting on the couch, he just had a sheen to him. Looked like he had a professional military sheen to him. If I had to guess, being a special forces guy, I would have guessed that he's ex special forces, probably doing, something down there, probably contract. He was definitely waiting on something. And
Age about, just so we can get a description, age.
I'd say 33 to 40, about there, give or take. I wasn't there to check out people or check ID cards. I just happen to know him, and veterans, especially SF guys, when you notice somebody like that, I almost had the impression, so much so that I was going to go up and ask him what group he was with and say hi and thank him for his service. I didn't really get that chance. So as I'm checking in, and then I go to my room and then come back out, he was joined, and joined by a female that you can definitely tell when, how do you put it, when people are well off and they're dressing down. she was definitely dressing down, and it was very well kept. The one thing I noticed about the woman that really stuck out to me was her eyes, and I have an ex that has caused me a lot of problems. So when I see someone with striking blue eyes like that, they stick out. And I was on the phone with my wife here, and I even told her about it. I said, "Oh, geez, somebody has those kind of eyes." It creeped me out a little bit, and it had nothing to do with that person. Just life is what it is. But as I was checking in, I was going to go back and actually talk to that person, the guy, and they between me at the front desk and then going back to my room one time and then coming back out, I was going to go to dinner. They had gotten into. There was a vehicle parked out front, big green truck. It looked like a real shiny GSA type. And they were getting into that vehicle and driving off. And that night I went to dinner at some a little bit crazy. The people in Sierra Vista, they can probably verify there was a Mexican sushi place in Sierra Vista. So I got dinner and it was a pretty good place actually. And then I came back and went to sleep that night. Got up early the next morning, wanted to see the sunrise, reminisce about, there we go. Just reminisce about having been there a long time ago. And even stopped to talk to some of the police. They tried to give me directions to CID, but the buildings there are they're sort of old World War II, and they're also built on top of the foundations of like almost Alamo era rocks and stuff, and some of them aren't really well marked. So
somebody said in the chat, but the inflation report just hit, and inflation has fallen to 2.7% as slowing housing and food prices. Well, slowing housing and food increase offsets a surge in electricity. So inflation is now at 2.7%. Is that a 0.3 fall from the past 3 months?
Which makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Direction sort of.
We got to get that number back up.
I thought we wanted inflation at like 2.
Yeah,
2%. Those are rookie numbers. Rookie numbers needs to be at 9.
I'm weak.
Yeah.
Like, which we need 10. We need to beat Biden's high score, man.
I ain't never gonna let another old prick outdo me. Fuck 50% inflation.
All right, that boy.
You had me a little worried there.
No. So it's a good thing, but it needs to come down about 5 points before we hit where we were in 2018, 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For sure. But it's an improvement. But all right, let's get back to it.
Goose chase.
Major improvement.
And I'll interject here while you're having a sip of water that this is when you accidentally take a video and it's 18 minutes long while this guy's giving you directions, which you've sent everything over. So there's no question you were here and everything happened because you tried to document this thinking you were going to get some justice from the past. And I will let you continue telling the story.
Yeah, I was there to get help. And I was really figuring some people would have have some answers for me. I couldn't find CID, but as I'm wandering around, I finally decided, I need to get some coffee and wake up, maybe have a little breakfast. I noticed that there's some signs there that say JTF and JTF headquarters. I went in a couple of the buildings. There was nobody there yet, so I continued on. I went and got coffee, ran into some 10th Mountain people there. They said they were there for JTF. you know, we sort of talked. I bought them coffee, I think, for their service. They sort of, I asked where there would be a headquarters that I could go to speak to someone. They tried to explain it to me. I forget, they gave me a building name, and I don't necessarily we don't want to disclose that kind of stuff, but I went right back to the front gate, and as I came in, as they scanned me in with my ID card, yeah, I asked the gate guard there, where would this building be, and how would I get there? He gave me detailed instructions on how to get there, how to wind around to get to that building, and so I did. And it was obviously a temporary setup for this new command down there. There was no gate guard. There was, I think they did have some barbed wire around the field and the building, which made me hesitate for a second. But it was a parking lot, so I just went in and parked. I was on the phone with my missus here and told her, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what they say here, and I'll call you in a few. I ended up not being able to call it back for about 7 hours. And you can, being in the military for a while, you notice when there's a lot of high-ranking people around, and you notice when there's a little bit of a buzz. And I walked in there. I didn't know if this was just a new type of army that I haven't seen for a while. But I walked up to the front desk. I sort of told them what I wanted. I initially talked to one captain for about 5 minutes, and then he stepped back out. He was going to go get someone. I stood there at the front, and as I did, the guy that I thought was an XSF guy, he had walked out from wherever it was, and he was sort of walking out to the front doors, and he stood there for a while waiting. And then 3 more people came around, civilian dressed, and one, yeah, he looked like a congressman. Had the pin, had the flag, congressman suit, and there were a couple of people next to him, and obviously they were trying to talk to him, and they were sort of palling around, but it was also sort of serious. And some of the military lieutenant colonels there and the unit sergeant major escorted them out. They got into one of the GSA's. For anybody in the military that knows about GSA, they own everything in the government.
Could you, for those of us who don't know about this GSA, just to break it down for us, I'm sorry to be so ignorant. What does that stand for?
No. What was it? Government Services Administration, or
okay.
I forget what it is.
No worries.
What they basically maintain all the property for the federal government.
Okay.
So if you're in the military or if you're in the federal government and you need a vehicle, basically you go to one of the GSA places, and it's like renting a vehicle at Enterprise or something, but you have orders attached to it. Some of those vehicles they're reserved at any GSA where they have VIPs that come in. For those in the know, they keep a reserve set of vehicles, and they're extra shiny. They're like new off the lot. Their tires aren't worn very well.
Escalades and
so
like
they all got into one of those vehicles, and they left. The sergeant major came back in. Him and I was teasing him about his tabs and how he didn't have his long tab, and I think he had a Ranger tab and airborne. Or no, he didn't have airborne. He had air assault. Anyway, I was teasing him about some of that. Was supposed to go back and talk to him. I was finishing signing in when, a couple more captains came around the corners, and they escorted me way out. They wanted to take me out of the building. I thought I was getting arrested, and I didn't know what I had done wrong. I'd given my name, the missions I had been attached to. I give them the purpose why I was there. And I was very polite about it. I was trying to be discreet as possible. And I had no idea what I was walking into. Obviously, when congressmen are around, there's something special going on. But yeah, they escorted me out across the parking lot to the park benches there, and one of the captains there, his name was Captain Neff. Nice guy. Yeah, and I started telling him my story, what I'm telling you, and what I was there for. Yes, that's the guy. Real decent gentleman. And as we sat there, the other captain went in, was going to get the sergeant major, and I don't know exactly what happened, but before long, there was a bunch of cruisers pulling up. There were police officers from different levels of the government. I couldn't tell you all the different types of law enforcement that were there surrounding me, and sort of putting up a wall between me and the front door. I did catch that there was yet another, I don't know if it was the same GSA vehicle returning or a different one, but that did pull up to the building. I couldn't see who got in it. And it ended up sort of a big deal. They kept interrogating me, trying to gaslight me, ask me what I was there for, like I was some sort of a spy. And then they mentioned a bomb threat. They wanted to check my vehicle. Mentioned that because I was in special forces, obviously I must be some sort of a bomb threat. And for me, I just figured this had to be some sort of the false flagging that I've encountered from before. Some sort of residual effect from that.
You're just thinking, this has got something to do. This has been 35 years running. The government's corrupt. It's all about me finding this cartel tunnel. And this is just going to be the story of my life, never getting any justice. That's what's going through your mind.
And at this point, yeah, people in the government start pointing guns at me. My house has been squatted and stuff like that. I just roll my eyes. I literally.
Sorry.
I was just throwing my car keys. They wanted my car keys. I chucked it over. I said, yeah, if you don't mind, park it closer because my bones are getting old and it hurts. I don't want to walk that far.
So sad.
So Captain Neff was really nice. And I asked him what this was about. And he tried to shrug it off and say he didn't know. There was another lady that seemed to be conducting what this overreaction was. And she was definitely, she was in plain clothes, undercover, big sunglasses, Hispanic woman. Right, if I had to guess, probably Secret Service or something like that. She didn't want to approach me directly. She was directing how other people would approach me and ask me questions, get my documents, stuff like that. Eventually, they said, okay, we're going to take you to another location. They took me to, they finally showed me where the CID building was, I guess. Put me in there and they recorded me for a while. Asked me a few questions and they were very, very concerned about the next 24 hours. Like they wanted to make sure, I don't know, maybe that I wasn't there for some other purpose or related to something. It was pretty odd. They didn't answer any of the questions I was there for. They didn't give me the documentation they wanted. They did give me a report number to go ahead and you went ahead and I gave that to you.
You did.
We'll see what that says.
Shout out Link. He says, fun fact, Candace causes 2x the cancer windmills do. Well, damn, cancer's crazy.
But yeah, they were looking for any excuse to try and hold me up for like 24 hours. And that 24-hour number kept getting repeated by them. And then eventually they didn't have anything to hold me. I wasn't a harm to myself or others. I wasn't there to, spy on anybody. I really just wanted to get records and get out of that desert. as reminiscent as it was, the place creeps me out a little bit. So, yeah, once they said you have to stay off base for 24 hours, I was, don't worry about it, I ain't coming back. Got to Tucson, stayed the night there in a hotel. Never got a refund on my Candlewood Suites. But yeah, got on the plane, and before we touched down, I had a stop off in Salt Lake City. By the time we wheeled down, that we got the news about Charlie Kirk, and of course that's been just all over the news. Everybody's watching it, and I don't think anybody's believing what the federal government's saying about it for sure, but what I noticed, I don't know these people from TPUSA. Never been associated. I could recognize Charlie Kirk probably, but what I started seeing come across got more familiar once I saw a picture of somebody in a ponytail with those eyes. That was that person. They were there, and yeah, the head of security there, he was one of the people walking out with the congressman. Now, how would I know that? I just have a gift for recognizing people, and yeah, maybe it's not him. Maybe he has doppelganger, but somebody with the same mannerisms, the same crick in his neck, face, the waxy look on his face, hand gestures, shoulder shrug, gait, approximate height, haircut, definitely walked past me. And
If
in
you
the
had to put
hotel,
it at a percentage that you were looking at Brian Harpole, maybe he's got a brother in the military, who knows, right? Maybe he does have a doppelganger, he's got a twin brother, who knows? And I want to be clear, I can confirm on this podcast live every step of your story in terms of where you went, what time you were there, that there was this big meeting that happened. I confirmed the location with other people that are on Fort Huachuca currently. I can confirm everything with metadata. I obviously can't confirm that you saw who you say you saw. If you had to put it at a percentage that you saw Brian Harpole, what percentage would you put it at?
95.
Damn.
95%. Okay.
95 to 99. I mean, when I saw him, on the interview with his face and gestures, with that photo, it struck me in my gut. I blew it off until there was, some other pictures that came up with other people.
What other people? Other pictures?
If you want me to say, there's a picture of Erica Kirk with a ponytail, and from her past. That person matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before, and she was with that man in the lobby, and that man, he was present at that meeting the next morning.
If
So
you had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk, what percentage would you put that at?
those are really rare eyes. That's 95 to 99%. I can't imagine somebody else.
Okay. So what I'm going to say, because obviously that's very explosive, and it's one of the reasons why I wasn't sure if I wanted to have you on. I'm going to be honest with you, because I guess I'll tell you the conflict that I had and just be just as honest with you as you are being with me. The first thing was, I can't confirm it, right? I can confirm where you were. I can do all of that. But I can't confirm what you think you saw. I don't know you. I don't know there are people like my husband who we can see someone once and he recognizes that person 10 years later exactly where we saw them. And there are people like me, and I kind of have facial blindness until I meet someone 3 times. The second thing was I didn't want people to wrongly extrapolate things and say, okay, well, maybe she was on the base. Maybe there's a chance she wasn't on the base, right? That she has a doppelganger. People do have doppelgangers. I have doppelgangers, right? Well, let's say she was in the base. Let's say you're right. And you saw her. This is the night before. This is on the 8th. Maybe she was in the hotel, but maybe she was there for a different reason. Maybe she was there because she's always been open about the fact that her mother moved to Arizona because she got involved with the military. So that could be totally unrelated to the meeting that took place on the 9th. And I didn't want to, but then I said to myself, this man has lived through so much. You know what I mean? This man has lived through so much. And I would be turning my back on this really a hero for discovering the cartels who's lived through so much and has been treated like the government. And then I struggled with my own soul going, I'm turning my back on him because I'm afraid of backlash for allowing him to tell the truth. And my soul was in conflict. And I decided that, you know what, this is not my platform. Okay. I genuinely believe this is God's platform. I am a conduit. I don't know why I have a platform. And I don't know why you have this luck in life. I really don't. I don't know why these things happen to you or why they happen to me. But I know that my prayer was very intentional that night, that I received that email. So I'm going to allow the internet to hear your testimony, hear what you think. And I also want to show them a picture because we did look through some congressmen, and I didn't tell you where they were congressmen from, but there is one that you thought looked familiar. And I am going to show that picture of him now. This is, and Skylar, someone's got to get in my ear because I'm blanking on his name. Mark Amodi. Is that right? Mark Amodi from Las Vegas. And you thought that this could potentially be the congressman that you saw on the 9th?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
What
the one that walked closest to
percentage?
me.
That's the one that walked closest to you.
That's 95. I'm absolutely, after I've looked at it, that was definitely the guy.
Now, we have then been able to look at flights and look at who could have been at that meeting. We were able to confirm, based on a call sign, that there was somebody heavy duty that was at Fort Huachuca Fort Huachuca, pardon, on that morning, who made sure to turn off their transponder. So the clues, the picture is coming together, that you saw what you saw, and that call sign did change at a certain time, which lets us know that then it could have been moved to a congressman. There could be a chance that that person they were blocking you from seeing when they all lined up might have been someone that is, it could be Kash Patel. I mean, it could be Kash Patel. That's someone who could have a call sign. We've been running ideas. It could also not be him. And I want to be clear. I do think I think that is the reason they surrounded you, was to make sure you couldn't see who was walking out. I think your instincts are right on that. And I don't know what to say other than I know what you are going to go through now. And I want you to know that you have an ally with me. And I know how much you are already going through fighting them. And I intend to help you raise money to go through these lawsuits with the federal government. I know this is not easy. I know what your kid has been through. I know what your wife has been through. And no one should have to go through this because they told the truth and potentially stumbled upon something corrupt, did definitively stumble upon something corrupt. And I think the public will be with you because they see what I'm going through right now, being sued by a transatlantic president overseas for just trying to tell the truth. And I just want you to know that, I know that this is hard for you, and given everything you've been through, but I am here with you. I am going to fundraise money for you, and I'm here for you and your family through whatever comes next.
Oh boy, that's really wonderful. And I've told you, thank you. I'd like to see justice. I'd like to see our government being honest again, or some level. I don't know why I was there, or why I got to see what I did, or how I happened to walk in on something. I wasn't there to, obviously I didn't know what was going to happen in the next 24 hours. It seems coincidental that was the number they kept bringing up, and whatever they were doing, it was important, and they didn't want anybody looking at it. And Okay, the military does that stuff. That's what they do. I thank you, for everything. But really, after hearing some of the other stuff, hearing about some of the threats against you, and I watch some of the other podcasters, Valhalla, really good guy, even if he gave me a bunch of crap about stuff. Fellow brother there from First Group. No, he had when he interviewed the French Foreign Legion, he got to learn a little bit about sometimes how in the intelligence world how things cross over, and other countries are a little bit dirtier and they borrow resources from us. Fort Huachuca is one of those places they would have to have done that. And when I had to pray myself and be on. I just wanted to give you a tip, since you're pulling on these threads, and I had no idea that you were going to do all this.
I want you to know
It's
that
hit
there
us with a
were
shock.
literally 51,000 emails unanswered in that box. And I went to church and I prayed and I said, give me something. And it was the first email, just like I said to you. I mean, what did I call 4 minutes after the email was sent? And it was actually me. I didn't send it to like my producer. I was just like, hey, maybe this is it. And I can't help but to see God in that, and not, God as in people being trained in intelligence to make us think that everything is holy, but rather truly I saw God in that. And yeah, it's stunning. It's hard not to see God in something like that happening in that order. So I don't know what comes next, but I just want you to know that like you have an ally in me, and I hope you see that I am a fighter. And when I see good people and bad things happen to them, I will fight. And same for the people that watch this podcast. They are fighters as well. So, and they've had my back and they will have your back. I promise you that.
I really appreciate that. There are a lot of people in the military who we see things. I'm sure there's people down in Fort Huachuca and other places that have seen things, and there's a lot of people that stay quiet, to stay nice, to not be in conflict. And I had to pray. This doesn't help. This doesn't help my situation at all. It's going to aggravate it, I'm absolutely sure. And but the truth matters, and that's why we wanted to send this up to you. We had no idea. All of a sudden, you'd be calling us. You really interrupted our gym time, by the way, and we really need it. Typically, I try to laugh things off quite a bit, but things are getting quite serious. And I think Baron Coleman, he gets it. Keep pulling those threads, and I hope you stay safe.
And same to you. And like I said, I'm going to put together a fundraiser for you.
And all righty. all right. Now that's pretty much the end of the interview.
Yep. So I will say that what he described is one of the reasons why, like, yes, dude is a bit looser than I am, but now I will want to let you in on a little bit of a secret. Well, not a secret, but a breakdown. So yes, the security clearance, that's controlled way up above the branch's heads. However, the degrees of what your security clearance entails and allows you to do is what differentiates different branches. So, obviously, naval intelligence is going to be, used to be among the highest. Then you got Space Force, and Space Force, then Navy, and then Air Force, and then Army, and you got Marine Corps, and then Coast Guard. And it's not to say, oh, well, they don't have security clearances, to say our mission sets require a greater degree of secrecy. Because I know for me, when I was in the Navy, like, that shit was always active. I'm pretty sure you've met and heard a bunch of people who were in the Navy who were, huh? Is Stove there?
Yo.
If she was saying something, I don't want to cut her off.
Oh no, she wouldn't. No, she went back to muting herself, I guess.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure you've met a bunch of people who are in the Navy, and they'll be like, "Yeah, there's a lot I can't talk about," and then people poke fun at them, and yeah, it's good to poke fun, but like that's an actual thing. There's a lot of stuff Navy personnel can't talk about. So most of the time, y'all end up hearing wild stories because that's all we're allowed to talk about. And in terms of like stuff like with what he's going through, yeah, I don't put anything past the U.S. government, especially after the stuff I've seen. And especially when he went to the TID place to get his information, and then they had that giant reaction. Yeah, I could 100% tell you that's the type of reaction that you would get if you're already in a secure location, and then you're going there asking particular questions, and they're like, "What the hell? Why is this person here?"
Who are you? But all right. Tove, you got anything to say before I'm about to close it out in a minute?
The only thing I was just gonna say was I'm actually kind of glad she pushed back on that absolute surety that was Erica there, because there's a lot of things that just didn't sit right with me. But I am actually getting ready to drop off a young lady to a program, so I do have to hop off. She is getting her life on, so any encouragement, if you don't mind, would be greatly appreciated. She's a little scared.
Oh, shoot. Well, I mean, go for it. The first step of change is always going to be scary, but that's how you know you're actually willing to make that change.
Now, I do have a question. What does Tove mean by, like, she pushed back on it and said that wasn't Eric Kirk? Like, what's going on there?
I mean, think about it. He did say that Erica Kirk was with that one guy that was on Sean Ryan's podcast, who was given the security detail for Charlie Kirk, and pretty much saying, all right, well, he was at the military base with Erica Kirk. So it was like, whoa, what are you trying to say? Like, Erica Kirk is some type of military asset, possibly intelligence asset that was with this guy. Like, and remember, he's talking about like years ago, I believe, right? Years ago. So that is pretty concerning if we're saying that, all right, well, her and Charlie, that guy and Erica Kirk knew each other like way before Charlie Kirk was even involved. And they were in a military building or a military facility or something like that. And remember, it was for Wadachuka or whatever they call it, and it's supposed to be for intelligence, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're in. So we're talking about if his stories lines up right, Erica Kirk was with that military security guy that was on Sean Ryan's show in a military intelligence base. Like,
it's very much so possible, because here's the thing. I've said this before. You can always look at a person in their eyes and kind of tell whether they're being truthful or not, or whether they're lying or they're trying to manipulate you. And one of the things that I've learned is it's really easy to pick people out like that, unless that's something that you spend decades on, like, covering up. And I wouldn't put when Charlie Kirk first died, like there was some semblance of like, okay, this ain't right. But then seeing how Erica Kirk was like reacting to it, I didn't want to be that guy, but yeah, she did, to me, at least in my present mind, feel a little off.
Well, like I said, once we kind of reiterate the story, it's like, all right, so you was in this base years ago, and this ain't current day, this ain't 5 years ago, 10 years ago, well, maybe 10 years ago, but like what? He said like 25?
Yeah.
And how old is Erica Kirk? She's like in her 30s. She's like 37. She was actually older than Charlie Kirk. Surprise! I didn't even know that. I didn't know she was like 37. Charlie Kirk was like 31, I believe.
Yeah, you could tell by her face.
So 25 years old. That would put her in her early 20s, basically. Like 22.
Early 20s, late teens.
Man, and you're telling me she was in an military intelligence base with Charlie Kirk's what, like now soon to be, or if you fast forward into the future, not intelligence, but in security guy that appears on Sean Ryan and talks all this stuff. But 25 years ago, he was in an intelligence base with Charlie Kirk's wife and him.
Yeah, no, she wouldn't have been.
That's kind of.
She wouldn't have been in her 20s. 37 minus 25. That's
I'm thinking
that's like 12, 13 years
I was
old.
thinking like 47. My bad. I don't know why I did the math.
Yeah, no, she's my age. Charlie was about 5 years younger than me, and I'm 38. So,
okay,
25 years ago, there's no way.
Stop.
She's got a damn good skin routine.
All right, well, if we're talking about, she'd be 12. So how long was this meeting? I do want to get the exact time. Maybe we're doing too much by saying 25. I wonder if anybody in the chat even remembers. Because I don't know. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna see what time. What was the timeline of this? Did you say anything?
My biggest thing was all this pushback or all this calling out of Erica, and the way she acts and stuff. She's a Am I yelling?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay, sorry. I could only walk her up to the door, so I was able to get back pretty quick. But no, she anyone that I was raised by a Southern Belle, raised countryside, whatever you want to call it. And Erica is very much a strong conservative, very strong religious. Have you guys heard the song Mama's Broken Heart?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so one of the lines goes, go and hide your crazy, or, oh my gosh.
Go and hide
fix
your emotion,
makeup,
like
girl,
your anger.
it's just a breakup. Yeah, girl, it's just a breakup. Go and hide your crazy and start acting like a lady. That is quite literally the epitome of how many of us were raised. You do not break down in public. You do not dignity, decorum, and you do not embarrass either the family or even your husband, especially at his funeral. You have to stay. You have to put that smile on your face anytime you are in public. And I was taught to use the handkerchief. Even today, or even these days at my own dad's funeral, I haven't even had a chance to truly grieve my dad dying because I was the hostess. And she is now taken over TPUSA. She's now a single mom, and she's having to do all these public speaking events. She does not have, when has she had time to grieve? And if she had been on stage and broken down and wailed and cried and what have you, then they'd be saying she was acting in that as well. So, either way you look at it, she's not going to win.
I will say one thing on this whole front of she didn't have to take over TPUSA. That's one thing I said out the outstart. It wasn't a necessity. It wasn't really a need. Second of all, why you say no?
I said no. She didn't have to, but she's been the one by his side this whole time. And honestly, if it were me in her shoes, and hope and pray to God that I never am, and it was my husband's business, I'm going to be the first one stepping into that position because I knew how exactly he wanted it to continue going. And that's another thing is none of us are going through what she went through. And unless they have physical proof that she was the person that they are saying she is, I have to I have to have some level of I can't think of the word. distrust for that kind of narrative.
All right, that's understandable.
I can
Now,
understand. I can understand what you're saying, though. I look at behaviors and mannerisms, and yeah, every person grieves differently, but there is a difference between grief and plot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so, normally when something like this happens, I look at a person's prior actions, current actions after the event, and the way that they handled themselves during the event. Um, Some things didn't sit right with me. I'll just say that.
I'll be honest.
Not saying that she's bad.
I'll be honest. Now, this may sound a bit cold, but well, I kind of know like a lot of women are like queens, they're like masters. They're very masterful at using emotional play.
Yes.
So when I see that there's a lot adding up to a reason why they want to evoke emotional manipulation or emotional play, then I kind of do look at their tears like, I kind of grow a bit cold to them just because I'm like, all right, are you trying to manipulate me into not looking into it, or is this real? Because I know what I'm not gonna say it's not real, but here's the thing though: when there's reason to invoke emotional manipulation, I'm gonna have to look at you kind of sideways, like, all right, are you shedding these tears because you actually gone, or are you shedding these tears because you're trying to make me look away and make me feel bad?
You're hitting the nail on the head with that statement. Yeah. I'm like, you have every reason to be balling right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I do have to agree with you, but you know, with you saying you have every right to. Yes, to maybe outsiders, we do, because I've been, like I said, I've been put in that situation before. But to our family and whatnot, the people that we have to go home to daily, and we have to hear it from, no, we don't. But yes,
So
you are right. A lot of women, especially these days, use tears and crying and emotional blackmail and manipulation, and it sucks because then it makes those of us that are in situations where we have to act a certain way look like we're disingenuous in our emotion, or that we look like this ice cold queen, when in reality it's just the way we were raised. It's just the way we react.
But here's the thing, like, when you're in politics though, that's the problem. I'd say
that's what I was getting ready to say. So the problem is her husband was a well-known, well-loved figure, right?
Exactly.
He was killed on a we can go ahead and say international stage, and everybody's seen it, and everybody condemned it. What I will say, and I'm gonna say this carefully, your position when you had to bury your dad is not the same as hers.
No, it's not.
Your position is you only had a select few family members, and while that is tough to deal with, it is manageable. Her situation is, not only did she have this horrible thing happen to her, but then atop all that, she has a literal wall of support. And everybody has I guarantee you, more than likely, people have been telling her it's okay to grieve, to let it out and everything else. And you mean to tell me not one time? But I'm gonna be a little skeptical and be like, she probably did it behind closed doors. But what I'm also looking at is the turnaround time. Turnaround time for this stuff is crazy.
I mean,
like, you went from grieving to all of a sudden managing a business. Charlie Kirk, a few of his videos prior to his death, he was talking about looking into, the Israeli stuff. And I hate to sound like one of those rabid Israeli dog people, but like, he was actually talking about looking into them. And then he died. Then he had a whole other section of right, and then they had a whole other. Oh, go for it, Toph.
No, I was gonna say, I completely agree with. I just don't agree with the instant demonization of her, and trying to bring up some points as to why she acted the way she. That was my whole stance: is don't demonize her right off the rip like they did, and automatically accuse her because of how she's currently presenting herself. Because, like you said, she is the wife of a politically strong, politically active person, and if you go through other wives throughout history, and when something has happened, other than Jackie Kennedy, that's probably the only one I can think of and even she was very stoic for a while
Well,
after it happened.
she was also in a state of shock because it kind of happened
Yeah.
right next to her. That's a
Yes.
different
But
twist
like
because it wasn't on TV. That your homeboy's melon was popped literally right
yeah.
beside.
And that's why I said that's like the one main, she's like the only offset that I can think of off the top of my head. And her stoicness was due to shock. But even still afterwards, she comported herself very, very, very calmly for a short time. And then she was back to being in front of people.
Right.
And
Erica really
she also did the handkerchief thing, which I get why people freak out over that, but we're taught to always make sure we're presentable. So it was just that was my only gripe on it, was the instant demonization of how she was acting, and my own knowledge when it comes to how a lot of women are raised in the conservative or in the southern and the country areas, and how strongly that stuff does get pounded into our head. You don't show emotion. You stay dignified. You don't embarrass the family. You do not embarrass your husband. You do not embarrass your parents.
I will
So
say
that was my only point.
the only thing I will say is the don't show emotion thing is kind of stupid.
Yes, and I do agree. Like I said, my grandma did a majority of my raising, and she was a true Southern belle. And like I said, that song, "Ain't Your Mama's Broken Heart," that hits the nail on the head for how I was raised. And if she was anything like me, if her raising was anything like mine, which I can almost guarantee you it was, it probably hits the nail on the head for her as well. And it's not just for broken hearts; it's for any kind of strong, emotional, traumatic experience.
Now, one thing I will say about this whole situation is her prior involvement in the intelligence industry does beg a huge question. And then I'm not saying she did anything or not. Sorry, it's raining, so I'm speaking a little bit louder.
No, it's raining here too.
So when it comes to, first of all, it would make it, I'm more leaning toward her being like an intelligence asset because think about it. Drug sniffing dogs were not able to find the weapon that was used to murder her husband. Then they couldn't even find a trail on the guy that murdered your husband. Then you have an unofficiated, keyword unofficiated autopsy report, but no official cause of death has been released year to date. Then you have like the quick transference of TPUSA from Charlie Kirk to Erica Kirk, how quickly she rose. Which, even for a grieving person, if that happens to you, I don't care how mentally quote unquote tough you are, you're going to be mentally fogged for about 2 months. But how reticent she was to accept that. Yeah, your
Like I
husband just got.
said, like I said, I'll say this. As far as Erica's curse concerned, his story is a bit concerning. Now, like I said, the only reason why I'm suspicious of her is mainly because, think about it like this. Why is Candace going harder to solve your husband murder than you are? Actually, no. This should be Erica Kirk doing all this, not Candace Owens. Erica Kirk was so ready to believe the narrative, even though the main narrative was BS, even though it has all the holes in it. And they're just going on business as usual. Let's just run the regular political stuff. Let's just keep it going. And Candace is the one asking these questions, gotten their pennies in a bunch, when it should be Erica Kirk. Why is Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk's best female friend, doing all the work when it should be, I don't know, maybe the woman you had 2 kids with?
And that's the real punchline that when you look into some of the questions that people have, they're like, why is a woman that's not even in your family riding harder for your man than you?
And
Yeah,
then you're
but
over here
here's
mad at her for looking into it. Like, I
but
don't know. I'll be kind of be tag teaming. Like, look, Candace, look, I may not agree with everything you're saying, but I'm tag teaming you. We're gonna both sit here and try to find the truth. Not sit here, get a mad face, put on a mad face, and tell you to stop.
So
but
here's my
here's
running
my
theory.
other question.
Huh.
Here's why didn't Candace, as Charlie's best friend, why wasn't Candace going to Erica from the jump and offering, because she said herself that she refused to go to the funeral, she refused to have any kind of dialogue. Why didn't she go to Erica as Charlie's friend and say, hey, I'm here for you, let's try and let's have this discussion?
To be honest, TPUSA was already calling her crazy. Remember, you already got to understand.
But
TPUSA was attacking off the rip
I'm
as
not
soon as
saying go to
And
Candace
that's
had
the
TPS.
problem.
entered.
And that's the
I remember
problem. That's why I'm
TPUSA
like,
was attacking her since the Brigitte Macron thing, since her stance on Israel. But remember, like, that's why she couldn't even go there, because TPUSA was not friendly grounds for Candace Owens. Let's be real.
I wasn't talking about going to TPUSA,
No.
just
I know
going
the
to
funeral, but who was
Erica.
mostly at the funeral?
I
All the
understand.
TPUSA
TPUSA.
fans.
Yes,
And
but
you think
even before the
TPUSA was gonna
funeral,
let Candace talk to talk to Erica Kirk with all the things that they're beefing about right now, even the fact that he's coming out going against the main narrative. I mean, it wouldn't have been, it'd have been a very hostile environment. It'd have been childish for her to go to that funeral knowing damn well it would have caused problems.
I'm not saying go to the funeral. I wasn't saying going to the funeral. I was saying, why didn't she directly call Erica herself? Not go through TPUSA, reach out and say, hey, I just want to pop in, let you know that I'm here. Let's check. If you want, I'm here to help you find out what really happened, because I don't believe in what is being told. I don't think you should either.
Well, here's the thing. It's not really up to Candace to reach out. Candace laid out the premise and she stayed silent until she wanted to say something. And let's be real. I think it was up to Erica Kirk to reach out to Candace, because Candace is the one putting in the groundwork, and she's just like, she's being what she's supposed to be, a grieving widow. Now, if she wants to get let into the fold and do some work with Candace, that's kind of on her, not Candace.
Yep.
So this is, I don't think I'm explaining it right. So when I'm talking about right after it happened, right after Charlie was killed, before anyone was really looking into it or what have you, like the very next day afterwards, if it was my best friend's wife, the first thing I'm doing is I'm texting her and saying, hey, if you need anything, let me know. And I'm opening that dialogue so that she can reach out to me. Why wasn't that done?
I'm pretty sure that, think about it like this. There is really no way for, like, honestly, like I said, it's up to Erica Kirk to reach out to Candace if she wants to get let in on this investigation. Candace, like I said, they are both grieving in their own way. And let's be honest, it's not like they were the best of friends. Like Charlie, remember, the relationship was between Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, not Candace Owens and Erica Kirk. Remember, she came in later. So I'm pretty sure Candace felt a need to do her due diligence to their friendship and not Erica Kirk, who's, like I said, who she's a grieving widow at the time. And Candace hasn't even put out nothing out into the atmosphere. Once something was put out into the atmosphere, then now Erica Kirk had the chance to look over it, and then she could reach out. But I don't think Candace has to reach out to her unless, she's about to say something about Erica Kirk, specifically, and she hasn't.
Who was it that Erica being the
fact that Candace Owens brought new information to Erica Kirk that she didn't even know about should tell you something.
Bruh. And that's your husband, though. I mean, like I said, it's a bit weird. I don't know. That's the only thing that kind of throws me off, is that why aren't you investigating harder than Candace?
It is a bit weird, but it just seems like she's got. Hi.
I would say this: if Erica Kirk was going as hard as Candace, but her investigation was taking her in the opposite direction, then for sure we can sit here and be like, all right, maybe we might have to be on Erica Kirk's side because she's putting in the work, but it's just leading her in a different direction. But she's not putting in no work. She's going in with the narrative, and she's just continuing with the daily quota of a podcast. But all of a sudden, you know, everybody's mad that Candace is putting in the work and, you know, coming out with different questions or releasing, like, you know, I would not say really much evidence, but, you know, putting different theories out there. Because let's be real, the theory of the main narrative is falling apart.
Yeah, it is, and I do agree with that. And I have no answer as to why she's going for the main narrative. Like I said, my only gripe was the instant demonization.
You're right. It isn't right. I get you on that. It's not right, but it, like I said, it was only demonization after the part of, all right, you're saying that Candace is lying. You're like, think about this. Erica Kirk was the one that came out and said, oh, those text messages don't exist. I got Charlie's phone. Boom. Candace proves it exists. It was on a signal message. Now it's just like, it was really weird. It's like, you probably should have maybe did a little bit due diligence before you try to come out and say Candace is a liar, like TPS been trying to make her out to be, but failed. So that's the only part about it. Erica Kirk joined in on the character assassination of Candace, or trying to prove Candace wrong and trying to call her a liar.
Is that back sound coming from me?
Nah, that's coming from me. Like I'm
Okay.
doing something outside and it's windy.
But all right, guys. All right, but I am about to close down right now.
No, you're fine, hon. Don't need another 11 hour.
Yeah. Can't do that again. Can't do it today.
Bring back the 11 hour.
Well, I'm happy you guys. Well, all right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and close out on this one, man. Appreciate the support. Shout out Cove Gaming. I know Panda came up for a little bit, so shout out to my man Jordan. He had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support. All right, guys. Go ahead and head out. All right, go ahead and head out.
Yeah,
on
have
this
a good
one.
night.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Going ahead and get you guys off real quick. And we're going to go ahead and head out with a couple, I guess, one funny clip from last night. And then we're going to go ahead and close on out. All right, guys. Appreciate the support. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media. Peace.
There's a legal way to do it, so you don't have to sneak across in the first place.
We do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country. We know now that too many people come in for medical care as it is. We certainly don't want them having the same benefits that American citizens are entitled to have.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous. That's why over the past 6 years, deportations of criminals are up 80%. And that's why we're going to keep focusing enforcement resources on actual threats to our security.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking?
Mr. President, when do you think they'll hold general elections in Iraq?
Damn, I knew I shouldn't have called on this nigga. I shouldn't have called on you because you're always trying to distract motherfuckers with things like the war and skirt all the real issues. All right? But if I can be real about it, be real, son. Real? Be real, son.
Tried to kill my father, man.
What?
And play that.
Say where he tried to kill your father, son. That nigga tried to kill my father! This nigga very possibly has weapons of mass destruction. I can't sleep on that. Not on my watch. That's not how I roll. That is serious. Now, if you don't want to take my word for it, why don't you ask Tony Blair? He got a whole nother set of intelligence. What's up, Tony?
We don't know much about the South, but we can't trust random niggas with things like that.